Mm, don't have enough points. Hey guys, what's up? How's life treating you? How is life treating you? I saw this little documentary. I was like, well, I might as well play it for you guys. We can watch it together. mm, mm. Y'all, this mail person lost my package. Idiot. Hey, Whitney, what's up? Happy Saturday. I'm like, I was getting ready to start my day. Then I saw this. I was like, well, you know what? I might as well play this for my people so they can see what's going on in the world, child.
It was supposed to be just a normal Thursday. Delhi was a lot colder than it is now, but we were all looking forward to the weekend. And then a bomb dropped.
Oh my God.
Quite literally.
Oh my Lord.
Just an hour before dawn, Russian missiles lit up Ukrainian skies.
Wow.
At first, they hit the military sites in places that have since become household names for us, like Odessa, Mariupol, Kharkiv, and Dnipro. Our first reaction was shock. A war in 2022?
Yeah.
Surely no one was that delusional.
Yeah.
But for Vladimir Putin, the decision did not seem unusual. He felt that he had been boxed in, that he had no choice but to invade.
I have made the decision of a military operation. Whoever tries to interfere with us, and even more so to create threats for our country, our people should know that Russia's response will be immediate.
A special military operation. That's what he called and still calls the war in Ukraine. And a lot of people mocked it at first. But after seeing a real war in Gaza, maybe they agree. Putin described 3 goals in Ukraine: denazification, demilitarization, and neutral status.
He did say when I watched this Tucker Carlson interview, he did say that there were like lots of Nazis in Ukraine, and that Zelensky did say that he supported Nazis. So I was like, I will find the video on that one.
Position was very clear. Russia will not accept a NATO neighbor. Ukraine must remain out of Western military alliances. In the first days of the war, Russia made rapid progress. They made it very close to the capital, Kiev. People wondered where the Ukrainian leadership had gone.
Wow.
They finally emerged in
So
this
you ran. So you provoked this man. The man tells you not to join NATO. You provoke this man. He bombs you close enough to home. And then this man just ran. He ran for his life. I'm like, Zelensky, you are such a coward. I knew this yesterday. I knew you were a coward yesterday.
selfie video. The first of many that Volodymyr Zelensky would post from the streets of Kiev.
Of course.
He ditched his suit once the attack began. And since then, we've only seen him in these military fatigues.
Yeah, right.
The change of wardrobe made one thing quite clear. Zelensky wanted to fight. He was in no mood to sue for peace. In Europe and North America, the sentiment was the same. Joe Biden saw this as an opportunity. He was desperate to show Europe that he was not like his predecessor.
That's why I told you yesterday. I'm like, Joe Biden's such an idiot. He's such an idiot. He was desperate to show. Why are you desperate, though? So you go into this war behind this midget out of emotions and not strategy, right? And if you watch like some of the old videos with him and Barack Obama, especially when they were first running, or like when Barack also picked him to be, well, not picked him, but he had to make it seem like he picked him when he was chosen for him, right? He would talk about Joe Biden and his temper. A lot of people talk about Joe Biden and his temper. Like, he's a Scorpio, so he got really, really bad temper out there, child. Really emotional. He's a water sign with a bad temper. And I'm like, you don't go into war with people out of your emotions. And this is why it's so funny, because the entire election cycle, there was a lot of repeat of like Gemini versus Libra and Scorpio. Like, so Scorpio and Libras would like tag team and go after Gemini and just get the asses washed up. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? Okay. So when it came to Trump, you had Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So Joe is a Scorpio, Kamala is a Libra. Got the asses whooped. You go to Atlanta, you had Fannie Willis and what's that man's name with the one testicle? Nathan Wade, right? So Nathan Wade, Libra, Fannie Willis, a Scorpio, got the asses whooped. Okay, I'm gonna re-upload it because my videos do better when I re-upload. Like, I don't know, when they're live, maybe people can't see them, right? And I'm like, y'all need to stop playing. But I'm like, when you're a Libra, though, when you're an air sign and you attach yourself to a Scorpio to go fight somebody, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win because it's a water sign. They're emotional. They are emotional. You're not going to win. You're not gonna win. What are you thinking? And if you look at it too, right? Every time you look at this like alliance between Scorpio and Libra, Scorpio always ends up bad. Libra always like finds a way out. You look at Nathan Wade and what's that girl's name? Fannie Willis, right? Nathan got the money out of it. He made over $1 million. He bought himself a brand new car. Child, what? And Fannie Willis, she's the one that has to go to the courthouse. She's the one that has to go to the Senate. She's the one who's gonna have all kinds of problems. She's gonna have all kinds of problems. That lady Pam Bondi, she gonna be on that girl like child, like butter on toast. It's gonna be really bad, right? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. He decided to pick this lady as his vice president. When everything came down to it, and the pressure was being pressured, right? She couldn't handle that. So he had to get up and do it, right? He was out there more than her. And yet we know he had dementia. We know he had Alzheimer's, right? But he was fighting more than she was fighting. I'm like, what do you think was going to happen, right? She got everything good out of this. She got to be vice president. She barely worked. She got to have like 1.4 billion to waste in 15 weeks. She got to have extra money. She even went into debt. She's out here getting awards when we know she didn't work. She did not work. He just put her there because he wanted Black people's vote. But he did more work than Kamala with half the brain because he has dementia, right? But this lady didn't have his back. She didn't even go to the border. So I'm like, Scorpio, I'm like being emotional all the time and like moving out of your feelings and your anger. Like it never wins for you. It ain't gonna work for you, right? Oh, he was desperate to show to Europe. Yeah, desperate to get your ass whooped. Desperate to be embarrassed. So like you see, and Zelensky came in here and just scammed you 350 billion because you were in your feelings. You were not in your right mind. Hey, Kevin, you were not in your right mind. Because if you were in your right mind, you're like, okay, how much is it going to cost me again? How much money you got? Oh, no, I'll just finance your entire fight. With what money? With whose money? And that's why I told y'all yesterday, you never win. When you make oh my gosh, you make major decisions out here out of your feelings. You're just not going to win. You're going to make a fool of yourself, right? Because you're not being strategic. You're not using your mind. You're not actually thinking about this. You okay? You are just in a rage. You're not going to win because the other person, he's calm. You have no idea. You have no idea what he has in store. You don't know. That's why it always pays to calm down. And maybe that's why Joe Biden, even though he's such a racist, he did so well with Black people because he's just as emotional as a Black person. So maybe that's where they connected. I don't know, right? But I'm like, make it make sense though. Who else it was? You know, I had a friend, right? She called me one time because she thought maybe like her, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, well, friend, you don't really know. So if you don't know for a fact, you can't really be emotional because if you pack your bags and leave, how do you know that it's not a setup? Like, how do you know that him and his lawyers don't have you set up? You know, because a lot of times people know who you are. Like sometimes you have people who know you more than you know yourself. They know exactly how you're going to react. They know exactly how you're going to get triggered. They know exactly what you're going to do. So like, how do you know that they haven't laid out all the steps for you to be led by your emotions and then fall into a trap? And next thing you know, you can't get out the trap. That's why you can't be predictable. You cannot be predictable. You always have to say to yourself, okay, how do people expect me to react? And then react the complete opposite. Okay? You can't be predictable out here. That's how you survive. That's how you survive. But some people, you already know, oh, they're about to be emotional. And once they get emotional, it's a wrap. They're going to start being stupid. And when they are stupid, you can have what you want because you can mishandle these people because they're not thinking for themselves. Kevin, since you're here, I'm going to replay it so you can see from the top, okay? Let's see.
It was supposed to be just a normal Thursday. Delhi was a lot colder than it is now. But we were all looking forward to the weekend. And then a bomb dropped, quite literally. Just an hour before dawn, Russian missiles lit up Ukrainian skies. At first, they hit the military sites in places that have since become household names for us, like Odessa, Mariupol, Kharkiv, and Dnipro. Our first reaction was shock. A war in 2022? Surely no one was that delusional. But for Vladimir Putin, the decision did not seem unusual. He felt that he had been boxed in, that he had no choice but to invade.
I have made the decision of a military operation. Whoever tries to interfere with us,
Mhm.
and even more so to create threats for our country,
Mhm.
our people should know that Russia's response will be immediate.
еще никогда не сталкивались.
A special military operation. That's what he called and still calls the war in Ukraine. And a lot of people mocked it at first. But after seeing a real war in Gaza, maybe they agree.
Well,
Putin described 3 goals in Ukraine:
Mhm.
denazification, demilitarization, and neutral status.
Okay, you see?
His position was very clear.
You see that does that? I mean, I'm telling you all this. Like, does this look like a man who's emotional, who's just moving out of emotion? No, he thought about the stuff. He thought about the stuff real well. I'm like, after Kevin, okay, after Kevin and Nietzsche, I'm like, Vladimir might be my 3rd favorite Libra. My dad, like, I've demoted my dad to number 5. Okay, but it's a real thing now. Like, did he tell y'all he didn't know what he's doing? He's not emotional. He's not emotional. And I think one thing we've also realized with the arrogance of white American politicians, because it's usually white American politicians, especially liberal American politicians, right, is that they decide to go into these wars in foreign countries. First of all, don't even speak the language, don't know the culture, and they don't know the land. They do not know the land. I'm going to go back and see who was president during Vietnam, right? But it's like they don't know the land. We've seen it with Vietnam. We have seen it with Somalia. We have seen it with Afghanistan. We have seen it with Iraq, right? Even in Libya, we've seen that. There's something to be said about knowing the land. You have to know the topography of the land. See, somebody like Vladimir, most likely he was in the military. There's no way he was not in the Russian military, right? Because how exactly was he selected to be in the KGB and then he ran the KGB, right? But I'm like, this is a man who's been outside. He was raised outside. Like, he was out there in the USSR. He was out here being a soldier. He was out here about that. Like he knows that terrain. He knows Russia. He knows Ukraine. That's his home, right? You, Joe Biden, you were in law school cheating. You were cheating in law school when this man was out here being a soldier. And I think sometimes that's the problem. Like, when you're from America, especially like if you're an American politician, maybe that's the thing, because so much work has been done that when you do become like president, you do become secretary of state, or I don't know, something in the American government, you really think you're that person. Like, you're not that brave. You've never been to war. You've never put on a uniform. You don't know what it is to sleep outside. You never had to kill anybody with your hands. You don't know nothing. You went to law school, boo, to just yippity yappity yap yap. And even that, you were so bad at it, you had to cheat. Joe Biden is mediocre. He was in law school plagiarizing. He never served. Like, he never served in the U.S. military. Don't know nothing about nothing, right? So it's like you engage in these wars because you think, oh, we're America. We have a powerful army and we have money, so therefore we're going to win. That doesn't work like this. That's not how it works. And they've tried this in Palo Alto. They have tried this. Venture capital has tried this. Just throwing money at problems. Throw money at a problem. Throw money at a problem, right? And make sure that other companies fall. Because if we have so much money and we keep selling at a loss, these other companies will have to shut down. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. But we have seen the case of WeWork, right? How many 200 billion was given to WeWork for it to wake up on it and file for bankruptcy? How can you file for bankruptcy when somebody gave you 100 billion? Where did the money go? Where is the money? Right? Because like you also got to have experience. And most importantly, you don't know the land. You don't know these people. You don't know the land. You don't know topography. They did the same thing in Vietnam. Got their asses whooped by these poor people in the jungle. Can you see how embarrassing that is? And they were so triggered because they were losing to poor people in villages. They started dropping biological warfare on these people. Agent Orange, like, that's a form of biological warfare. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Nate bombs, all that kind of stuff on these innocent people because they outsmarted you. Of course, it is their land. They know where to hide. They've lived there all of their lives. They speak the language. And you think local people are more likely to help you because you're an American, or they're going to help the Vietnamese people? Right? Same thing in Afghanistan. It's like, can you survive in the desert? Like, seriously? Right? These people been outside. They live there. They know how to disappear. It is a real thing. You know, like even in North Africa, they're also in the Middle East, right? But we have these people called Bedouin, like Gaddafi is one of them. You know, like they wrap their heads like this, like I don't know how they do it, y'all. It's crazy. They wrap their heads like this. These people can live in the desert. There's like all the sand. these people will disappear in the sand. I don't know how they do it. And then they reemerge out of the sand. It's like, damn, that is crazy, right? But if you're not from there, like, you're going to lose yourself. Like, what is this? Where am I? Why is there so much sand? Right? Like, being familiar with the actual terrain, like, it actually matters. You cannot neglect that. And that's why you can't say, oh, we're America, we have money, we have the biggest military, so therefore we're going to win. No, because there's something to say about having experience, like wisdom of war. You got to have really, really smart people. You got to have people who know how to fight. You don't just win wars because you have money. You don't just win wars because you have drones. And one thing also, I think a lot of American people, especially American leaders, right, they tend to forget is that they think because people are poor, they'll be quick to run, right? Sometimes people have more willpower because they're poor, and this is all they have. Like in America now, it's like it is so normal to be unpatriotic, right? It's so customary now to be an American, hate America, say all kinds of disparaging things against America, burn the American flag, right? People do this out here, and it's perfectly normal, right? These other places, people are extremely proud to be Russian. They are extremely proud to be Vietnamese. They are extremely proud to be Afghanistan or Afghani. Like they are truly proud of being who they are. And that right there, when you have a patriotic people, no matter how big your weapons are, no matter how fancy your military is, no matter how much money you have, you will not defeat the willpower of a people. We even see it in the Bible. Even God got scared. Like these people right here, their willpower is so strong that if we don't confuse their languages, they might show up on my door next, okay? So the Bible has the story of the Tower of Babel. Is it real or not? I don't know. I wasn't there. But I think what it tries to say is that when people come together on a common accord and they have a will to succeed, nobody can stop these people. You will not be able to stop these people, right? And this is what we're seeing here. I'm like, oh my gosh. You don't even have united country. Like you have a country where men want to be women, and they want to wear dresses, and you think you can fight people where in their country it's mostly homogenous. They have a strong pride in being Russian. They love being Russian. Russian men love being men, and the women love to be women. They're not trying to have men in the women's bathroom, right? They are more sensible than us. So that alone, it's like, yeah, they most likely gonna win. They have more sex. Here, we're in America right now, we are trying to define how many genders we think there might be, okay? Because you do have some people here who believe that you might have 100 genders. Like, what is going on? You cannot fight people like this. And sometimes you got to be honest about that. Yeah, we can sell weapons, but it doesn't mean that automatically off the bat, because you got the bigger army, you got the most drones, you got the fancy uniforms, and you got all kinds of money because you can keep taxing your taxpayers, right? That you're going to win. That's why I say, like, anybody should have asked themselves, especially the Ukrainian people, when was the last time America actually won a war? America creates chaos. They just create chaos. They don't win wars. America has not won a war in a very long time. Maybe like 1945, maybe, I don't know. But after that, what else did they win? What? Okay. They even went to Somalia. I don't know how these Somali people grabbed the Black Hawk, brought the Black Hawk down. They grabbed an American soldier. They tied the man to a car. They drove his body through Mogadishu. They got so spooked. The Americans got so scared. These white people got so scared. They left Somalia. Okay, like Somalis are crazy. They're even in the water. They call them pirates. I don't know. It depends who you're asking, right? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't done enough research to call them up to agree that these people are pirates, right? But I'm like, they don't care. They do not care, right? So it's like America has suffered a lot of losses. Iraq today is a hot mess. So now they have to spend money doing Barney's like theater to kind of calm the people down for all the foolishness they've done in Iraq. It's like Iraq is a mess. Libya is a mess. Afghanistan is a mess. Like these people don't know what they're doing because they're too arrogant. They are just way too arrogant. A smart person will say, you know what? I have the money. Yeah, I got the bombs. But do you have enough people though that can go after a people that truly has this like national unity and the strong sense of pride? Most likely you don't. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, but this man, he thought about it. Yeah, I mean, he is a Libra. I never said they were not smart. I just said that they're just chaotic, right? But I'm like, this man really thought about this. He really thought about this. Like, and you're just being emotional. Like, and that's the same thing. Joe Biden did the same thing when it came to Iraq also. He was out there. Like, he was one of the people who was like, yeah, go to war. George Bush, go to war, go to war. And we saw how that ended. And he was like, oh, we went there a little too soon. It was so premature. I'm like, yeah, it sounds just like you, Joe, because you're just too damn emotional. He's just too emotional. He's a warmonger, that man. Like, he just likes to lock people up. If there's a drug problem, there's a drug issue, oh yeah, just lock them up. If there's this kind of conflict, oh, let's just go to war. Like, this man is insane. I'm like, do you not know how to resolve problems without incarceration or mass bombing of people? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I'm like, and maybe this is why Obama did not feel comfortable endorsing Joe Biden, because he endorsed Hillary over Joe Biden. Because he knows something about this man is not right. His temper, like you have to know how to calm down. You have to know how to calm down. And you have to know how to think. Because if you don't know how to think and you're fighting a really smart person that's incredibly strategic, he's going to whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what they do, child. I have no idea, right? But it's like you truly have to, you truly have to be very careful, and you got to be very, very mindful, because you just never know. But my thing is, if you're someone, even if you're the American president, right? Don't let that get to your head, because you got to know how you were trained. If all you did was go to law school and then, go to find some weird place in Delaware where the people were so low IQ that they believed you and they elected you to represent them in the Senate, you also you have to be aware of that. Like, I'm really not that person. I think I am, but I'm not. When you look at this man like Vladimir Putin, that's a man right here. I don't know, maybe like in his 18 years old, he was already in the Russian military, in the military of the USSR. Maybe he grew up in the gulags. Maybe he was raised in Siberia. I don't know this man's history, but I'm like, that's why no matter what it is, before you fight someone, do your research. Do your research on people, child. Do your research. And no matter how you think you're that bad, I don't know what you think you are, but you should never think you're that person, because somebody else also got gifts. Everybody has gifts. Everybody has talents. You might not like the person, but you have to acknowledge, I might not like you, but you're smart as hell. I might not like you, but when you make up your mind to do something, yeah, you got that willpower though. Like, it costs you nothing to admit to yourself that your opponent also has strong skills, strong suits. They have strength. And you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. So now that I know who he is, now I'm going to know how to strategize to know how to go against this person, right? But to completely neglect the fact that this man right here is a soldier for real, to neglect the fact that this man ran the KGB, okay? He ran the KGB for God knows how long. Right? You think that you're going to scare this person? You think that you're going to go to war over some emotion and you're going to win over this man? Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Are you really okay? And I'm like, a lot of people, I think a lot of countries, if their currency was not backed by the US dollar, if a lot of these countries did not have US bonds or, do a lot of trades in the US dollar, they'd be done with the US, because America just keep catching L's. And what keeps saving America is the fact that a lot of people use the US dollar, because this is crazy. We do not have good leadership over here. And we don't have good people making foreign policies for America. They're a bunch of idiots. They are truly a bunch of idiots. You have to be a practical person. And you got to give people their just due. If somebody is gifted, you have to say, this person here is incredibly gifted. We might win, but it's not going to be easy, because that's not an idiot. This man is not an idiot. He is seriously not an idiot. Because how is it that America spent $350 billion? I was thinking about that last night. I'm like, damn, $350 billion in 3 years. That's almost an average of like $115 billion every year was given to Ukraine. And they have nothing to show for it. They have nothing to show for it. They told us that the war was going to last about a week, that Russia was going to fall. Child, we've been in this for 3 years, and the man is not weakened at all. His currency is not weak at all. He's doing just fine. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? Because this right here is not an idiot. Vladimir is not an idiot. They try to make it seem like he's an idiot. He's incredibly smart. He's not an idiot. This man's not an idiot. So shout out to you, Libra. I was like, okay, you about to make me fall in love with the Libras. Mm-hmm.
Russia will not accept a NATO neighbor. Ukraine must remain out of Western military alliances.
Yeah.
In the first days of the war, Russia made rapid progress. They made it very close to the capital, Kiev. People wondered where the Ukrainian leadership had gone. They finally emerged in this selfie video, the first of many that Volodymyr Zelensky would post from the streets of Kiev. He ditched his suit once the attack began, and since then, we've only seen him in these military fatigues. The change of wardrobe made one thing quite clear. Zelensky wanted to fight. He was in no mood to sue for peace. In Europe and North America, the sentiment was the same. Joe Biden saw this as an opportunity. He was desperate to show Europe that he was not like his predecessor, that he was not a Donald Trump.
Is he?
So Biden plunged himself and NATO.
Is he? And you see this? And you know, and this is when you realize that Joe Biden, deep down inside, he's jealous of Trump. Right? Oh, well, I want to prove that I'm different than Trump. Why? It depends, right? Like, why did Trump not want to do it? Because then again, you got Gemini. He got a brain on himself. I don't know about this. And that's the beauty of being an air sign, right? We're like air signs, we're going to be more, hey, for me, that's the beauty of being an air sign is that when you actually find an air sign that is proud to be an air sign, because, you know, I have seen some who want to be water signs so badly. I have seen Geminis and Aquariuses want to be Cancers so badly. You know, but when you do find a Gemini that knows how to be a Gemini, that is really proud of being an air sign, we tend to be, we're probably the most intelligent people of the zodiac. Absolutely. Okay. So if the man doesn't want to do it, there probably was a reason why he didn't want to do it. But once again, you're emotional, you hate him, you're jealous of him because what it took you 3 years and all, like 3 times and all kinds of pity and begging black people that you hate. Imagine being a racist and having to pander and lie to black people and have to kiss black babies and quote unquote having to hire a black woman as your vice president. Do you know how much scorn he must have had? How much of a loser he must have felt, right? That I need these people to win. I need people to cheat for me to win, right? So he tried to do everything that he wants to do the complete opposite of everything Trump did. Why? Because he thinks that there's some kind of wit, there's some kind of charm in that. And all it did was it brought his demise. This brought his demise because he was heavily criticized for that, right? Trump said the people should not come. Trump tried to build the wall. He was like, no. Let the wall open. It's inhumane. It's inhumane, right? They were telling people to come to America. If you remember during their goofy ass election campaign stuff, they were telling people to come to America, right? And then it got to Rio, and then Kamala was like, oh, please don't come. Please don't come. She started traveling to Latin American countries, telling people not to come to America. I was like, no, it's too late. You told people to come. They're coming. They are truly coming. Right? So that's how he ran his presidency. Oh, tell me what Trump did. I'll do the complete opposite. It's not even because there's a rhyme or reason to it. Well, I just want to be different from Trump. Then be better, be smarter. Do not be emotional because you're just being petty. And that's why when he went in there, when he first got in, if you remember when Biden got in, every executive order that Trump had signed, I guess besides the tariff stuff with China, right? He undid all of those executive orders. For no rhyme or reason. If it's not the fact that he was scornful, he was jealous, and he was bitter. The fact that he was even delusional to believe that he could run against Trump. When Biden ran, even though I do believe that they cheated, but when Biden ran, he did say, oh, it's only going to be one term. He's going to pass the torch. You know, he's really doing it because it's not like he wants to do it. There's just nobody. There's nobody else that can do it. There's no one else that can go after Trump. It has to be him. He's the Messiah. He's the Messiah. Okay. This is how you create authoritarian people. They believe that they have some divine mandate and they're the only ones who can actually do it. So the man gets in there, do their little sorcery, political sorcery, what's it called? Mail-in ballot sorcery. Somehow he has 14 million votes. And then when there's a whole coup d'etat against him, like the 14 million people do not protest. We go to the election. Somehow they're telling us that those 14 million people decided to stay home. Of course, they're not even stay home. They decided to stay in the grave because most of them are dead. Okay. So it's like, no, it's just straight foolishness. And this is why when you elect leaders, you have to elect leaders that are not broken, that are not bitter, they're not insecure, they're not immature, and honestly, they're not losers in life. When you have to wait 3 times, and then you have to be a vice president to a black man, then you have to promise to hire a black woman. You're just a bum. You can't do it by yourself. Right? Trump didn't have to pander to anybody. I was looking at a video yesterday from they had a cabinet meeting. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy because he only has one black person in his cabinet, the guy who's responsible for HUD, right? And I'm like, yeah, because he didn't pander. He's going to do what he wants to do with who he wants to do it with, right? Because he didn't pander. He didn't make any promises. Oh, if you vote for me, I'll hire 1 black person. I'll hire 2 Latino people. Wumpty wump wump. No, right? So I can only imagine what it feels when you have to pander and kiss ass and just lie and make all these concessions just to make a dream come true. Because as a man, you can't do it for yourself. It has to be awful. It really has to be awful, right? It has to be awful. But I'm like, you are just crazy.
Into defending Ukraine.
This is crazy.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin.
How do you know that?
Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country.
Okay.
So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country.
The West said Russia would lose, that sanctions would strangle its economy, that NATO support would push Russia back. Well, none of that has happened.
Well,
Instead, it's Ukraine that is on the verge of defeat. So how did Putin pull it off?
so $350 billion and you're on the verge of defeat. Money's just gone. The money is just gone. No, like you guys, that's why JD was so fed up yesterday. That's why everybody's so fed up. 350 billion. There's nothing to show for that. Nothing to show for that. They're about to lose. 700,000 people dead in Ukraine. Nothing to show but defeat, death, bodies, failure. Like, what is this?
And was he right all along?
What is it?
The Western strategy was based on three ideas, or rather, three very ambitious assumptions. One, that Russia's economy would collapse. Two, that NATO military support could hold Russia off. And three, that Putin would be isolated. Again, none of that has happened. Russia's economy has beaten the G7. In the ongoing fiscal year, their GDP is expected to grow by 4%. And the G7 nations, just 1.7%.
Yeah. You see this? You see this? You see this? Do y'all see this? And it's funny how when it comes to here, like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, whatever, they don't talk about this, right? Because they want people to believe that, oh, he's defeated, he's hurting. No, he is not. I told y'all this yesterday. The vast majority of European countries get the natural gas from Russia. I also told you yesterday, they get their cereals from Russia because they don't want to work. They don't want to work, right? I'm sure also Russia has the land, though, but I'm like, they don't want to work. They don't believe in capitalism. They believe in socialism. They believe in communism. They believe in sending home and like paying all these benefits to all these people to stay home, right? But I'm like, this man is not going to crumble. He was never going to crumble. You're going to crumble before he does. You are insane. You are really insane.
Their currency is also relatively stable.
My Lord.
I'm talking about the ruble, the same ruble that Biden promised to turn into rubble.
As a result of these unprecedented sanctions, the ruble almost is immediately reduced to rubble.
I saw.
Well, status check. $1 was 85 rubles when the war began. It is 88 last we checked. So certainly not rubble. Militarily, Russia has done enough to gain the edge. Early assessments indicated a blitzkrieg, but 3 years on, it's a war of attrition. Both sides are digging in. Nonetheless, Russia controls almost 20% of Ukraine. They have moved slowly, but surely. And finally, the political isolation. Just look at these pictures since 2022. If that is isolation, I'm sure every leader wants a bit of it. Putin has expanded his ties everywhere except the West. He hosted African leaders in Moscow. He deepened his friendship with China's Xi Jinping. He found a new buddy in Kim Jong-un, and he retained India's partnership despite Western pressure. So fewer friends maybe, but isolated? Far from it. Which brings us back to our question. How did Putin pull it off? He did three things right. One, he made sure that Ukraine and the West had no military path to success, meaning they could not win on the battlefield. Occasionally, Putin would stir the nuclear pot. He would hold drills with nuclear weapons, put his nuke responses on alert, and this spooked Western powers. They backed away from giving long-range weapons to Ukraine. They told Zelensky, defend, do not attack.
Because remember those, like, I don't know if you kept up with Ukraine though, but Ukraine was begging Germany. Germany has this like super weapon. Ukraine was begging Germany to give them the weapon. And I don't know if it was Merkel. I don't know who was there. They're like, nah, boy, you're gonna have to wait for that one because you're crazy. But he was begging Germany. Germany has this crazy ass weapon. I'm gonna find it. And he was asking for that. They're like, oh no, wait a minute, homeboy. No, you crazy. Hold on. Forgot what it was called. But they have some kind of they have something like he wanted. And they were like, oh no, you are crazy. I will look it up. I'm going to find it.
In late 2024, they finally changed their position. They allowed Ukraine to strike deep inside Russia, but by then it was too late. Russia already had the upper hand. So Putin's nuclear rhetoric had a very clear objective: to keep Western support to a minimum. And this ensured that there would be only two outcomes in this war, either a Russian military victory or a negotiated settlement. The possibility of a Ukrainian military victory was removed. It's like a cricket team batting long in a test match. The idea is not always to win. It is to ensure that the other side can only draw or lose. The second thing that Putin did right was handling the economy. Russia is under some 24,000 sanctions, 24,000. Yet the economy is stable. When the West ditched him,
24,000 sanctions? How can you levy 24,000 sanctions against one country though? Are you people actually okay?
Putin turned east. He began selling oil to India and China. He also marketed Russian weapons to the global south, which kept his treasury full. Putin also invested in the BRICS. This used to be an alliance of 5 nations: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, 5 countries. But after the war, it has expanded. Today, the BRICS has 10 members, and together they're looking to upend the global order, maybe create alternatives to the Western system. And finally, the third thing that Putin did right, he did not pitch this war as some good versus evil fight. He was very clear. This is strategic for me. I have some demands and concerns. I'm ready to talk. If you agree to them, I will end the war, which is what's happening right now. The West categorically rejected diplomacy with Vladimir Putin, but Putin did not rule it out. He never did it. He always kept the door open for talks, almost betting that some interesting party would eventually come in. And that party was Donald Trump.
Good job.
I think that President Putin and President Zelensky are going to have to get together because you know what? We want to stop killing millions of people.
So to put it simply, Putin played the long game. He was not in any hurry to take Kiev and plant the Russian flag there. In fact, you have to wonder if he ever wanted to occupy the whole country or whether he just wanted to break up Ukraine. So instead of rushing, Putin waited. He watched as the energy prices spiraled out of control, as wheat and fertilizer supplies shrank, as inflation skyrocketed, as political opposition built in the West, as Donald Trump launched his campaign, as incumbent Western leaders faced abysmal approvals, as the far right surged in Europe, and as Trump retook the White House. It was a masterclass in strategic patience. But at the heart of it, it was a simple.
When she said that, I was like, you know what? You're not even lying. It was a master class in strategic patience. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Because he was not emotional. He was not emotional. You see, and this is why, like, I'm telling you guys, like, when I go to sleep for the most part, like most days when I go to sleep, I'll find like these like playlists on stoicism and I'll let them play, right? So that I sleep to it. Like I'm like, yeah, it'll go somewhere in my subconscious. And when I wake up also, I wake up to some stoic video playing on YouTube, right? You have to learn to not be emotional in this life. You seriously have to learn to not be emotional in this life, okay? You're going to get your ass whooped. You're going to lose a whole lot. Your emotions will get the best of you. And once people understand who you are and they understand how much power your emotions have control over you, people will learn to manipulate your emotions to get you to act the way that they want you to act. Yeah. Yeah, he's extremely, he really is manipulative. Like he really, really is. He really is. You see, y'all starting to see it. Aquarius can be incredibly manipulative. Okay? This is insanity. This is insanity.
Principle. Who wanted it more? Did Putin want a neutral Ukraine more than the West wanted a NATO Ukraine? That was the question. Putin bet early on that the answer was yes, that he wanted a neutral Ukraine more. So, of course, a peace deal has not been struck yet. But as things stand, 3 years later, it looks like Vladimir Putin is having the last laugh, that his risky bet has paid off. And he's not done yet. He has a number of options to choose from. He could push Trump for more concessions. He could stretch out the talks to gain more land on the battlefield, or he could risk another gamble. I mean, Trump has already shown his hand. He wants to end this war ASAP. But if he cannot strike a deal, what will he do? Will he cut off military aid anyway? If he does, Putin could triumph on the battlefield. I'm not saying he'll do that. I'm saying that he has the option of doing that.
Don't do it.
And don't forget the broader realignment. Until now, Europe depended on the US for security, but Trump is removing that umbrella.
Good.
He says Europe should take the lead in defending itself.
Period.
It's a position that is catching on in America.
Yep.
This is a country with a history of isolationism.
No.
So it's not surprising that Americans want to stay out of Europe, which is again advantage Putin. An isolationist US means a weaker NATO. A weaker NATO means weak transatlantic ties, and weak transatlantic ties is good news for Vladimir Putin.
Good for him.
He can assert his influence more freely.
Good.
So all in all, it's a good time to be in the Kremlin.
Yeah.
Things are shaping up nicely for Putin.
Good job.
Having said that, let's not forget a few things.
Good job.
One, it is easy for Putin to deploy strategic patience. He doesn't have to worry about voters turning against him, or worse, voting him out. That security allows him to wait the bad times out, a luxury that democratic leaders do not have.
Good.
Secondly, Putin was right in his assessment. That doesn't mean that his actions were also right. Waging war is not acceptable. Ukraine is a sovereign country that can make its own choices. Russia cannot dictate terms to them.
Oh, please, whatever.
Yes,
in your country of India, the way y'all torture these Muslims, do you tell Modi not to do it? Girl, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Okay? She's Indian. In their country, the way they treat these Muslims there, I don't know, they have a president, but they also have a vice president. His name is Modi. Modi hates Muslims. He hates Muslims. That's why he's best friends with Netanyahu. Like, he just hates Muslims. They treat Muslims horribly, horribly. Even though they're Indians, they're born in India. They treat them horribly. They hate them. They hate those people. They hate those people. So it's like, girl, be quiet. Shut the hell up, right? Yes, Ukraine is a sovereign nation. But unfortunately, Ukraine also is neighbor to Russia. It's the same thing here, right? Mexico can't just do whatever. Canada just can't do whatever, right? Because when you're neighbors, you also got to be mindful of your neighbor when you make your decisions. Because you agreed to go into NATO. Yeah, sure. We don't know when you're going to have one president who says, you know what, maybe let's start having missiles pointed towards St. Petersburg. And the man told you, I don't want to do that. You can't help the fact that you're neighbors with somebody. Just like you can't help the fact that you're born in a certain family, right? But people have to learn to coexist. And the man has said he don't want that. He doesn't want it because plenty of time he has seen the West go back on his word. So I'm like, be quiet. When Modi is out there torturing these Muslim Indians, do you tell them to stop? No, you don't. So girl, shut up. Okay? Just like America told Cuba what to do with them goofy ass missiles. Not were they actually real? Were the missiles actually real? Probably not. Because they never found the missiles. Just like they never found missiles or weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So what do I know? Right? But I'm like, girl, please.
It is true that Zelensky played hardball, but war cannot be the answer. And finally, Putin's focus on Ukraine may have cost him elsewhere. His ally Bashar al-Assad was toppled in Syria, mainly because Russian air support was missing. Plus, he's got 2 new NATO members on his doorstep now, Finland and Sweden. Both countries were neutral, but after Russia's invasion, they've joined NATO. This once again shows how complex geopolitics is. A win is never absolute, and a loss is not always complete failure. It's a question of maximizing what is good for you and minimizing the negative fallouts. In Ukraine, Putin has done the former. He has maximized his gains. Meanwhile, the West is scrambling to do damage control.
Merci beaucoup. Hi, how are you?
Very well, thanks.
And this idiot right here too, even ce type-là, Macron, this guy also, I swear, man, people are crazy. People are really crazy, right? This man allegedly is married to a man. This man right here is married to a man because allegedly Madame Macron is Monsieur Macron, according to Candace, right? And the guy who did the research, the French journalist who did the research, right? Okay. But it's like, he was like 13, 14 having sex with his teacher. Once again, look at how he grew up, right? 14, 15 having sex with his middle school teacher, who could be a man from, because, if Brigitte Macron could be Monsieur Macron, right? And then on top of that, he worked for the bank. So he worked for the Rothschild family, right? So he's a banker. He's a banker who was probably touched as a kid, married to a person that's like 30 years his senior. It is extremely bizarre. So once again, you have Vladimir, who probably joined the military at 18. He knows he's a man, doesn't have an issue with having, the male anatomy. He's married to a regular woman. He's confident being a man. You think someone like Macron can stand against a Vladimir also? Hey, Lonnie, like, this is just bizarre. Europe, like, these Western European countries are full of weirdos. It's really weird. He was a middle school. And it's like she's like 20 or 30 years older. Now, allegedly, she's a man. She could be a man because they keep asking for pictures of her as a young person, as a young woman. There are pictures nowhere to be found. And they're saying she could be Jean-Michel Strogno. Okay? I'm like, ooh, Jean-Michel, Madame Macron could be Jean-Michel. So I was like, what do we know? You see? It's weird. And I'm like, this is what the West has turned into. This is the same France for the Olympics, right? They turned the Last Supper into some LGBTQ orgy, right? And I'm like, no, Vladimir sees y'all demons for exactly what you guys are. They're a bunch of pagans. They are sick as hell. They are sick as hell. Okay? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Like, who does this, right? You understand? Y'all remember this? And then they went around and they have the video taken down because they didn't want people to see it because there was such backlash. But who does this, though? With people's faith, though? With people's religion, right? How you going to take the Last Supper of Jesus Christ and turn to a drag queen, whatever this is, LGBTQ orgy, foolishness, right? It was so disgusting. It was so disrespectful. That's why I said, I'm like, okay, maybe Vladimir sees y'all for the demons that you are. You're probably some demons. You are demons. They're a bunch of pagans. They're a bunch of pagans. And allegedly, the president is married to a man. Like the West, it's like, I'm telling you, these Western European countries, like abomination. Abomination. They are so abominable. Okay? But allegedly, this right here is a man. This is a man. So I'm like, imagine if France really has a man as a first lady. And then the prime minister was also LGBTQ with a husband. It's a lot. It really is a lot. I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? Right? And maybe, and I'm like, the thing is, like, they make it seem as though, oh, like Russia doesn't want, like, what's it called? Ukraine to join NATO. They don't want Ukraine to be independent. And I think maybe it's also cultural. Right? Maybe it's not just the fear of that person is so old. Brigitte Macron could be Jean-Michel Strogno, okay? But I'm like, it could also be that what Russia does not want is the fact that if Ukraine joins NATO, they will start to be more westernized. So it's going to be a cultural shift, of the LGBTQ stuff, men and woman's bathroom, presidents being married to men, right? It's a lot. It really, really is a lot. And some people, they want to have traditional, conventional ways of living, okay? They want men to be men. They want women to be women. And I'm like, I do believe that even President Ping, he is authoritarian and he doesn't want America's influence in China. But I can see why too, though, because most likely he's not trying to have issues in his country. Like, he's not trying to have Chinese boys be influenced. Like, oh, you know what? You might want to be a girl. You might want to be in women's sports. You might want to be in a woman's bathroom. Like, they don't want that kind of stuff. They know it exists. You do have that in China. You have it all over the world. But some countries, they don't want that to be, predominant in their country. And we see what this has, we see what we're suffering from over here, right? It went from, non-accepting to like, be tolerant, be nice to the LGBT. And even LGBT, it wasn't that bad, right? Like the lesbians, the gays, and the bisexual, like they were not that bad. It's when you start going to TQAI++, that's when it becomes incredibly deranged. Okay? Because the gay people of old, like the gay people of yesteryears, not to be offensive, but they were like regular gays. Like they were like sensible gay people. Like, okay, they have a same-sex attraction, but that's about it. They were normal people. You know what I'm saying? They weren't all of this and all of that. It's too much. It really is too much. Right? And I really do feel as though the LGB never should have joined the TQIA++ people. They're too much. They're just too much. They are really too much. And now these people have hijacked the Democratic Party. They have hijacked the Democratic Party. So now they're even having elections at the DNC. And it's like, we have to elect 2 men, 2 women, and 2 non-binary. What are we even talking about? Right? They did all of that to ultimately have 2 men win. So I'm like, okay, so y'all should have just voted. Just let the people vote. What's all this quota business? Right? But today, the Democratic Party has lost, they have lost the reins of the party because they have been hijacked by this whole TQIA plus foolishness. Non-binary? How can you be non-binary? What does that even mean? Right? Scientifically, how do you even explain that to people? Right? So I'm like, I can see why Russia and China do not want that in their countries, because even here we're suffering. We are suffering. We are seriously suffering. It has divided America so much. This whole gender identity, gender expression, gender fluid, gender this, gender that, this and that. Oh my gosh. Like, people even forget what truly matters. Hey, are you an American or you're not? Like, what is this? It's too much. It really is too much. Right? But if France felt comfortable mocking Jesus, if they felt comfortable mocking Jesus like this, right? What else are they up to? Right? So I'm like, no, I can understand, like outside of the whole NATO thing, I don't want Ukraine to join NATO because I don't want these missiles pointed towards St. Petersburg. I get that part, but I also do believe that he is noticing a cultural shift in Western Europe, and he doesn't like it. And if Ukraine starts getting involved with that, they will start doing it. Then you will have this whole like LGBTQ plus QIA plus coalition in Ukraine. It's gonna be too much. It's gonna be just way too much. Like, I can't do this. It's just too much, because you really have to protect your people from bad influence. Because human beings, we think we're that far developed. We're really not. Like, our brains are really not that developed, and we are easy to influence. Like, we are seriously easy to influence. Look at America today, right? And people also get scared. People really get scared. Like, even if people know something is wrong, because they fear like social shame, they'll be like, oh yeah, it's not a problem. I don't care what people do in their houses. I don't care what people do in their bedroom, right? Because people are scared to stand up for what they truly believe, right? And when these heathens, when these pagans take over, Christians start running. They start running because they're scared. They're scared to stand up. Even the churches start to go along with this. Oh, yes, love is love. Oh, yeah, I believe in abortion. You have pastors now saying that they believe in abortion. Because we are, with these people here, we are in a culture where you don't have the right to say no. You don't have the right to say, I disagree. Hey, bag. You don't have the right to say, this is not right. This is not right, because it's offensive. We live in a country now where offensing anybody's feelings, like, oh, you offended anybody, you offend anybody's feelings, right? Oh, you're comparable to a criminal, okay? It's comparable to manslaughter. How dare you hurt somebody's feelings? How dare you hurt somebody's feelings? And this is also what's happening in Europe. When people's feelings get hurt on social media, you get arrested. You get arrested. They come to your house. The police comes to your house, right? Because hurting someone's feelings is comparable to murder. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. People have gone so fragile because they know if I act like I'm hurt, if I act like my feelings are hurt, I get to have power over other people. I get to censor other people. I get to shame other people. I get to destroy other people's lives by claiming that what they said hurt my feelings. It hurt my feelings. You can call anybody a racist. You can call anybody a homophobe. You can call anybody a transphobe. You can Me Too any man out here, right? And people have their lives completely destroyed without any proper receipts, without any due process of law, right? Because protecting the feelings of unhinged individuals who honestly need to grow the hell up, right? It matters more than to live in a sensible society where people have common sense and people are able to have very uncomfortable conversations as adults and realize just because I don't like what's being said doesn't mean I'm being disrespected. Hey, Ms. V, what's up? Right? But there's something bizarre going on in the West. There is something bizarre going on with Western Europe. They are becoming weird, y'all. They are becoming weird. They are becoming seriously weird. And I'm like, I can see where Vladimir is coming from. And I could also see where JD is coming from. Because JD told these people, y'all becoming weird. Y'all becoming seriously weird. Okay? America had y'all's back because we believed that, hey, Queen, we shared a common culture as people of European ancestry. But now this is becoming hella bizarre. It is becoming bizarre. But I'm like, if the French president is really married to a man, okay? If the French president is married to a man, This is a lot. This is a lot. They have to be stopped. Okay? And the thing about these people too, they love to sit here like the Western media, especially over here, MSNBC and CNN. They love to sit here and talk bad about Vladimir Putin and call him a colonizer, authoritarian, an invader. But they push their crazy ass beliefs onto other people. You see, it's one thing for them to believe in transsexual identity and the QIA and do that in their countries. But no, they go to other countries, right? Third world countries, and they try to impose that on people. And they make that a condition of receiving aid. They make it a condition of receiving loans, is that you have to put LGBTQ stuff into your constitution. You have to put homosexuality into your constitution. You have to use your constitution to guarantee that two men can have intercourse. You have to put into your constitution that two girls can play with each other's lady parts. You have to put into your constitution that children can have their body parts cut in pieces. Make it make sense. This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. And I'm like, the more you think about this on a spiritual level, Vladimir is right. These people need to be fought. They need to be fought. JD is right. These people are weird. They are extremely weird. It's a perverse people. Europeans are perverts. They're a bunch of pagans. I'm telling you, if you ever vacation in France, they start playing pornography on TV at like 9 p.m. There's one channel in France called M6, M6, right? They play pornography at like 9 p.m. It would be like when we used to go there on vacation, like my mom and my dad, oh my gosh. I'm telling you, like even a yogurt commercial, the girl gonna be naked. Okay. They like a bread commercial about 13s. The girl's gonna be naked. Everybody's naked. You go to the phone booths, like, you know, like when people didn't have cell phones back in the day, right? So you would go to a phone booth to make a phone call. Y'all, there is nudity all over the place. Bunch of naked people touching themselves, right? And y'all know I ain't lying. It's not just France, Netherlands. They're known for prostitution. How can an entire country be known for prostitution? The red light district. Every time you talk to people about the Netherlands, it's prostitution, smoking weed, and what else? And drinking beer. Degeneracy. Bunch of weirdos. And they go around to other people's countries, especially third world countries, and they force these people to put that stuff in their constitution, right? And when it comes to MSNBC and CNN and ABC, they don't talk about that stuff. But then again, the vast majority of mainstream media is ran by a bunch of TQIA plus people or TQIA plus sympathizers. You understand, right? And I'm like, these people are seriously deranged. They are deranged. Yes, absolutely. That's what it is. That's really what it is. They're trying to make America bankrupt emotionally, in terms of work ethics, financially, right? It's like this, like what is going on? They don't respect elections. They don't even believe in their own process. Like you need to have a primary. There's no primary. Like Joe Biden could just select somebody. Like you would think you were actually in Cameroon. Like what is this? The president is 80 years old or 81 years old. I'm like, Paul Biya is like 85 years old. Are we actually in Cameroon? Are we seriously in Cameroon? Like where are we? No, we are in America. The level of corruption, you would think you were actually in Africa. Like, what is going on here? What is going on? Because Democrats are horrible people. And of course, when you let Democrats run America, it is you really are going to feel like you're in a third world country, because third world countries operate not out of entrepreneurism and capitalism. They operate out of socialism. There is too much socialism in Africa, which is why the people are still living in poverty. They are still living in poverty. Europe also feels like a third world place because all they do is just pay these people all kinds of benefits. They pay the people all kinds of benefits. They do not work. They are extremely lazy. They're lazy and they're perverse. They're lazy and they're always in some kind of weird sexual deviation. Like, no, you're deviant. You're sexual deviants. No. So I'm like, nah, this is insane. This is insane. How like at one point they were trying to get Haiti to change their constitution, which is why I think they had that man murdered, because they wanted to be legal to have sex with a 13-year-old in Haiti. They wanted to make it legal to have sex with a dog in Haiti, trying to change the constitution to protect pedophilia, to protect bestiality. Right? I'm like, yeah, because how much you want to bet all these rich Europeans want to go to Haiti and be able to do whatever they want to do without having to face any kind of repercussions, right? And from the documentary that Candace did about Macron, right, is that when they were young, they would go to Morocco, a Muslim country, yet again, this is who they are. They would go to a Muslim country and they would have relations with boys, Muslim boys. And I'm like, how did y'all make it alive? How did y'all make it alive? And they love to make it seem like sometimes, I mean, they're not Arabs, but they are Muslim, but they're Maghrebis, right? But I'm like, they like to make it seem like people who are Islamic just wake up when they act crazy. No, they go places. These goofy ass Western Europeans, they go places and they trigger people. They trigger people. They know that these people don't believe in foolishness. They know that these people don't believe in alcohol. They know that these people don't believe in sex work. And they go to their countries and they drink in their faces. They drink so much, they're belligerent. They get stupid wasted in Muslim countries. They intentionally go to Muslim countries and try to wear the least amount of clothes possible. They have no respect. They have no respect. They're not raised right. They're not trained right. And they don't know how to live with other people. They have the problem. They don't know how to coexist with other people because they always try to push their dirty ass ways, their perverse ways onto other people. They are perverse. It is a perverted people. They are extremely perverse. It's the freaking Olympics. What does that have to do? Why do you take the Olympics to mock Jesus? Why do you use the Olympics to mock Jesus? And just off of that alone, every Christian in America should have said, Vladimir, whoop their asses. Whoop their asses, because they have no respect for Jesus. They have no respect for the Bible. They do not respect God. They don't respect Christians. So just for that, Vladimir, whoop their asses. Whoop their asses, because somebody need to do it. They need to be stopped. Europe is becoming so perverted. It's becoming so perverted. It is so perverted. And because they're filth, because it's filthy, because they're filth, it makes so much sense to them. They think everybody else should be okay with that. No, you're filthy. You have filthy minds. You have filthy habits. You know, I don't even know how, like, even for the French people, how they could have been okay voting for a man who was 14, 15 when he was having relations with this person who could be a man. Right? But I'm like, their age, like that, like it's almost like a 30 age difference. Hold on. You see? They have a 24 age gap, 24 years, 24 years. How is this not pedophilia? How is this not pedophilia? How is this not pedophilia? And what's the messaging here? Like, seriously, what is the messaging here? They want to normalize this. They know what the hell they're doing. They want to normalize this. So you think a man that was being touched by a grown person and most likely another man, right? So this is pedophilia. You think these people can win against Vladimir? Like, go sit out somewhere. This is pedophilia. He was in middle school. He was in middle school. He was like 13 years old. So 24 years is like what? You were like 37? And you kept sleeping with him his entire life? No, Ms. V, it's so disgusting. It is so disgusting. But I'm like, what is the messaging here? Right? And this is how they get you over. They're French people. We love Louis Vuitton. We love Hermes. We love the French way of life. We love French cuisine. This is how they get your ass. So then you look away. But you should not look away because they keep triggering people. So first you have this, and then you have the Last Supper that they turn into this big old LGBTQ freak show of an orgy, right? But they're testing your gangster. They are truly testing your gangster. Like, they are truly testing you to see if you're going to stand on business. And I'm like, no, y'all crazy. You cannot keep doing this. They are extremely perverted. Europeans now are extremely perverted. And they are extremely lazy. And they don't like to work. And they don't pay their bills. So we have a problem. We have a problem. You know, but it's like they'll get you to believe that, oh, Vladimir is so evil. He's so evil. But I've come to realize when they keep telling you that somebody is evil, most likely the person's actually good. Most likely they're actually good, you know, because anybody that can't control or anybody that can't completely break you down, they always want people not to like you. Right. So first they try to break you. They try to break you down. They try to destroy you. Right. If they really can't do it, then they say, OK, we got to get as many people as we can to just not like you. So now they start a whole smearing campaign. Right. But for the majority of the time, when mainstream media tells you to like somebody, you'll notice that the person's extremely perverted. the person has all kinds of perversion, right? When they tell you to hate somebody and you look into it, you'll see the person has morals, the person has standards, the person has family values, right? Because Western ideology today hates everything traditional. They hate the fact that men, like we have two genders. They hate that stuff. They hate like the conventional men who's traditional, who's masculine, who leads the house. They hate that, right? What else they hate? They just hate order. They just want to cause chaos. Anything traditional. They hate family, right? They hate family. They hate the concept of a two-parent household with two parents that don't have the same gender. They hate that stuff too. I mean, they just hate it all, right? So anything traditional, they try to do their own version of it. Oh, a family with two daddies, a family with two mamas, or just one parent raising the children, right? Oh, a man can wear outfits just like a man, like a woman. Oh, a man can do whatever a woman does. He can dress like her. He can go to her bathroom, can go to her restroom. He can go to the locker room with her. You know, like all he has to do is identify as a woman, right? I mean, like this is insanity. Children know their genders more than their actual parent. That whatever kind of thing, whatever kind of gender you think you have, it was assigned to you at birth. Like, what are we doing here? Okay, assigned, like you're born, you have no private parts, and the doctor goes, okay, boom, 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 boom. No, you like when you are even in utero, we see your private parts. When you go and get your sonogram, we can see the private part. Nobody's assigning anything to anybody. If anything, people are observing the body part, right? What the heck? What the heck? You know, you can't call pregnant woman pregnant. You got to say birthing person, right? And like we're sitting here being so passive and we're not seeing how demonic this cultural shift has been. And it has been so overwhelming. It has been so overwhelming. So I'm like, no, I can see why Vladimir's like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. You perverted people. Europeans, a bunch of perverts. They are sick as hell. They are so sick. They make me sick. They're so disgusting. Yeah, they hate everything. They really do. They do. It's like, this is insane. This is insane. He definitely was groomed, though. He was groomed. You know, I'm like, how is this okay? How is this okay? And this is the leadership of France. So how can other people who are like, how can anybody in the East not be scared of this? Right? Like, who wants that in their country? Who wants that? Who wants that? You think China wants this mess? You think Russia wants this mess? Or India wants this mess? Or, you know, whoever's out there wants this mess? Oh, hell no. You are crazy. And because nobody's standing up to this stuff. Why? Because of fashion, perfume, rotten food, rotten cheese, rotten grape juice called champagne or wine. All this stuff is always rotten. Think about it. Everything French people sell to people is always expired and rotten. Cheese is rotten. Wine is rotten grape juice. Okay. What else they got? They're always selling like champagne also. Rotten. They only sell rotten stuff to people. Everything is old and expired. Okay. But because people are so like, I don't know, mesmerized by these white people and their skin, it's like, oh no, it's not that bad. No, it is that bad. Okay. It's all rotten. They make people eat snails. They'll make people eat frog legs, right? Like, what is this? If it was any other country not full of white people, it'd be a problem. Like, no. This is insane. This is really crazy. Where we at? Hold on. Let's go back over here. So I'm like, this man, he is no match. He is no match for Vladimir Putin.
Thank you for being here.
Namaste, Mr. President.
Bharat Kelogan, Kumeri Namaste.
How many people generally follow you in interviews?
Typically, in a month, we have viewers up to 150 million. That's more than twice the population of France. And in the last 2 years, we had 3 billion viewers. So I say, Laurent, this is your chance to be famous. You're on first post. One word to describe your equation with Prime Minister Modi.
Amitié.
As India and France work together, are you creating a new era of non-alignment?
This is something else. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah. I'm like, this right here could really be a man. That is crazy. Now, let me show you what I was watching yesterday. Because I did watch Candace.
America, controlled by NATO, to be a leader in that region. We have been against Zelensky since day one. We jumped out of Afghanistan after decades of sons and daughters being killed and with nothing to show. Nothing has shown us billions of dollars given to a region. We have no idea what was happening. Was just a money laundering operation? What is the explanation for Afghanistan? We've got nothing, literally. What were they doing? I know that some people were having to guard their poppy fields. Was it just a way to create the opioid crisis? Was this for big pharma? We're never going to get any answers. But literally 2 weeks after we got out of Afghanistan, we jumped into being involved because the most important thing ever was for us to defend Ukrainian borders. Even though the majority of Americans cannot point out Michigan on a map, suddenly everybody was like, no, Ukraine is it, and didn't really know the background of our involvement and the color revolution that we launched in 2014 in Ukraine, installing essentially someone that was controlled by America, controlled by NATO, to be a leader in that region. We caused the regional issues there. We did. NATO, America, we caused those issues dating back to 2014. No matter what anybody tells you, that is the truth, okay? We staged a coup. And so Zelensky is just a person who is a puppet. He is not a real leader in that region. And he has taken billions from American taxpayers, and watching him disrespect us by showing up. He has done Vanity Fair. He has done Vogue twice. He has done the cover of Forbes. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast, okay? And every time he comes to the White House, he can't even be bothered to put on a suit. So you can't afford groceries. You can't afford to fill up your tank. And he doesn't care. He's just like, oh, well, you know what? I'm just going to dress in my sweatpants, my military fatigues, because he's a propagandist. He's supposed to be selling to you like he's like on the front lines. He thinks he's in a movie. And that's because before becoming the president, he was literally just an actor. Yeah. He was like a Netflix actor, so to speak, right? He was on a very popular television show in Ukraine where he played, I'm not even kidding, I would talk about The Matrix. He played an actor that went on to become president. And then he was an actor who went on to become president. You can't even believe these things. It's true. Yeah. Okay. And so that's his goal. He's an actor. He's supposed to wear outfits. He's with tons of A-list celebrities. You're in a war and thousands of men are dying, and you're making time to do the cover of Vogue twice. Vanity Fair. Guys, you have to realize how unbelievably ridiculous and wrong that is. And so it has been nice. So as soon as this guy gets out of the car, like he's just a buddy to Trump and he's just going there to pick up some more money. I mean, he actually got angry when someone suggested that we cut off these welfare checks to Ukraine. He's like, no. You pay for me. You pay for me and do whatever I want. This is the first time where he went to the White House and Trump looked down at him and was like, what are you wearing? I'm going to show you. Like he makes a little smart comment like, oh, okay. Show some respect. Take a listen.
Yes, I had pretty close. How are you? Pretty sure.
Even President Trump said, oh, you're all dressed up. Like what is this? What is this? Look at this little midget. This is just so disrespectful. This is insane. It's insane.
All dressed up today.
President Trump, what's your message to Vladimir Putin? President Trump. President Trump,
Thank you very much.
That's good enough. So Zelensky has always, to me, been giving Veruca Salt, don't care how I want it now, you know, don't care how I want you guys to get back to work and you're going to keep funding my war, which even AI will tell you they never had a means of winning. Right? This was just a never-ending money laundering opportunity, get money out of the taxpayers' dollars, and then they go, oh, we lost it. Pentagon doesn't know where all of the billions of dollars went. That's just what keeps happening all the time. And I have been calling this out since 2022, okay? Before it was cool or popular to recognize that we were getting got, like we were just getting got in the Ukrainian laundry.
Because, you know, and I think the thing about these Europeans, though, outside of the U.S., a lot of people don't respect the American people. A lot of people don't think Americans are smart. A lot of people don't think American people are intelligent. They think, plus, America also has a problem with obesity, right? So they don't believe, not to be offensive, but if you look at the test scores, right, it does seem like America does not have lots of intelligent people. Then you have the obesity problem, right? So I could see, you have to understand how people think, okay, these people right there, all you have to say is Vladimir Putin bad, human rights, freedom. Like, there are certain words, like when you say out here, you can get these American people to give you all kinds of money. Right? Because they want to believe that they're good people. They want to be saviors of the world. Like, especially these white liberals, they have a godlike complex. That's why they get involved in all these goofy ass wars, because they want to feel so heroic. Okay. White liberals they get drunk off of that. That's why they love to say things like, oh, as a white person, I understand that I have privilege. And it is my responsibility to make it easier for you. It is my duty to understand my white privilege. And I'm like, you have privilege over who? Like, what are we even talking about? Right? Like, go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Okay. But they love that stuff. They love to believe that they have this privilege over you and they have this privilege over you. And they love it when Black people go and prostrate themselves and say, yes, white person, we need you. We need your help. White woman, we need you to vote against Trump. Okay. White woman, we need you to listen to the Black woman now. White woman, like, shut the hell up. No, we don't. Stop lying to these people and stop gassing them up. They're not that important. They are just regular people. Even now in America too, white people are behind Asian people. So they're not that important. Don't lie to these people. Okay? Indian people have privilege. Japanese people have privilege. Stop lying to these white folks. We are no longer the 1920s and 1930s for you to go around here and tell white people that, oh, hey, queen, that, oh, they have privilege. What privilege? What privilege? There are so many poor white people nowadays. Don't make no damn sense. Okay? And I see them. I see them on social media. Okay? Make it make sense. Right? So no, it's a case-by-case basis. But just because you're white doesn't mean that you have privilege. Because that's the case. We all have some kind of privilege. Everybody has a privilege. There's nobody born without a privilege. Now, it might not be a big of a privilege, and we all have some privilege. Right? Make it make sense. And they get so triggered when you're Black and you say that you're not a victim. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're not oppressed? What do you mean you don't need me to save you? What do you mean you don't need my help? What do you mean I'm not supposed to be your God and save you from racism and save you from the fact that you can't save yourself? Like, no, I don't need your goofy ass. Leave me alone, you weirdo. Bunch of weirdos. Okay? So there's like, they just interject themselves in stuff that has nothing to do with them. Right? And that's nothing also about socialists, right? Socialists are people who believe that a person can't do anything without the help of the government, right? So the Ukrainian people, they can't do it. They can never do it. How did Vietnam defeat America? Okay? How can a small country like Vietnam defeat America? How did Japan, that's a small island, even invaded China? Invaded Korea, you name it. These little goofy ass Japanese people, they bullied everybody in the Pacific. Right? So it goes to show you, if they really wanted to, they can. It might not be easy though, but they can. You don't have to help them. They need to help themselves. If they want it bad enough, they can do it. It might not be easy because Vladimir is crazy, right? But the thing is, when it comes to socialists, they believe in government interference because they don't believe that a human being has self-agency, self-determination. They're like, no, legislation trumps self-determination. We have to write laws to help people. We have to write laws to make things inclusive. We have to write laws to censor speech so that people don't get their feelings hurt. No. If you're having a conversation with somebody and somebody calls you an idiot, what's stopping you from saying, well, you're an idiot also? Defend yourself. We don't need legislation. If somebody calls you fat, call them something back. Defend yourself. We don't have to write legislation to censor speech to make sure that people don't hurt your feelings. You need to learn how to stand up for yourself. That's crazy to me, right? Like, that's so crazy to me. Even the N-word. Somebody calls you an N-word. There's a name for those people too. Call them the name too. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you called me that. Share, please. I want you to. I want you to do it. Okay, it's not gonna end well. Like one time I had this one live and bunch of deranged, because it's not over, but it was some deranged white kids who jumped on the live and they were typing the N-word like it was running out of style. They're just typing the stuff, right? Baby, I had fun with it too though. Right? And they didn't get the reaction they expect. I'm like, you think I'm gonna sing and start crying? Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you called me that. I can't believe you called baby. I'm stupid my damn self, okay? I'm stupid my damn self. And when I tell you I called these people all kinds of N-word, I was like, yeah, they're like, oh, but I was like, okay, because you give words power. You give words power. And like allegedly yesterday, Kanye was out there with a swastika. I don't know. So Z sent that to me. And she's like, oh, Marlene, Kanye is crazy. He's out here with a swastika. And I'm like, okay, what's the big deal? Right? The swastika by itself, it has no meaning. It's a symbol. Now you give it meaning. When you react to it, you start crying, you start being scared. You are giving it power. We have to learn, like your reaction to things is what gives it power. Stop reacting, right? The day people stop reacting to this freaking swastika, it will become a non-factor. But as long as people can get a reaction out of you, they will keep doing it. They'll keep doing it. It's like if you see somebody in a Ku Klux Klan dress, right? If you decide to get scared and start running, you have just given this goofy ass outfit power. I want you to try something. Try it. Let's see how it goes. I don't give a damn. I don't care. I really do not care. I don't care. Somebody can even dress like Hitler. I do not care. It's going to be what it is. You decide. Okay? I don't care. But I don't sit here and just give my energy to goofy stuff. But I'm like, that's what Kanye's trying to teach y'all. Y'all just out here just giving all kinds of foolishness power. You give things power. Stop reacting to stuff. Stop reacting to stuff. Stop giving a damn. Right? How many people got rich? How many people got viral? How many people have got millions of followers just rage baiting? Just rage baiting, and people fall for it every single time. And like you see, all this rage, it creates so much activity in the comments and things like that. People start sharing it, and what happens? You're gonna make this person famous. Rage, hatred, right? The best thing to do when you don't like somebody, play it cool. Ignore the person. Don't even talk about it. They're looking for a reaction, and you are giving these people exactly what they're looking for. And they make money in the process. They get more views in the process. They get more shares in the process. One thing we know about Kanye West, Kanye is not all the way crazy. He knows what he's doing, right? Kanye does not like to pay for marketing. Have we not noticed that? He doesn't like to pay for marketing. Like a marketing campaign that could cost Kanye $100 million, he's just going to cause controversy and get the same results. Because Kanye knows it's all about rage baiting. It's all about shares. It's all about that kinds of foolishness. He understands the game. He gets it. He gets it. Right? He knows how to cuss out black people, disappoint black people, and then start playing gospel music. Okay? He's really smart. He's not stupid. Right? But he understands rage makes people take action. Unfortunately, it's not a good action, but they're going to act. They're going to comment. They're going to share. They're going to post it in their stories. They're going to keep talking about it, right? And you see, he just did it. He got all the press he was looking for free. You worked for him. You worked for him. So the best thing you can do is to not have a reaction to the stuff, right? Oh, a swastika. Okay. Try something though. If you're just going to wear it, okay, cool. If you're not going to try anything behind it, cool. But if you try something, it's going to be a problem. Because for every action, there has to be a matching reaction. But I'm not just going to sit here and be like, oh my gosh, he wore a swastika and I'm so scared and I'm so disappointed in him. I don't give a damn. I got kids to raise. Kanye's a grown-ass man. And a swastika does not scare me. I am not scared of a freaking swastika. Like, what is this? Carry on. Move around with this stuff. Like, it's just so crazy to me, right? Like, stop giving into stuff. Like, stop giving irrelevant things like your reaction and your energy. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it.
Matt over there. Here's my tweet from 2022. I literally wrote, I cannot stop laughing at how Zelensky always intentionally styles himself like he just came out of the trenches as a recurring piece of propaganda. He just has no time to put on a suit, you guys. He's just so busy doing hero things with your money. He can't be bothered to wear a suit. There's no reason he can't put on a suit other than the fact that he's trying to sell to the public that he is on the front lines. It's a movie role for him. And that drives me insane. So you have to imagine how absolutely giddy I was when I saw this clip circulating from C-SPAN of J.D. Vance, Trump, and Zelensky in the Oval Office, because Trump is looking at him like, you're like a bratty kid.
Yeah.
You don't even have the respect. Even you knew during Christmas time, when you were going, or it was your birthday and you were going to see your grandparents, you knew they were going to write a check and they were going to slip $100 or $20 in there. You knew to come correct, right? You knew to have some respect because your grandparents are going to give you a little bit of money and you're going to act surprised that there's money in there. You're going to say, thank you. That's not him. That's not Zelensky. He's Veruca Salt. Don't care how. I want it now. I want the whole world. I want to wear them like braids in my hair and I don't want to share them. Okay. That is Zelensky. And so today, for the first time in 4 years, in my view, he got the treatment that he deserves from the American people, not even the American people, the American representatives, J.D. Vance and President Donald Trump. Take a listen to this meeting.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President,
strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to
count once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the
answer.
United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction?
Trump was like, answer that question. Answer the question, Chad. We're trying to get somewhere. We're trying to get somewhere. Unbelievable. Like y'all, like I went back and watched the whole thing all over again. You should have seen his face, his body language, rolling his eyes. I'm like, wow, this dude is extremely arrogant. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow.
Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
I love President Trump. He was don't speak up for my life. I was like, good job, President Trump. Rebuke that man. Oh, you gonna feel it. We ain't gonna feel nothing but success. Okay, we're not gonna feel nothing but prosperity. Okay, we're not gonna feel nothing but our money coming back to our accounts when we get your rare earth. Okay, we don't get our stuff back. You are out your mind. How can you speak curses over us? Are you insane? We return that right back to sender. You're gonna feel the wrath of freaking Vladimir. Don't play with us. Okay, this is insanity. Insanity.
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
Exactly.
We're trying to solve a problem.
Exactly.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this.
I'm not
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right.
No, we're not. And you know what's so, like you said, do you know what's funny though? Imagine if this was Kamala Harris. If instead of having JD there, like it was Biden and Kamala Harris. She'd just be in there cackling, laughing, thinking everything is a joke, right? Even if she was the president, she's okay, fine, have the money, right? And that's why there's certain things to be said about men have to be in leadership. If the majority of the world is being ran by men, what do we look like having women in the White House? Like, are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Right? When you have real man, not one man that has dementia and a cackling hen that's a vice president, right? When you actually have two real men in the office like this, you see this? Like, oh, hell no, we ain't gonna do this. No, not giving you no money. You see how men will require things out of you before they give you anything? Women will just coddle you. That's why kids will treat their mom one way and they'll treat their dad a certain way, right? Because they know who they can play with. They know, oh, this parent gonna let me get away with this. This other parent, he's not gonna let me get away with this. Foolishness. And that's what a real vice president is. Like, you're supposed to be almost just as good as the president, right? But I'm like, the fact, and like she said, Trump barely had to talk because JD handled this man. JD was ready for this fool. He was like, no, let me do this. I got this. Okay. Let me do it. Okay. Let me do it. All right. This is ridiculous. But I'm like, this is how you know that you picked a good VP. Now, my issue with Candace, when Trump had picked JD as a VP, she was trying to mobilize, and she has millions of people. She was trying to mobilize people to not be supportive of JD. She was saying that JD should step down if he wants Trump to win, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, girl, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Okay? Because what does Trump look like telling JD, oh, okay, I changed my mind because people are applying pressure? No, Trump made up his mind and he's stuck beside JD. Like, you know what? I chose you. It is what it is. We're going to ride this through. You're going to learn. You're going to learn as you go. And JD got better at doing this, right? But I'm like, what you're doing, Candace, is extremely crazy because you are encouraging people to not believe in JD. If we decide that Trump is the leader and Trump said, okay, that's the guy I'm going for, we're going to have to support it. And we're going to have to be patient. Right. But I'm like, JD, the more we got to get to know this man, because he has eyes like a husky. I was like, you know what? You're not so bad. You ain't so bad. I like you, boo. I do like you because he knows how to handle these people. JD, I'm like, he gives lawyer energy. In my mind, when I was a child, that's what I thought a lawyer was. Especially if you went to Yale Law School and like Vanessa Jones. Okay. And I'm like, Van Jones went to law school. Van Jones went to Yale. And you look at this man, you're like, where exactly did you get your law degree from? Always crying, right? JD also went to Yale. Have you seen this man cry one time? No, there's no need to cry. What are you crying for? Every time you see Van Jones, he's always crying like this. Why? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're insane. You are really, really insane, right? But if it was Kamala Harris, she would have given Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. That man would have gotten that money. That man would have gotten that money. Tampon Tim and Cackling Kamala, they would have given this man that money. And they're like, no, we're not giving you the money. Matter of fact, you're disrespectful. And guess what? They kicked his ass out. Like, we don't need you, fool. We don't need your ass. Make it make sense. Like, this guy is crazy.
Now, not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. Yeah, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
Look at him. Look at him. He's so petulant. He has like a child. Like, he's like a child. This little dwarf. He's too much.
And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No, in this
Even
entire
today.
meeting, you said thank you.
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Zelensky needs a spanking. He needs an old-fashioned spanking. Go outside, get the switch. Back when they used to do it in the day before we were coddling toddlers. That is toddler behavior. Just wear a suit. You're going to ask for money. Wear a suit. Have some respect. Do not litigate matters in front. Could you just imagine the audacity of your child, like speaking to, he is a welfare child. He is ghetto, okay? People, I used to say ghetto, and the media would always lie about that. Like, oh, Candace calls black people ghetto. There are people all around the world who act ghetto, and he is a welfare child, okay? Make no mistake. I don't care where he's getting his military fatigues, which he apparently has never-ending supply of. Him coming out with this handout and acting like a bratty child should be treated in that manner, okay? That's how toddlers, you need to put them in their place and remind them, okay? Adults are speaking. You don't use that tone with me. So I say to my son, you don't use that tone with me. You don't speak to adults like that. Why? Because you're a child and it's inappropriate. And that's how I felt watching him. I'm like, who are you, okay? And he's lucky it wasn't me in there. He's lucky it wasn't me in there, because I promise you, if I was in there and he was talking to me like that for taking money from the mouths of my family's out there, they can't put gas in their tank, and you're over here coming here in your sweatpants. It would have been over. It would have been over. This is why I just do this from home, because I can't be out there dealing with men acting like that little man child that he is. And so I was happy to see this. And by the way, the best part was that Ukrainian's ambassador, who probably is just his babysitter, who probably just has to write down the lines he's supposed to remember, and saw this happening. Look at her face as she's watching this correspondence in the Oval Office.
But I said to you, I want a ceasefire with guarantees, because you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
Dang, my child just do not know how to act. I told him to just say these 3 things, and he's out of control right now. And we're about to lose all this money. And I can't believe he couldn't just pull it together. And I just have to call out the hero here, the reporter Brian Glenn of Real America's Voice, because nothing has been more real and more American and more of our voice, more representative of our voice than him straight up asking Zelensky about this little outfit that he's wearing. Take a listen.
Second question.
My second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, you have problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have such. I will wear a costume after this war will finish. Okay. Yes, maybe something like yours. Yes, maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you.
And of course, like all the rest of the leaders, like Emmanuel Macron, what is his background in? Drama club, theater. And so for him, like I said, it is a costume that he's wearing now. He gets up and he's like, how can I look like I'm a military guy that's playing a role? This is why he hangs out with Sean Penn. What he desperately wants to be is a Hollywood actor. It's why he spends so much time with Hollywood actors. He wants Ari Emanuel to be his agent. Okay. These are just the facts. If you've been paying attention, these are the facts. And I am over it. I do not care. Piers Morgan jumped into it and was like, well, Elon Musk doesn't wear a suit in the White House. Guess what? Elon Musk isn't taking billions of dollars away from the taxpayer. Do you understand the difference here? And listen, if you guys in Europe, because you guys love this war so much, because you have an aging population that's still high on what I would refer to as Cold War propaganda. Like these are the kids, this boomer generation that grew up, and like in the way that we had fire drills, you got to think about this. They had nuclear drills. Okay. And the kids would get under their desks and they'd be like, oh, Russia's going to bomb you. Russia's going to nuclear bomb us. And if you get under your desk, this is going to save you. Pointedly ridiculous, completely crazy. But obviously it's stuck with this generation because they are so ridiculous when on the topic of Russia. It's like Russia, 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 Russia. We got to be afraid. I'm not afraid of Russia. Okay. I have an understanding that they have a smaller GDP than California. This whole idea that they're trying to recreate the Soviet Union is a nonsense. It is propaganda. It is stupid. It is beyond stupid. It is literally just a way to keep people fearful. It is CIA propaganda because what's really happening is we're expanding into their territory, guys. Take a look at what the EU is. Take a look at what NATO is. It's military people that are on the border of Russia's country, not the other way around. Russia is not in Mexico. They're not in Canada. I don't care. I want nothing to do with this nonsense. You think Putin bad? You fund it. You fund Zelensky. Exactly. You be his never-ending pocketbook. Exactly. You love that, Piers Morgan? Do it. You love that, United Kingdom? Do it. Mm-hmm. You think that this you just forever want to be his granddad? Fine. I have no issue with that. But the American people are tired of it. And I have to tell you, we are tired of being the pocketbook to the world, especially while our countries are in deterioration. When we look around and we have all of these issues and we can't even get things to look nice, the streets to look clean everywhere. Yes. Crime is rampant in inner cities, and you keep telling us I have to care about this little small man who doesn't have the decency to put on a suit. Pass. Miss me entirely with this. So Trump then gave a statement on the meeting. He tweeted this. He tweeted, we had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion. I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America and its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. Donald J. Trump. And then Zelensky replied with this on Twitter about the visit. Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your visit. Thank you, POTUS, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that. Okay, so it looks like his ambassador took the phone and just said, listen, you're done. You're done for today. Go take a shower, go to sleep. You fumbled the ball greatly. All right, guys, before I read some of your comments and your opinions on this,
this is just ridiculous. Now let's go to Marco Rubio real quick. Hold on.
In that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see. You guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. Mm-hmm. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. Mm-hmm. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Mm-hmm. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way because we're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington. And there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose. And I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe
he doesn't want a peace deal, and he doesn't want to sign over his minerals. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it. He's a con artist. And you know what I realized yesterday? Yeah. Marco been on it, right? I wish Byron had been there, but he's in Congress, so he's not going to be there. But you know one thing I realized yesterday? I'm like, y'all, this is an amazing scam when you think about it. Thinking the mind of the scammer. I guess I'm an Aquarius, so I'm thinking the mind of a scammer, right? But think about this, right? If you understand that these Americans have this like weird rooted fear, rooted fear, like Russia, anything having to do with Russia, right? You got bombed a little bit. Oh my gosh, look, he's trying to take us over. Oh my gosh. These Americans will panic. They'll give you all kinds of money. And then you'll say, oh, because Russia started it, so they're going to have to pay for the reconstruction. I'm like, maybe that's also why, even though I do believe that Biden and his people were getting lots of kickbacks from this, but I do believe that maybe that's why they gave him so much money. Because if the premise is, well, since Russia started it, right, we'll just give you all kinds of money, however much money you need. And then when the war is over, we're going to make him pay it back. Because that's kind of what happened with after World War II also, when they had the Bretton Woods Accord, right? Germany had to pay all this money back, right? They had to pay all this, it happened the first time, which is why Hitler came to rise, because they were so broke. Germany was so broke, having to pay back all the money from the first war, right? So that gave rise to Hitler. They don't want to talk about it, but that's exactly what happened. Then the second war, when Germany lost again, right? According to the Bretton Woods Accord, Germany had to pay all this money back. So I can see how it probably is the same, it's in the same vein of, okay, we'll give you whatever you need, however much you need. And then when it's all said and done, because you're going to win, and then we'll just make the man pay all the money back. So when you feel as though no matter what, you're going to force this man to pay it back, I can see why you would say to yourself, well, there's no cap. There's no limit. There's no amount of money we're not going to give to Ukraine, because you believe that no matter how much the money is, you're just forced Vladimir to pay the money. And I'm like, no, that's not how life works. And I'm like, maybe that's why there was no cap. There was no ceiling on how much money Biden and Kamala Harris, those people, agreed to give to Zelensky. Because if you truly believe that you can bring Russia down to their knees, you're going to weaken their economy, right? All these bad things will happen to Russia, because they truly believe that, okay. So from my understanding, there was truly no way of winning this war unless you drag the war for as long as possible. Because like the girl said, they had 24,000 sanctions against Russia. I'm like, how do you even have 24,000 sanctions? What does it even look like, right? 24,000 sanctions against Russia. Joe Biden also had one of his gas pipes bombed somewhere in the waters up there somewhere. So I could see how you could say to yourself, we are so sure that he's not going to make it. We are so sure that financially he's not going to last, right? We're going to make it so he can't sell anything. He's all by himself, right? They really believed that was going to work. So we'll just give you whatever kind of money you need, and then we'll just get that money back from Russia. But unfortunately, no, you made a bad deal. You made a bad bet because his economy is not crumbling. He is not isolated. He is not by himself. The ruble is not that far off. It was like 84 rubles to $1. Now it's just 88 rubles to $1. He managed his economy really well. Also, he has the support of his people, right? So it didn't happen. But I'm like, imagine if it actually worked, they would have got money from America and they would have got money from Russia. So they would have made money twice. They would have made money twice. And I'm like, that is a lot of money. So from this goofy ass war, Ukraine could have walked off with like $1 trillion. $1 trillion, right? And I'm like, this is how you see how foolish, I don't know, American politicians are to not see that this right here was a scam. It was a setup. Like, oh, I know that you people, like, you know, you're known enemies, like y'all don't like each other. So I'm going to weaponize that. I'm going to come to you and tell you that your worst enemy is bullying me. And that's going to trigger you to want to help me because I know you can't stand his ass, right? And then once we beat his ass, I'm like, well, you know, they told me you were going to pay me back. So that's why I agreed to let you destroy my land because the more damage I incur, the more money I was going to get out of you. So I'm like, they get to have money twice. And I'm like, no, right? People have to stop allowing the media to convince them that, oh, Russia is America's enemy. No, America's enemy is within. I would even argue that America's enemy are these liberals. America's enemies are just like this woke media that never wants to actually show people the facts. They never show people the facts. They only give people narratives. I think if we had seen more images of the war in Ukraine, a lot of people would have asked for this war to stop. They would have asked for this war to stop a whole lot sooner. But they made sure that we never saw any images on TV. They don't want us to see it. Because when you start seeing it, you're going to be like, oh, no, oh, hell no. We got to get out of there. We can't afford to be there. This is senseless. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of human lives. Destroying the place, destroying bridges, destroying houses, destroying all these buildings. And who's going to pay for that? Who's going to rebuild that? Nobody is. There's not going to be any money. Right? So now if the U.S. pulls out, definitely they're not going to have any money. And Russia's not going to give them any money. So then how are the Ukrainian people supposed to pay for all of this? Pay to have their countries rebuild, pay to have this money sent back to America, right? He has just put generations of people into debt. When are they going to pay all this money off, right? So I'm like, now to the national debt. We saw yesterday, right, that Ukraine's GDP for 2023 was 180 billion, right? We gave these people 350 billion. So if they're supposed to pay this back, we've just added to their national debt. For what? For a war they were never going to win in the first place? And a war that they were never going to get Vladimir to pay for. He was never going to pay for this. He's going to bomb your ass, destroy your stuff, and he's never going to pay to have any of this fixed. And nobody was ever going to make this man pay for anything. You idiot, right? But that's what you get when you're greedy. But I'm like, I saw the scam unravel yesterday. I'm like, wow, these Europeans, right? Because they know the American people are so easy to scare. You saw with politics, you saw with Trump, you saw with the whole COVID thing, with the whole jab. They're just out here using fear, and it works every single time. Right? And mainstream media, I think mainstream media is worse than TikTok. They're saying, oh, TikTok is under Chinese influence, okay? But then who exactly is mainstream media under the influence of, right? Because how can these news outlets that are meant to be for the American people, by the American people, financed by the American people, never tell the American people the truth, though? They only speak narratives. They only share narratives. They only share propaganda and stuff that's excessively biased. They're not actually doing the news. They're not actually informing people. Because if they inform people, I promise you a lot of people will stop having Trump derangement syndrome. They play such a huge part into weaponizing people's minds, people's brains, into being so afraid of Trump. And people just listen to these people and they trust these people, not even realizing that they're not giving you the news. They're giving you propaganda. And these are American businesses. So it's like, who is funding these people, right? What foreign entity is funding these people that is causing these news networks? These are American news networks to cause so much chaos, division, and confusion. They spread so much misinformation. They spread so much disinformation. It is so insane. I'm like, they're like a terrorist organization. This is unbelievable to me. Right? We have all these news bodies that are actively working against President Trump. They're just working against the man. No matter what he does, if it's good, if it's really, really good, they will always tell the people it is so bad, it is so this, it is so that. These people are actually against us cutting waste in the federal government. For what reason? For what reason? And then they're selling people on, you know what? We have to keep these jobs. We have to keep people hired just because Trump wants to fire them. Not because it actually serves you, right? Because it doesn't serve the people. Hey, Don told you, they're being taxed for people who don't want to go to work, who don't answer emails. You have people, nobody even knows if they're even if they're still even working their job because they have other jobs because they're working remotely. So they're catching two different checks. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? But imagine that you've gone so the Trump derangement syndrome so badly that even now you despise common sense and you despise even saving your own money. You are being taxed so that people don't have to go to work. Their salaries are being paid. These offices are being paid for. There's no one in the building, but the lease has to be kept because people sign contracts. These people are not answering their questions. They're not showing up to meetings. They're not doing their work. Nobody even knows what's going on. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm like, it's not our job to subsidize federal jobs. It is not our job. If the government is running out of money and they can't make payroll, they have to let people go. Hello? Or no, they have to.
He doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelensky was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year. And at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year of destruction. And by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance at peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored. And that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today?
No.
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But again, when you have
he doesn't want to hand that stuff over. He doesn't want to give but it needs to be dismantled. I don't understand what your problem is. I don't get it. But then you're a European though, right? So that's y'all's problem. That's why I said that y'all gonna go broke. And since you're here, I'm gonna play that little documentary about what happened to Great Britain's wealth fund, so you can see, right? That's why you guys are broke. It's gonna be really bad, because I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, I could see how, because of all the invasion, the stealing, the plundering, the pillaging of the world that Great Britain did, right? Because you guys really are the pirates of the Caribbean, right? It's like there was so much money in Great Britain that they felt like at that point, plus at that point too, like you guys didn't have that population. You didn't have all this immigration. You didn't have such a great population. It wasn't that many people. So I can see how back then the Crown of England felt like, you know what? Hey, we pillaged the world. We stole all this stuff from the world. We can afford to let the British people chill, right? We can take care of them. We can feed them. We can clothe them. We can pay for schools. And what they didn't realize that they started creating a custom for the British people to give up on self-determination. You see, and then it becomes a real problem. Right. And people usually do that. When parents make a lot of money, when parents start making more money, they usually spoil their kids. They want to do everything in their power to make sure their child doesn't have the life that they had. And by doing that, I get what they're coming from, but it's like you can rob your child of so much because, you always got to leave a little bit of room for struggle. Right? You always got to leave a little bit of room for challenges, right? Because that's how you're going to make your child a stronger person. It's not by making their life super, super easy. And we see it with Hollywood too. All these actors and actresses, they have so much money. Their kids don't struggle that they have time to do drugs because they got too much free time. And that's the problem also with like socialism and welfare is that you subsidize people's lifestyle so much that they have nothing but time. And when people have nothing but time, they're going to do some BS. That's why the adage says the idle hands are the devil's playground. Because when people ain't got nothing to do, they're going to get involved with some foolishness. And that's why I say for the most part, people who tend to be on welfare are usually more promiscuous than people who have to pay their own bills. Right? People who are on welfare on average will have more children than people who have to pay their own bills and cannot rely on the government. Because when you have nothing to do but to do whatever, you're going to either do drugs, have sex, or do all kinds of foolishness. Right? So it's like when we look at the British people today, we can see that they have been damaged. They have been ruined by what? By socialism. Right? Remember how you had me pull that map yesterday of all the countries that were like abused by your nation, right? All right. All the countries invaded by your country, right? Okay, look, right? You see this? So all these countries were invaded by your people. You understand? But I'm like, if a small island of people was capable of doing that, why? Because the British people of yesteryears believe in capitalism. And we know they did. Because the first colonies here were quote unquote like venture capital businesses. Right? These companies, these what they call these colonies, right, were funded by VCs, by British venture capital. They came here to see what they could do, what they could sell, what they could get, what they could steal, right? That's what it was. British people at one point in time used to be all about that capitalism, all about funding conquest and looting and stealing and things like that. So exactly, they were really about making lots of money. Even Nigeria was a business, right? Nigeria was an LLC. It really was, right? It was a business, right? These were all businesses. Like it was a lot of venture capital coming out of the Crown of England. So, okay, we'll give you money to go over here. We'll give you money to go over there. There was no socialism. It was business. It was business, right? So do you see how when people have a business mindset, how they're able to just take over the world, even though it was evil? But let's not talk about like the ethical part right now, right? But let's just talk about what capitalism does to a people. It makes people say, okay, I got to start a business. I got to go find some country. I got to go find a place where I can make some money because no one is coming to save me. And today, you look at Great Britain today because of all the benefits, all the welfare. Look at what has happened to the British people, right? They have lost that side of them. They really have. And I'm like, and that right there, it's kind of sad. You know what I'm saying? Like when we talk about AI, we talk about renewable energy, we talk about self-driving cars, anything that has to do with like moving forward, England is nowhere in the conversation, right? But once upon a time, it was like number one in all the conversations, right? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. But this is what socialism does to people. It destroys people's belief in self-agency. It destroys people's belief in like self-determination. They're like, oh no, I'll just wait for the government. I'll just wait for the government. And today you can see how your people have been crippled. And not only have your people been crippled, you are now attracting people from third world countries who are coming to England because they see England as a place of benefits. Maybe you were not here, but one time I played this video about all these Nigerian immigrants in England, right? There was this one family, this one Nigerian family. They left Nigeria. They came to America, right? But guess why they left America? Because they didn't want to pay for insurance. So they moved to England because in England, you don't have to pay for insurance. What does that tell you? People will take advantage, right? These people are capable. They were capable of working, being in America, paying bills, paying their own health care. Hey, Nafisa, they did not want to pay for health care. So what do? They pack their bags and they go from a capitalist country, they go to a socialist country, right? Where even people who are able to fight for their own health care in the private sector are now taking advantage of the public sector, right? Because when we talk about healthcare, even that's a conversation that needs to be had, right? There are people who might not be able to get the best healthcare in the private sector because for some reason they might not be able to get the jobs. Like if we have someone that has Down syndrome, we have someone that might be disabled, like seriously disabled. What kind of job they gonna get in the private sector, right? So people like this, yeah, we can't let them just die. Like, we can't just be that kind of careless, that just cruel callousness and just be that kind of cruel. So even me, I'm not okay with leaving people that have documented like handicaps, infirmities, and health issues. I am not okay with letting those people just die off the side of the street. Like that's excessive, right? But we do have people who are able to compete and acquire healthcare through the private sector by having an employer. So go get a damn job. Why are you here? Why are you here? So now you see you have able bodies because she's a nurse. So she has some good degree. Her husband, I don't know what he did. I forgot what he did, but he worked for Amazon. But nonetheless, these are people who are able to acquire healthcare in the private sector. But they understand England doesn't care if you're able to do it for self. They'll just give it to you. So then they move to England. And now because they're not paying for healthcare, they're driving Mercedes. Like, I don't know. Like, I really pray. Don told you once upon a time you used to be so sharp. I don't know what happened to you, but because I love you, I'm pray for you. Okay. But I don't know what's gotten into you. I really don't know what's gotten into you. Once upon a time, you used to be so sharp. But it's like nowadays, I don't know what's going on, friend. I don't know what's going on. But you have to see this. So now because they're not paying for healthcare, guess what they're doing? Are they starting a business in Britain to hire people? No. The excess money they're saving by not paying for healthcare, they're buying Mercedes. So she had a Mercedes and he had a Mercedes, even though he works for Amazon. Like, do you see this? Right? And that's what socialism does. That's why you kind of do. Yes, you kind of do. Like, that's what socialism does, right? Is that it doesn't self-correct. It doesn't self-correct when people take advantage. It allows people to take advantage. And it allows people who can do for self to take advantage of the state. And that is not fair. Because if now saving money from healthcare that you could actually pay for self, right, is enabling you to get a Mercedes, that is crazy. That is crazy. That to me, that is really, really crazy. Pay for your own health care. Do not have the state pay for it. You are not disabled. You're not paraplegic. You don't have some kind of infirmity that prevents you from getting health care from your business. You have to get health care from the person that hires you. Make it make sense. And that's the big issue with universal health care. Imagine here when we have a people that they have all these food apps on their phones, Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats. You imagine telling a people like this that just eats for whatever they want to eat for that, oh, now you're going to give them universal health care. You are going to give people permission to be all kinds of obese out here. Okay? People have to know that there is a price to pay for not taking care of self. You probably will have higher premiums, but that's what you get though. We don't have people here who care about food intake, who care about portion control, who care about exercise. A lot of people in America do not care about being obese. We have glamorized obesity. So you think it's fair for other people to have to pay for fat people when they start being injured because they don't want to stop eating food? No, that is not serious. No, people have to learn to take care of their bodies. People have to be encouraged to take care of their bodies. We sit here and we talk about universal health care like it's a human right, but nobody says, hey, if your country gives you universal health care, you also have to be proactive in being healthy. And that's one of my biggest issues with socialism. The government owes me everything, but nobody ever says, okay, in return no, you cannot. How exactly can you? Because once you start putting the limits on, they're going to call you a racist. They're going to call you evil. They're going to say that you hate the poor. Right? And that's the problem. Like, look at Kemi and what Kemi's trying to do with whatever y'all's foolishness y'all got going on, because she can try to tame this budget. But do you see how people are cussing this lady out, calling her all kinds of names? Because when you give people socialism for so long, they actually believe that it's a human right. This is where we are today, where people believe that socialism, like benefits, like government benefits, are a human right. They're not a human right. They are a privilege. Nobody is entitled to anybody else's paycheck. The government is not a business. It is a government. Okay, it's in the public sector. They don't have a product that they're selling and they're making money and then therefore they're giving you money. No, they're taxing people. So when you receive your benefits, it's out of people's taxation. Nobody, yes, Sabby, she's so delusional sometimes. Nobody owes you their money. Nobody owes you their money. And you can't say, oh, because I'm British and you're British, so therefore you ought to take care of me. No, take care of your damn self, right? You're not an invalid. But when we're sitting here, you have foreigners who believe that immigration is a right. Can you imagine that? This is where we are today. That people feel as though, oh, because I'm struggling in my country, because I can't make it in my country, you owe me access to your country. People are truly believing that immigration is a right. No, immigration is a privilege. You're not entitled to anybody's country. You have your own country, right? And people are so entitled that they believe that even crossing a border illegally, right? Crossing a border illegally makes it okay because they have this pressing need. Everybody has a pressing need, but you have to respect the law. When it comes to welfare and to these benefits, people are under the impression that, oh, the government owes me benefits. No, I'm not even healthy. I'm overweight. But you see, the thing is, I'm not a weight on the government. I'm a weight on my husband, right? There you go. But that's consensual because he chose to be my husband. You don't understand that. My health care comes from Jimmy, right? You understand me, right? If I didn't have him, I most likely will have to work to get my own health care, right? Because I don't think I could get health care from the government. But nonetheless, I even should not be able to get health care. The most I will be sick is like obesity, but that's also a self-inflicted. But right now, my health care comes from my husband. So you can say that I have spousal welfare. But at the same time, though, he agreed to be my husband. He was not forced by the government to be my husband and pay for my health care. He agrees to give me health care. Because when you marry someone, you understand, okay, that's my wife, so I'm going to do it. It's a choice. It is a choice. And it's also a choice not made under duress. When it comes to taxes, people don't have a choice. Their money is taken before they even see their money. Okay? If you make 100,000 before the money even hits your account, the government gets paid before you get paid. How's that even serious? How's that even serious? Like, where in the Constitution is this even okay? How's this okay? You know what I'm saying? How is this okay? You go to school, you find a job, you apply for the job, you get up and you go to work. And the government gets paid before you get paid your own money. And to me, that is completely out of order. Okay, I should be paid first, and then I pay you. No, they get paid first, like it's a damn plantation. Make it make sense. So no. So you can't sit here and say, oh, well, I'm entitled to benefits. Like, I'm entitled to benefits. I'm entitled to free healthcare. I'm entitled to free housing. I'm entitled to this. Like, what the fuck? When do you all, so what are people entitled from you, though? So what are you also giving to your nation? Right? Because you believe in socialism. So because you believe in socialism, I would like to know, what do you feel as though you owe your country? Just being alive and just voting for people who can help you keep your benefits? That's it? When do you start saying, okay, I also got to give something to my country also? I also have to pay the price for something to be better for my country. Like, when do we talk about that? When we talk about that? Right? But healthcare is not a human right. And it's not a human right because it involves other people's labor. For you to have access to healthcare, we need doctors. Doctors are other people. It is their knowledge. It is their intellectual property. It is their time. They went to med school. Why don't you go to med school? Right? But once again, feeling entitled to other people's shit. And that to me is crazy. But healthcare is not a human right. It's a privilege that we want as many people to enjoy. Yes, but people also have to understand there is a cost behind this. Nothing out here is free. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. How can you feel entitled to a doctor treating you for free when that person went to school? They went to school. They had to pay for med school. They had to make sacrifices. When their friends were out here partying, when their friends were buying houses, they were like riddled in debt trying to make it. So how can you feel entitled? Nobody can feel entitled to anybody's intellectual property. It is not your intellectual property. Nobody owes you to treat you. It would be nice if they did, but you also have to understand where they're coming from. So, okay, I had to pay a price to get here. I had to sacrifice to get here. I had to study really hard to get here. I had to take on all this debt to get in here, right? And nobody talks about the fact that universal health care is going to dissuade so many people from wanting to be doctors, because the whole point about wanting to be a doctor is being able to set your own rate. If the government decides to set your own rate because they want to start giving universal health care, then what is the benefit of becoming a doctor, right? If you think somebody's going to go to school for 17 years, for 20 years, just to make 50,000 quid, you think someone's going to go to medical school and suffer for almost 20 years, 30 years? On top of that, you have to carry malpractice insurance just to make 60,000 a year and get paid like a teacher. Yeah, we're all going to die. We're all going to die, because even me, I'm not going to go to medical school. Right? People weigh the pros and the cons. So if you know that you can go into a career, study for 20 years and become a millionaire, you're more likely to do it. If you're going to study for 20 years just to make 60,000, you're not going to do it. And you're going to get to a point where you're not going to have enough doctors because you trying to sell universal health care to people. You are not realizing that you are destroying the whole entire model of incentives for wannabe doctors. It is not easy to be a doctor. It is incredibly hard. But once again, that's another thing about socialists. They don't respect anybody else's hard work because they feel like they should have everything. Don't respect how hard people have to work to make money, because you sit your ass at home and you wait for the first of the month to get paid. Don't realize how hard it is to go to med school because you didn't want to challenge yourself, because you don't want to have to pay high taxes, because you don't want to be a high earner. And that's the problem that we have with people who get welfare, right? Is that these people are really parasitic. They are parasitic. There's a bunch of parasites. It's a bunch of parasites. The vast majority of people who receive welfare absolutely do nothing for society. They do nothing to move society forward. And this is another reason why people are not keen on giving third world country people visas to come to their countries, because they're not going to be entrepreneurs. They're going to be people who just take from the system, right? And it's like, no, it's too much. It really is too much, right? But every time you have a conversation and you're talking about giving somebody or giving a group of people something for free, you have to realize that you are taking from other people. And you got to know how to strike a balance from that. Because at the same time, these working people, they allow all the shit to work. Because guess what? If everybody says, you know what, well, guess what? We all gonna get benefits then what happens to the economy, right? So we also got to start treating people who work with some kind of respect. We got to start treating people who work and pay taxes with not just respect, but with kindness and with gratitude. Because without these working people that get taxed before they even see their own money hit their bank account, okay, none of this out here will be working. Everybody will have to get these fucking council homes, get these fucking ass EBT cards. You would have to go get a job, right? And what I never hear from socialists is a thank you. That's exactly the problem that JD had with Zelensky. They never say thank you. It's always give me more, give me more. You owe me more. You're your fat ass. With your fat ass. Your mama maybe should have aborted your ass. Why do you consume so much? Why do you consume so much? Why do you take so much? It's always the people who are least productive who always consume the most, who need the most. Why? Why? You don't work. You don't bring any money here. Find a way to cut your spending. Find a way to regulate how much you eat. Okay. And my thing is, you barely work. So why are you so sick? Why are you so sick? You barely work. Why are you sick? Why are you sick? You in the house all day. So how are you catching bacteria? Make it make sense though. Right? How is it that people on welfare are, no, but I'm being serious though. Why are you born? Why are you born if all you're going to do is just consume? Then my body, my choice. Your mama should have done what she had to do. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Make it make sense though. I mean, like, sorry, y'all. No, and like, it really does trigger me, right? How people don't have no shame. And you don't see this kind of mindset in Asia. Like in Asia, people feel so bad about asking for help. Like they will truly, truly suffer before asking for money. Like in Asia, if somebody asks you for money, they really, really are going through it. It's a big deal for them to ask for money. You know what I mean? They try as much as they can to solve their own problems, right? Because they really feel bad asking for money. But when it comes to these Europeans, they have no shame. They have no shame. More, give me more, give me more, give me more. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? They have no shame. They don't produce, but they consume so much. They consume so much food. They consume so much healthcare. They consume so much free education. They consume they're always in the park. They use the park more than anybody else. Why? But my thing is, someone that's in the house that doesn't work, why are you always sick? Why are you always sick? Right? And it goes to show you, when something is free, people will bastardize it. When something is free, people will take advantage. And that's why you have to have price, because price causes people to rationalize. Oh, you know what? I got to go slow because it costs money, right? When you make anything free, people will take advantage. They will take advantage. They won't have any respect for it. That's why you got to put a price onto things. You got to use, things have to come with a price. They have to come with a price. No, but it's like it's the Europeans though. I'm like, especially Western Europeans. They do too damn much. Hey, later, they do too much. But it's like, it really triggers me how people are always like, oh, the government owes me. Owes you what? You owe everything to yourself. You owe everything to yourself, right? And that's why I said, when it comes to welfare benefits, like, it should be capped like 6 months to a year. And anybody who gets welfare should have a career counselor. We're giving you a year to get off your feet. If you don't do it within a year, you're on your own, because this is crazy. This is crazy, right? You have to know how to take care of yourself. How dare you sit at home and wait for somebody else to be taxed for you to have money in your bank account? You damn thief. You thief. Like, you have no shame. Like, do you really have no shame? But how is it that people who actually have a job take the least amount of sick days, and yet people who don't work, who sit at home and receive welfare, are always at the hospital? They always sick. Why are you always sick? You don't have a job. You stay in the house. Why are you sick? Wash your hands. Learn to wash your hands and take your multivitamins and stay out the way. But my thing is, why are you always sick? You don't go to a job. You barely see people. Why are you sick? Why do you consume so much healthcare like this? Right? And that's why these socialist European countries are a beacon of hope for everybody that comes from a third world country. Because third world country people, they stay waiting for miracles, and they stay waiting for a savior. Oh, there's free healthcare. Oh, there's free food. Oh, there's free education. And that's why they're willing to die and go across these oceans, because they're told that in Europe, everything is free. Healthcare is free. Food is free. Housing is free. Are you actually okay? You are attracting the worst of immigrants. You're not even attracting immigrants who are coming to Europe to build businesses, to start businesses, even try to be doctors and lawyers and engineers. Nah, they're coming to do just enough to qualify for benefits. Like how is this even sustainable? How is this sustainable? It is not sustainable. It's so crazy. But I'm like, people who have jobs, they barely take off their sick days. You don't work, but you're always sick. Okay? That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. That is so crazy. They don't help human potential. What potential? To ask for more money? And people like you make the elections worse, because you don't even vote from like a patriotic stance. You vote for who's going to keep my benefits. That's all. Like, that's it. And I've seen this here. Like, I have seen this in America. Like, people don't even vote for what's in the best interest of the country. No, they vote for who's gonna give me my benefits, who's gonna fight for my benefits, who's gonna agree to go tax people just so I can stay home and keep having these checks and keep having this free house and keep having this free food. This is crazy. This is crazy. No, a talented person who is poor does not need the government. They're going to make it because they're talented. The vast majority of people on welfare are not talented. They are mediocre. That's why they receive benefits. They are mediocre. They are mediocre. Make it make sense. When you are talented, you're going to make it. You're going to make it, right? You're going to make it because you're talented. You are gifted. You're going to make it. The vast majority of people on welfare are not gifted. They're not gifted. That's why they can be on welfare for a lifetime. How can one person be on welfare for 20 years, for 30 years? You even have people who pass Section 8 housing from grandmother to daughter to grandchild. Make it make sense, because they don't want to try. They don't want to try. And that's why you don't just give people stuff. You don't just give people stuff. You make them work for it. You make them work for it. This is insanity. It is insanity. And we have seen what socialism leads to. It leads to a strong feelings of patriotism. It's extremely problematic. They will elect anybody, the biggest idiot they can find. If that idiot promises to levy taxes on working people just so they can stay at home and be in their bed and get their free food and get their free whatever. No, they're mediocre. The vast majority of people who live on welfare are mediocre. And they were always mediocre. And I told you there is a correlation between receiving free lunch and being an adult and being on welfare. There's a correlation. Because once you start teaching people at a very young age to just take free stuff from the government, why would they stop? Why would they stop? Why would they stop? Why would they stop? Right? Most people, if you ask most people that are on welfare, what was your GPA in high school? How much you want to bet it was less than a 2.0? Okay? There's a reason why people end up on welfare. There is a reason why people end up in government housing. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't care. They're not brilliant. They're not talented. They were never talented. That's why they ended up on welfare. It's an embarrassment to even have to go to the government and ask for money, right? And when you have that kind of shame, you will do everything in your power to get out of it. It happens. But people who have a certain level of shame and self-determination, they're not going to stay on that welfare for long. They're not going to stay on that welfare for long. But there are people, this is what they do. Their mom did it. Their grandma did it. The entire family, it's like legacy of welfare. This is who they are. And you have to accept that. You know what I'm saying? You'll see like Chinese people go anywhere in the world. They will not take welfare. They will have businesses. They will build a freaking Chinatown. They will hire people. Have you ever heard of Chinese people taking welfare? Have you ever heard of Chinese immigrants on Section 8 or whatever that stuff is? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is insane. Have you ever heard of Japanese people on welfare? Have you ever heard of Koreans on welfare? Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why. Okay? This is insanity. All right. So it's like, no, it didn't happen today. This is like a whole pattern about life. And not just that, people who end up on welfare, they've always had a certain attitude about life, about work, about education, about academics, about their grades. It's the people who do not care, They don't care. They've never cared. So I'm like, ask anybody that's on welfare. When you were in high school, what was your GPA like? Right? What was your GPA? And you will see it was not more than 2.0. And you can also ask, when you were in school, were you receiving free lunch? And most of the time it's gonna be, yeah, I was getting free lunch. There you go. It never fails. It never fails. It never fails. You start taking that free lunch business, right? Most likely you're gonna end up on welfare. You will end up on welfare. No, it never fails. It never fails. It never fails. And people get so comfortable, they even stop having shame. Like, wow, I really have to wait for the government to eat. I have to wait for the government to give me a house. I have to wait for the government. And can you imagine being born in America? Can you imagine being born an American and waiting for the government to do something for you? That's crazy. That is crazy. You are born like the top country in the world, and you don't even believe in yourself. Don't believe that you can make it unless the government gives you something, like gives you a little bit of money, a little bit of health care, a little bit of housing. So you don't think you can do for self. That is sad. That is really crazy. That is really, really crazy. But this is what socialism does to people. It destroys their innate ability to believe in self, to have self-agency, to have self-determination, to have grit and resilience. It says you're too weak. You're too this, you're too that, you're inadequate, you can't do it, right? You need the government, you need assistance, you need public assistance, right? And then the children are born, they also end up in public assistance, and it becomes a toxic cycle, and usually it's riddled with violence. It's a lot of violence. It's a lot of violence because poverty attracts violence, okay? Poverty, it never fails. Anyways, hold on. Let me finish this one video. Where were we again? I forgot. What was we? Child, we were right here, right? Okay, let's go.
Have comments that deliberately appear to be I mean, after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. You know, again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's directly, basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care about life, are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russians, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative has played out and where we are today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table, and the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things, because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign. Okay, this is high stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact. You've called him a butcher. And you've said that as a Secretary of State, you do believe it's important for someone with such global influence as you have to speak with that kind of moral clarity.
Yeah, and at this moment, as Secretary of State, my job working for the president is to deliver peace, to end this conflict and end this war. Ultimately, that is the job of the State Department. The State Department doesn't fight wars, it ends them. It tries to end them. And that's usually, by the way, celebrated. I mean, throughout history, I've watched presidents to bring about an end to wars and conflicts, and people celebrate that. They applaud it. I think we should be very proud and happy that we have a president whose prime objective is not to get into wars, but to prevent wars and to get out of wars. That is a very noble, laudable goal. Everyone should be applauding it, and he should be given the space to do that, not undermined by demands that he call Putin names or that we say things that impede the ability to conduct real diplomacy, as the vice president said today.
To follow up on what you just said a moment ago, are you saying that you have doubts that President Zelensky wants this war to come to an end?
What I have doubts about is whether he's willing to say and do the things that we need in order to get a negotiation. Again, this has been going on for 10 days. And, to see things in the press saying we're not coordinating with the Ukrainians, that's absolutely false. Over the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have met with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States, had a phone call with President Trump, and he was in the Oval Office today. I've talked to the foreign minister of Ukraine 3 times in the last 10 days. The argument that we're not engaging, but yet you keep reading these press accounts about, oh, well, they're leaving us out. We're not involved. We're not engaged. None of these things are true, and it continues. So all that led up to today in a deep sense of frustration. And my hope is that this all can be reset and maturity can kick in and some pragmatism, because this war tonight, people will die in Ukraine. Tonight, people will die in this conflict. We're trying to bring an end to this conflict, which is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable, bloody war that has to come to an end. And right now, the only leader in the world that can even have a chance of bringing about an end to this is named President Donald Trump. And we need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyways, you start to wonder. I don't like to impugn people's motives, but you start to wonder what's behind it. So look, again, let's hope that this can be salvaged, but I'm not sure after today.
You don't believe that you're not sure that this can be salvaged? I mean, can this relationship between Zelensky and Trump be repaired in your view?
No.
I think anything is possible, but it has to go back to the point that President Trump is interested in being involved in this for the purposes of bringing about an enduring and lasting peace. That's what he wants to achieve. And I think if I'm a country, that's involved in a war with a bigger country, who's losing thousands of people, who's had 3 million people leave my country because they can't be there, who is facing these challenges, I would be thanking a president who's trying to help bring about an end to this war. I would be thanking him, and I would be supportive of what he's trying to do, at least in my public pronouncements and in my public posture. And we didn't see that today, and we haven't seen that for the last few days. Now, will that change? I hope so. It should for the purposes of global peace and stability in Europe and around the world.
Good job.
Let's watch.
I'm like, little Marco became big Marco.
Keir Starmer will host Ukrainian President Zelensky at Downing Street in just a few hours' time. The Ukrainian delegation is now in London after flying in from the US. This was the moment plane touched down ahead of tomorrow's meeting of European leaders in London for that security summit. Meeting between the two leaders follows President Zelensky's clash, of course, with President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance in the Oval Office yesterday. President Trump accused the Ukrainian leader of gambling with World War III and of not being grateful for the support of the US. President Zelensky made it clear there should be no compromises with President Putin. Following those exchanges, the president of Ukraine was ordered to leave.
So you guys can hear this, right? So he's saying, Zelensky's saying that there could be no compromises with Russia. He's in a losing position. He has no leverage. He has no leverage. That's what Trump told him yesterday. I enabled you to feel like a tough guy because you ain't tough, my dude. Like, you're not tough. I made you feel like you were tough because we are there helping you. So you're thinking that you're that person. You're really not that person. He has no leverage, right? You have no leverage. You go from country to country begging for money, begging for support. So obviously you're losing. 3 years, America gave this man $350 billion. Europe gave this man $100 billion. We're almost $500 billion. His GDP is $180 billion. I'm like, fam, you have been giving 3 times your GDP and you're still not winning. You're not going to win. Like, when do you wake up and say, this is crazy? Like, I'm wasting money on bombs when I could be building schools. I'm wasting money on bombs when you could be building hospitals. You could be building universities. That money could have been spent on actually making the life of the Ukrainian people better. Almost $500 billion. The money is just gone. They haven't done anything for the Ukrainian people besides gaslight the people. So no, we're fighting for your freedom. Freedom at $500 billion. They can stop because it never had to start. It never had to start. So you stop the war by saying, okay, it's okay. It's over. We're not going to join NATO. That's how you stop the war. That's how you didn't even start the war. Stop with these goofy ass desires to join NATO. The man said, do not join NATO. Don't join NATO. Right? But even you simply trying to be considered to join NATO, it caused 1 million people to be killed. It caused buildings to be destroyed. It cost $500 billion. I'm like, it's like, you see, and if most Europeans think like you guys, you're going to be living in abject poverty in the next 25 years. Yes. You guys are going to be poor. You're going to be incredibly poor. Don told you. If the average European thinks like you, I feel sorry for y'all. Like, you don't. I believe that people like y'all still think that you are these Europeans who will still have these colonies in Africa. You have all this sway over the world. You have all this influence. You no longer do. Fam, those days are gone. Those days are gone. You're not making money like you used to. You're not colonizing like you used to. You're not plundering and pillaging like you used to. You don't have the money you used to have. You don't have it. The world has changed. And I'm like, and that's what Candace was saying. Like, these Europeans, like, they're living in the old days, right? Those days are gone. Those days are gone. We are in 2025. When people talk about like the economies of the future, nobody mentions like Europe. Nobody does. They talk about Russia, America, India, China, maybe Brazil. Okay. And nobody talk about you people like this. You are not who you used to be. You have to stop. You always on this moral high ground with all these ethics and these like bunch of ideologues. You ain't got the money. You don't have the money. You don't have the people. You don't have the manpower. You're not who you used to be. Like, you can barely make your benefit payments every month. Like, you're struggling financially. So you stop the war. He never had to join NATO. And it's like he was never even going to join NATO. All of this is like, oh, could I potentially join NATO? It's just to be considered into NATO. 3 years in, he still has not even been considered for NATO. Over consideration because you would like to be considered, you are willing to put your people through all of this? It is not necessary to join NATO. It never was. It never was. Once again, being an ideologue. Oh, I think I should. No, you don't have to. Vanity project indeed. And now look at all the people dead. Look at all the money that's being lost. And oh, they shouldn't surrender. Like when you talk, are you even considering the future of Ukrainian children and their children and their children? And that's how all this goofiness and all this debt, almost $500 billion don't told you, for a country that has a GDP of 180 billion. Even Elon Musk could buy Ukraine. Elon is worth what, like 500 billion? He could actually buy Ukraine. They're not that wealthy. You're not that wealthy. So I'm you're actually being wicked. You're actually being wicked. When do you actually start thinking about Ukrainian people, their children, their grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren? Yes, it is money, because money matters. Money matters. Not everybody was born in the crown of England that is known for robbing everybody for y'all to live in luxury. White privilege, right? So it's cool. Like when you're from England and your country is known for pillaging the rest of the world, so you dumb fucks never really had to work because you get all this welfare, right? Yeah, of course you don't care about money because you have money. It's always rich people or people that are privileged who don't care about money, right? But it's idiocy to live in this world and not care about money. We need money for everything. Not being persecuted. Exactly. Then don't start no shit you can afford to finish, right? That's the truth of it all. If you don't care, if you're but Marlene, there's something out there that means more than money. Okay, sure. Then don't start the mess. Because money matters. You're telling me, oh, everything with me is about money. Then why he out here begging for money? Why is he begging for money? Why is he begging for money? Why doesn't he say to himself, you know what, my dignity means more to me than money, right? Because he's the president. He got manhandled and he got lectured like a child. It's not a shallow take. Right? Because you have no real comeback, because you know that money matters. You sit here and fight for benefits. You fight for healthcare. You believe in universal healthcare. How are we going to pay for that? So stop with this fake ass, sanctimonious, pompous ass, righteous ass bullshit. Make it make sense, right? You definitely care about money. You're a socialist. You just don't want to be taxed. You care about money. You just don't want to have to pay for the shit. You okay? That's the thing about socialists. Y'all care about money. You just want to do it with somebody else's money, not your money. But you care about money. You care about money. That's why you go around here with these grandiose ethos of freedom and human rights and all this bullshit, right? When the vast majority of Europe built its wealth by completely annihilating African people's human rights. You've destroyed that. It's like you just killed all these African people. You slaughtered these African people, right? You did what you had to do to get rich. And once you became so fucking rich that nobody in your country really had to work, then you started embracing these ideals of humanitarianism and altruism to kind of quell your demonic conscience for all the evil stuff you did to these African people, right? So it's like this is the sick game. They don't have different. How can people that used to be part of the USSR have a different culture? Make it make sense. It's like saying that people in Texas and New Mexico and Arizona and California have a different culture from Mexico. No, they don't. No, they don't. You go to Texas, you go to Texas by the border, they're all kinds of Mexicans. Okay? You go to Arizona by the border, they live like Mexicans. You go to New Mexico by the border, they all live like Mexicans, right? People down by the border, many of these people they have Mexican culture. They eat Mexican food. They do all the Mexican stuff. They even speak Spanish down there, right? So when you have a border with people, you share a common culture. It's the same thing with Canada. People who live in Maine, they share common culture with people in Canada because they have the same culture. So it's like we have to stop. Like we have to stop saying this. Like you have to stop acting like, oh no, I don't care about money. You care about money, but you care about other people's money. Because you want to make sure they get taxed so that people can have free health care. You care about money. You care about other people's money. That's the problem, right? Because socialists, they always make sure not to make enough money because y'all don't want to get taxed. You don't want to get taxed. You want other people to be taxed and pay for your lifestyle. But you don't want to be taxed though. But you care about money. We all care about money. How can we live without money? Money's like oxygen. We have to care about money. And it's about damn time that America also starts caring about money from Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Israel. How much money has been wasted? How many trillions of dollars? And we have nothing to show for it. There's nothing to show for 25 years. fighting alleged Islamist extremists. Oh yeah, sure, whatever. We have nothing to show for this. Afghanistan, nothing to show for this. What, they captured Osama bin Laden allegedly, and then they tossed his body in the ocean. Yeah, right. The man was never killed. Go feed that to the birds. But it's like we're talking like $2, $3, $4, $5 trillion. And the annual revenue of the U.S. government is $6 trillion. So my thing is, in the past 25 years, how many trillions of dollars have been wasted in wars that yield absolutely nothing? They do nothing for America. They do nothing for the American people. They do nothing good for the Treasury. They do nothing good for the national debt. Even those countries that we go and we just bombed our countries, how are we helping these people? Nobody wins. How did Afghanistan become better? If anything, they're going to be more extreme. They're going to be more extreme. How did Iraq become better? If anything, they're going to be more extreme. How is Libya going to be any better? They're not any better. They will be even more radicalized. We don't make stuff better. Okay? And most likely they did. Because who created Osama bin Laden? America did. When he was in the alleged caves and he was making these videos, he had a Rolex. He had a Rolex. That man had never been poor. He was making money. They made him rich. America created Osama bin Laden. They gave him money because they were trying to fight the USSR in Afghanistan or whatever it was, Afghanistan or Pakistan, right? We are always funding extremists, people that have no chance of winning, just causing chaos, and then we let these dangerous people have weapons. The same thing happened in Latin America, funding all these juntas in these fucking jungles, right? In El Salvador, in Chile, in Argentina, in Venezuela, always funding crazy people, extreme people, deranged people in the freaking jungles. El Salvador, America's responsible for that stuff. Chile, America's responsible for that stuff. Always giving money to deranged people that are hiding in the jungle. Bolivia, you name it. Like at some point, you have to stop. You really have to stop. So that's crazy. It doesn't matter. Culture, religion, everybody, the child, at the crux of it all, Ukraine used to be part of the USSR. You cannot sit here and tell us that they have nothing in common. But make it make sense. Make it make sense. Okay? You have Ukrainians that have family in Russia. You have Russian people that have family in Ukraine. They are cousins. When you go to Kiev, that big old statue in Kiev, it has the logo of Stalin. The star, it's like that, the star and that axe thingy, whatever it is, okay, down in Kiev. These people are cousins. What are you even talking about? Okay? It's like you sitting and trying to convince us that Great Britain has nothing in common with France. Are you actually serious? Are you actually serious? Okay, and even those people are separated by the English Channel, but nonetheless, though, they share a common culture. People from Normandy have a similar culture to people from Great Britain. Even in French, it's called Brittany, and then you call it Great Britain. You have common culture. The vast majority of Europeans are cousins. So, like, what are you talking about? So, to say that Ukraine and Russia don't have anything in common, are you actually okay right now? Are you actually okay right now? Like, I'm like, that's crazy. That is really crazy. So no, he needs to stop going around begging. He needs to stop begging. He needs to end the war. Like, okay, we're not going to join NATO. That's it. Do not join NATO. And then we're done. Live your best life. Just don't join NATO. Boom, boom. Oh my God. Oh no, he has to keep fighting. He has to keep fighting. While you people are like thousands of miles away from the conflict, while your homes are not being bombed, while your children are able to go to school safely, while your kids are playing on TikTok, you want these Ukrainian people to risk their lives for some goofy ass ethos. No, they need to have common sense. We cannot win against this man, and we are tired of getting bombed. It's ridiculous. Okay, it's always cute to recommend that somebody will be boo-boo the fool and keep fighting a war. They ain't gonna win. If this war was being fought in England, y'all be crying out your lungs to make it stop. You'll be crying out your lungs to make it stop. Like, that's crazy. You should never wish war on anybody. This is insane. Like, this is crazy.
House, the American minerals deal was not signed.
Yeah, because
the president later said President Zelensky could return when he was ready for peace. Our diplomatic correspondent, James Landale, reports.
President Zelensky arriving in the UK this morning ahead of a meeting with the Prime Minister and European leaders, hoping perhaps for a warmer welcome than the intemperate shouting match he got at the White House. In extraordinary, furious exchanges, Donald Trump and his number two angrily railed at Ukraine's president, accusing him of being disrespectful for resisting a ceasefire deal without security guarantees.
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on
position
this
to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
It was rude, it was brutal and unrelenting.
Yeah.
But was it deliberate?
You're right now.
You see, and this is one thing about this is something that's very insidious about Western Europeans that I cannot stand, right? Especially British. British people are all about form. They know how to pretend to be polite in person, but they are incredibly rude AF. Okay, they're a bunch of tyrants, right? Oh, it was rude. It was this. Shut the fuck up. If you had given somebody $350 billion and they don't say thank you, yeah, it's gonna be a problem. If you have given somebody $350 billion and you're saying, fam, I can't keep giving you money. Okay, we tried, it didn't work. This has to stop because I'm not about to give you $1 trillion. Like, I'm not even gonna get to it. I'm not even gonna get to $500 billion. This is insanity. Okay, instead of really talking about what truly matters, this is what these insidious Europeans are going to do. Oh, it was rude. Oh, it was craft. Man, shut the hell up. Because I promise you, if these people had loaned whoever's talking right now, if he had loaned Zelensky 5,000 pounds and Zelensky had not paid his money, how much you want to bet he will find his ass at the closest pub and beat his ass, okay, with a whole beer bottle. Make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. Go sit down somewhere. We sit here every day and we watch what goes on in the British Parliament. They fight each other. They yell at each other. They boo each other. Go sit down somewhere. You people are ratchet as hell. You are ratchet. You're a bunch of barbarians pretend to be so sophisticated. You are not sophisticated because I keep up with British Parliament. They will fight. They will throw stuff in there. They will put their hands on each other. They are insane. They are truly insane. At the end of the day, whether it's Donald Trump or it's JD Vance, they are fully justified in being emotionally triggered by this man because it did happen right now. Like Marco Rubio said, it's been happening over the phone. You don't even have to come here. They told this man, you don't have to come here. All we need you to do is agree and sign the damn piece of paper. He's like, oh, no. I want to come to America. I want to come to the White House. Okay, fine. Cool, come. He comes there, talks all kinds of foolishness. We are here for you to sign this damn deal. Give us your freaking minerals because we need our money back. We need our money back. It's funny how the people who have given the least amount of money are making all these goofy ass videos just focusing on the form. Okay? Yeah. We watched the British Parliament. They put hands on each other. They boo each other. They out-talk each other. They get super loud. Bunch of barbarians, okay? Bunch of savages in the British Parliament. Okay, because I keep up with their foolishness, right? So I'm like, oh, miss me with that. Okay? Miss me with that. We are trying to get this man to stop because we're not going to give this man $500 billion. And if y'all like what he's doing, then the Europeans, y'all pay for this. Go ahead and pay for this. We need our money back. And this man, he can play all these goofy ass Aquarius games that he wants to, but he's going to sign that piece of paper and he's going to give us those damn minerals. Okay, because otherwise we're going to go to war with your ass. You won't even have to worry about Vladimir. You're going to have to worry about us because we're going to take this shit by force. So you can be nice right now. Okay, because if you think that Vladimir is what you have to fear, oh no, you owe us $350 billion, boo-boo, and we want that money. Otherwise, we're going to get in the blood. So if you don't get the money back, I promise you, I'm going to be the one bombing your ass until I get my money back. Don't play with me. I don't really care for the British because I think they're so fake. They're so fake. They are so performative. They have the bloodiest history in human history. Like in the entire, you look at the entire timeline of human history, the British people are they are the bloodiest people in human history. They are the biggest invaders in human history. They have enslaved the most people. They have built the most concentration camps. They have locked up the most amount of people. They have stolen the most from out of everybody. It's like, who haven't they tortured? So now for these people to sit here and try to give people lessons on etiquette and class and decorum and the loudness of somebody's voice, I think is quite rich. It's excessively rich. Okay? Go balance out your budget before you try to give anybody any kind of diplomatic lesson on like, oh, proper etiquette when talking to somebody. This man took our money. He took our money, 350 billion. And nobody even knows what the money is. And we're telling this fool, you need to give us the right to your whatever rare earth, like it's minerals. And he's out here playing stupid games. We ain't got time for this. Give us our money back. Because otherwise, we're going to bomb your ass. It's that simple. But I'm like, what do you take before? Oh, America's so rich that she could just afford to just give you 350 billion. And you're like, okay, it's okay. Like, it's a loss. It is what it is. No, it's not no loss. The money got to come back. And the money will come back. We're going to get some kind of money. Okay? We're going to get some kind of money. You out your damn mind. You are seriously out of your mind. He is out of his mind.
Are not in a very good position.
They accused him of being ungrateful for US support.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire
today.
meeting, you said thank
Even
you.
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
And with that, Ukraine's president was shown the White House door, with no press conference, no minerals deal, and something more than a flea in his ear.
Bye.
In Russia, the exchanges were played out in full, the news presenters talking of a diplomatic train wreck and public political execution. No word yet from President Putin, who may have enjoyed what Mr. Trump called great television.
Les mots de Donald Trump, Pierre Volodymyr Zelensky dans le
The row made headlines too across Europe, whose leaders will gather in London tomorrow to discuss the crisis and what can be done, if anything, to calm the row and secure Ukraine's future.
Yeah.
Overnight on social media, allies from across the world posted words of comfort for President Zelensky,
Good.
who replied to everyone saying simply,
And you see
"Thank
how they're posting words of comfort, right? You see this goofy shit. Where's the money? Posting words of comfort. Y'all believe so much in that stuff. Put your money up. Words of comfort. Words of comfort. Why are you comforting this man? He needs money. He don't need words of comfort. Give that man the money. Okay? They don't have it because they have to pay all these goofy ass benefits. I think besides outside of Germany, I don't know who else has like who else even has a trade surplus outside of Germany, right? They're all going broke. They're all going broke. They're going broke. They are seriously going broke. It is not a joke. They're all going broke. They are doing horribly. And the lady told you that Vladimir, his economy is doing better than the G7. Okay? So all these big countries in Europe, they're acting big and bad. Vladimir, you put all 7 of them together, his economy is doing better. He's doing better because he's not trying to have boys in girls' bathroom. He's not trying to have a man as a wife. Okay, there you go. Right, there you go. When you are traditional, when you are conventional, when you are practical, when you have a sound mind, yes, you're going to have favor on your side, right? Because the Russian people are more balanced. They're not trying to have boys in girls' bathroom. They're not trying to have a gender-inclusive military, a gender-inclusive navy, bunch of goofy-ass pronouns and stuff like that. So, yeah, they make a lot of sense. And that's why they're going to win this. Words of encouragement. He doesn't need words of encouragement. He needs money. But they don't have the money. That's why he had to come to America, because Europe does not have the money. Because they have all these high moral social causes, right? For to satisfy or to tickle their God complexes, right? Of saviors of humanity, saviors of free speech, saviors of human rights. Oh, you believe so much in human rights? Give back all the money you stole from Africa. Start there. Because there are a bunch of African kids with no shoes who need some shoes. Return the money back, please. Okay? Return the money back. Make it make sense. Oh, an entire continent that you have robbed into poverty, but you want to play moral high ground with Vladimir Putin. No, you care so much about doing the right thing. Please, there are a bunch of children in Africa who need shoes. Send the money back. Send all the money that you've stolen for over like 2 centuries, right? 400 years you've been pillaging that place. Send back the coins. Send back the money. Send back the artifacts. They never do that. They never look at Africa and say, you know what? Let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. No, because it's okay to abuse people with black skin. All right. But God forbid you get the same treatment that you have done to African people by someone with white skin. Oh, now you get scared. Oh, you mean he wants to invade us like the way we invaded the African people? Yep, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. You need to experience what you've done to other people. To every bully, there is a bigger bully. Vladimir, bully these people. Bully these people. You have met your match. You have met your match, and God has heard the prayers of the ancestors. You have met your match. Bunch of bullies. Bunch of bullies. You are
For
crazy.
your support. Is that support enough? As the war continues, Russian drones striking a hospital overnight in Kharkiv, Ukraine and Europe now face a tough question. How long could they resist Russian forces if Donald Trump pulled the plug on US military aid?
You see, they don't have the money. They don't have the money. They talk all this big whop on whop whop because America, the big fat idiot, pays the bill. America needs to go on a diet, okay? America needs to become the Stairmaster. America needs to glow up, get on a diet, lose some weight, and start being a smart little girl, okay? Because when you're big, you don't have high self-esteem, okay? America got to stop. You don't need these people, girl. You don't need these people. You don't need these Europeans courting you. Lose weight, gain some self-esteem, and believe in yourself, sis. Keep your money, girl. Don't pay for love. Don't pay for acceptance. They don't have the money. All they have is the Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, I can make one myself, okay? Okay, we can create our own American Peace Prize society. We don't need the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, what the heck? We can make our own peace prizes. We got the money. Yeah, we got to trim off the fat. America needs to go on Ozempic. Okay, America needs to go on Moderna, Ozempic. Okay, a gastric sleeve. I don't know. Okay, but this girl needs to lose about 300 to 400 pounds and regain all of her self-esteem. Okay, and she's gonna find herself a new man that loves her and it'll cost all this money. This is ridiculous. This is giving low self-esteem. Okay, this is giving low self-esteem, sis. They robbing you of your money, sis. You are paying for money. You are paying for people to love you, girl. Lose some weight, trim the fat. Okay, get on Ozempic, get on Moderna, do what you have to do, get a gastric sleeve, lose about 200, 300 pounds, and get you a new man, a new boo. Okay, a new boo. Because this right here, this kind of love is too expensive. Being loved by these Europeans, it costs too much money. There is nothing sweet about these French words, ma chérie, mon ami, oui, oui, okay? That's going to make you spend all this money. Girl, I can speak French to you, bro, okay? Call me, America. I'll talk French to you as much as you want. And you don't got to pay me, okay? This is crazy. Lose weight, sis. Lose some weight. Lose some fat. Get on a diet. Stop being a fat bee, okay? Because it's affecting your self-esteem, okay? Lose some weight. Moderna, Ozempic, gastric sleeve, okay? Exactly. Get you some real food. Start being intelligent. Okay. Get some real food. But the real food is practicality, common sense, budgeting what's it called? Balancing the budget, right? Eat that kind of stuff. Okay. High protein. Cut off the carbs, cut off the sweets. Okay. No. We got to start eating like practical stuff. A good budget, good common sense, great policies, great investments, right? It got to make money for America. It has to make sense, okay? But girl, you're too fat right now. So they're taking advantage. They are taking advantage. No.
James Landell, BBC News.
No.
Well, as we mentioned, President Zelensky is meeting Keir Starmer ahead of tomorrow's summit in London. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Helen Catt, who's here. Hi, Helen. So just a few hours away, this meeting in Downing Street between the two men. What's the significance of it now?
Well, this is going to be it's clearly a very tense, very delicate situation diplomatically this weekend. And it has always been the case that Volodymyr Zelensky was supposed to have a meeting with Keir Starmer. It's the UK that has convened this summit that you heard James talking about of European leaders that's happening tomorrow. Volodymyr Zelensky was always coming, and there was always an intention that he was going to have a one-on-one meeting in Downing Street with Sir Keir Starmer. But obviously, since the events of yesterday and what we saw in the Oval Office, that will have very much changed the conversation and the tone of this whole weekend. And it also does actually really put the spotlight on the UK. You know, Volodymyr Zelensky is here on British soil now. It's very much Keir Starmer's hot potato to handle this weekend.
And this meeting that we're going to see in a few hours' time at Downing Street, obviously it's going to be very different in tone to the meeting and the pictures we're seeing here in the White House. Do we have any sense of what the two men will be discussing, what points Keir Starmer will want to be emphasizing to the leader of Ukraine?
So we don't, to be honest, we don't know what they're going to talk about, apart from we know that it's obviously going to be around support for Ukraine. And Keir Starmer has mentioned his unwavering support, as he puts it, for Ukraine and how to improve their position. I think what's interesting, though, is that Volodymyr Zelensky, since he landed, President Zelensky has this afternoon put out a series of posts on social media in which he does talk about being truly thankful for US support and says that it is crucial that he has US support. But he reiterates this core point, where there is a bit of division, which is that he is saying that he will not sign up to a ceasefire if there are no security guarantees, and he wants those backed by the US, whereas President Trump sees it the other way around. And in recent days, Keir Starmer has been more echoing the Trump view that you can have a ceasefire first and then put the security guarantees in later. We'll have to see whether that is still his position when he meets Zelensky later, or what comes out of that, because that is the sort of the heart of this, where there is that real division or difference in opinion.
Okay, let's look ahead to the summit in a bit more detail tomorrow. Clearly, agendas, top of the list, things will have been ripped up and rewritten now. What should we be looking out for at the end of this summit tomorrow?
Well, there is going to be pressure for something to come out of this summit, because having sort of spoken to people over the week, it's not entirely clear that there is what the end result would be. It's not like, for example, when you have a formalized summit and there's going to be an agreed communique or something like that at the end of it. I'm not sure that there was necessarily that sort of thing envisaged from it. But the point of it is to drive forward, Downing Street has said, the European efforts towards getting towards a lasting peace deal. And we know that they're going to talk about things like ongoing military support and things like sanctions on Russia. The context, though, in which they're having these discussions is completely different from what they were expecting. There's been this very carefully choreographed week from Downing Street, where you had the UK announcing it was going to raise its defence spending earlier in the week. Then that visit to Washington from Sir Keir Starmer on Thursday, which went very well with Donald Trump. You know, the expectation was they'd be going into this weekend with the US brought a little bit further on side, having signed a minerals deal with Ukraine, having met Zelensky in the White House, and that having gone well. Obviously, that is very much not the case. And so now what they're looking at is talking about European contributions and European support.
Yeah, that's where it should have started. The Europeans should have taken the bulk of this on. The finances, the soldiers, the weaponry, they should have taken this on. If you have such strong moral ideals, dreamy ideals against Vladimir Putin and Russia, right? Then you fight for that. Fight for those ideals and pay the price. Pay the price. Send your people to die. Use your money. Use your taxpayers' money. Use your public treasury, and y'all do it. And then whatever y'all need help with, we can kind of say, okay, maybe we'll help you a little bit. Right. But instead, it's America who takes on the brunt of it. Like, we're directly impacted by this. No, we're not. No, we're not. And like I said yesterday, if Ukraine has a GDP of 180 billion and what's it called? And Russia has a GDP of $2 trillion, in my brain, it makes more sense to partner with Russia because they have a bigger economy, they have a bigger country, they have bigger roads, and they can afford to buy American goods. We need to start having business relationships with people, okay? Especially people that have the money. We have to stop going to war with rich people so we can help broke people, okay? Ukraine is a poor country. I'm not going to help these people. Okay, and I don't know, I'm gonna look it up, but like when you rank them per GDP in Europe, where do they rank in Europe? Okay, they're not even part of like the G12 of Europe. So why am I wasting my money on a country that is not a G12? When you go to war behind somebody, you have to go to war behind someone that has proven to be a great trade partner. Like if, for example, we sell over like $2 trillion worth of cars in Ukraine, I can see why we're fighting for that. Like, hey, they buy lots of cars from us and they give us lots of money and they keep these jobs going here in America. So yeah, we're gonna fight for these fools, right? But no, they buy nothing from America. You don't even have like American businesses like, I don't know, like McDonald's or KFC. Like you don't even have American franchises in Ukraine. So it's like, how does this benefit me financially? Okay, you're more likely to find a McDonald's or a Starbucks in Russia. Okay, so no, I am not fighting people that have money for broke people. Who, like, what kind of idiot goes to war for broke people? Because when it's all said and done, they're still not going to have money. So you're helping to fight the war, and they're going to come back to you and ask you for money to rebuild. And when they do rebuild, they're not going to trade with you because you're so far away and the cost is too much. They're going to trade with these other European countries who never gave them a penny to go to war and to rebuild their countries. It doesn't make any sense. You see, Russia's not far off from Alaska. Once upon a time, Alaska used to belong to Russia. I'm like, so we have ways to send our stuff from California to Russia. It really ain't that far, okay? But no, I don't trust these Europeans, okay? So no, you don't have money. You don't have money. And I don't even see how you can pay me back my money. I don't even see how I can sell my stuff here. So, like, I'm not going to waste my time behind you. No, I'm going to go make friends with Russia because they have money. Yes, buy my stuff. That's it. So I'm like, make it make sense. Now, look, let's look right here real quick. Kimmy about to be an idiot. She's about to trigger me. But let's go.
We all need to... I thought it was quite an extraordinary press conference.
Oh, really?
And...
Why
we all need to remember that President Zelensky is a hero.
Why?
He represents the Ukrainian people's strength and their resistance to an authoritarian regime.
Kimmy, you are surprising me today. See, this is why people think that you are just doing white people's job, because girl, you're crazy. Zelensky is a hero, Kimmy. You are insane.
Trying to destroy them. He needs all of the support that he can get. And I think that it is inappropriate to conduct that kind of disagreement in front of cameras. The only person who benefits from that is President Putin. Absolutely. The Prime Minister and I are united in our support for Ukraine. Okay. Ukraine is fighting a war on behalf of the whole of Europe. Okay. And what we need to do now is look at how we can help them in the immediate term and also in the longer term.
Then do that.
The state visit is from the King. He is the head of state, and I think that that is a matter for the royal family. We need to make sure that we continue to work with both our allies, both Ukraine and...
Remember how yesterday Dawn told you, try to convince us that the crown is just there for ceremonial purposes, right? What did she say? Zelensky is going to meet with King Charles. Okay, so if these people are just here for ceremonial purposes, then why is Zelensky meeting with King Charles? Like, make it make sense, right? Because we know damn well these people are still in charge. Okay, like I told you yesterday, it's just political sorcery to not rile up the masses to really have the next guillotines being pulled out near Buckingham Palace and start cutting throats. Okay, make it make sense, right? This is crazy. But my point is, me, Marlene, if the Europeans have these strong convictions about Russia and Ukraine, you know, fighting for the rest of Europe, me, I ain't gonna stop you. Do it. If y'all want to die, if you want to send your kids behind that, if they want to pay more taxes behind that, you know, because these people have made up their minds to be ideologues. Europe, you guys, Europe, it's going to be really sad what's going to happen to that place. It's going to be really, really sad. You know, like, you know how people dream of going to Paris and dream of that? It's going to stop. They're going to have so much poverty. I see it. They don't talk about investment in renewable, like, and not renewable, oh my gosh, like batteries, AI, this and that. They don't care. Europe now, they are so self-righteous. They are so pompous. They are just so arrogant that they think life is about fighting for noble causes. Oh, sorry, y'all. Instead of fighting for remaining relevant in business, remaining relevant with money, right? They do, and I think America has afforded them that luxury, and that's why they act the way that they do. They're so arrogant because America funds their military. America pays for all of that. So, like you see here, like for example, when you look at our national budget, right, almost $700 billion, right, is allocated for the military. You understand? It's huge. It's a serious amount of money. Okay, it's almost like a sixth of annual revenue because annual revenues are $6 trillion, right? When you're allocating $700 billion to your military, that's almost $1 trillion. It's about a sixth of the money, right? In Europe, they don't have to worry about that because if anything happens, America will just come and fight for us. So they don't have to worry about, oh, we have to allocate enough money to our budget, like defense budget and war budget. They ain't got to do it. So there was extra money left over. And what happens when people have extra money left over? Well, they start engaging in vanity projects because they have the money left over. And that's my whole point about socialism, right? When people have money left over and a whole lot of money left over, when there is something so important as national security or your national defense, and you understand that, oh, I don't really have to worry about that. America will just do it. America will just do it. America will just do it, right? So not only do you not care about putting that money aside, but the money that is left over because you don't have to worry about that, you would think they would take that money and invest in like businesses and tech and you know, I don't know, stuff to just put the UK in the forefront, stuff to put France in the forefront. No, they use that money to have conferences, to have seminars, to have summits, world summits, Davos, all kinds of foolishness. They're always talking, they're always opining on ideas. They really believe that they're in Rome. Let's talk about what is democracy? Well, what is rule? What is law? What is human rights? This is all they do. They sit there and just talk. They have these very expensive ass summits where they really have. They go there. Everybody brings their private planes, these big ass planes. They spend all kinds of money. They go there. They talk for days. They yap for days about these great ideas that they have, and they leave those places with nothing concrete. They're gonna do it again every 3 months. Every 3 months, European leaders go to some kind of goofy ass summits that cost all kinds of billions. Right? They worry about, asylum seekers and what can we do about asylum seekers and how much money can we dedicate towards asylum seekers? Like all kinds of foolishness. They're extremely pompous because they think they've arrived. Like, we've arrived. We've arrived. We're Europeans. We're white, right? We are the West. Right? We are the beacon of democracy. We are the role models for democracy. We are the vanguards of the protection of humanity and human rights and free speech. They're so full of themselves. These Europeans are full of themselves, right? Because America has given them this luxury that they don't have to worry about being practical. And also because America mostly does their defense, they go and talk shit to people. They start all kinds of mess. Oh, my brother gonna beat your ass. My brother's gonna beat your ass, right? You know them kind of kids, right? That's exactly what Europe is. They go trigger people. They talk shit to people. They bully people. They provoke people. And like, oh my gosh, America, they're coming after me. They're coming after me. Nah, you're gonna get your ass whooped from now on. Okay? Because I've made you feel like you can start talking smack to people. You don't have to learn to get along with people. You don't have to learn to be good neighbors to people because you start some mess and then you call me and I come here like a big old fat idiot and I always fight for you. They drag America into all kinds of foolishness. Yeah. That's like, they always do. Europeans, they love themselves a conference. Oh, these lazy ass fools. These DI people. They love themselves a conference, a summit, this, and that. Every 2 to 3 months, they go to some kind of conference, some kind of summit, and they wear a suit, and they talk about their values as Europeans, and this, and that, just wasting money. All these European leaders will land with like their Boeing 777, their 747. These are big-ass planes, delegations of 100 people, 200 people, wasting all kinds of money, talking about foolishness. Foolishness, utter foolishness. I'm like, what? Like, this is insanity. Okay? Do you even see American people have these many summits? We barely have summits here. They have summits every 2 months. There is some kind of summit. There is some kind of cause. They just like to hear themselves talk. This is it. They like to hear themselves talk. And they can't do that because they don't have to allocate a big portion of their national budget to their national defense because America will do it for them. Right? It's unbelievable. It is it really, really is unbelievable. Right? How can you be so self-righteous like that? They know they can't fight, but they're gonna talk all this big shit. They're gonna start calling people dictators, authoritarian. They say things to instigate stuff. That's what Trump told that man. Stop talking about Vladimir this way. Right? We're trying to stop this war. You keep insulting this man. The more you insult this man, he's not gonna want to do this. And you think we're gonna keep paying for this? Right? They keep talking to people sideways. They talk to people out the side of their necks because they know we can start these fights and America will fight these wars for us. Then we might give them a Nobel Peace Prize. They're a bunch of con artists. These are very unserious people. They are seriously unserious people. But how much you want to bet? If they have to use their own money, finance their own defense budget, get their own military involved, how much you want to bet they will start playing nice with people? They will start being more respectful how they talk to people. right? But when you know that you can go around poke and poke and poke and poke, and America will come behind you no matter whether you're right or wrong. Because now I'm even starting to wonder, when it came down to the war with Germany, most likely England did something to Germany. That's why that boy had so much smoke for these people, because they trigger people. They bully people. They bully people. And because England has these like lineage, like these ties, like we know this, the lineage with America, right? They take advantage of that. They take advantage. They really do take advantage. But they bully people. They trigger people. They instigate foolishness. And when it gets really, really bad, then oh, America, look at what they did to us. Oh my gosh. And you know we're fighting for freedom. And you know we're fighting for justice. And we know we're fighting for human rights, because they know what to say. They know what to say, but they start all kinds of mess. These are messy ass people who love drinking tea. So you know they messy. Okay. Who drinks tea with milk? Then you can't trust somebody like that. You can't trust somebody like that. Why you put milk in your tea though? You messy, messy little bee. Yeah. This is what they do. Global Citizen Festival. They're always having a summit, a conference, a festival for world peace, and all kinds of foolishness. They are, yeah, of course I'm gonna bully you. Of course I'm gonna bully you. You deserve to get bullied. You're part of the problem. You are part of the problem. Okay? This is crazy. I'm like, do these people actually work? Do they actually work? They don't work. All they do is go summit to conferences to conferences. And I'm like, they never solve anything. They never resolve anything. Stop talking smack to people. Stop talking crazy to people. It's enough already. Mind your mouth and mind the stuff that comes out your mouth. Stop insulting this man. Y'all claim he is so crazy, but y'all won't stop insulting this man. He needs to whoop y'all's asses.
And the US. We may disagree with the US on what happened yesterday, but what is important now is how we move on from what happened yesterday. And that means focusing on the summit that the Prime Minister is going to be having tomorrow with European leaders. A lot of European leaders have expressed moral support for President Zelensky. I think that's good, but we need action. Deeds, not just words.
They don't have
of course, the US is still an ally to the UK and Europe. And just because we may have disagreements on an approach does not mean that we stop being allies. And we need to move away from any sort of rhetoric that splits Europe and the US, because that is only going to benefit Vladimir Putin. I think it's important to remember the situation that President Zelensky is in. There are air raid sirens, currently ringing in Ukraine. What he needs is support. And right now, what we should be doing is looking at how we can help, whether with using some of those frozen Russian assets. I think it's time to start looking at how we can use that money to support.
You see, we're going to freeze his assets. Bunch of thieves. You see this? But these are people who believe in democracy. They believe in self-determination. They believe in not invading people, but they are so quick. They are so quick to believe. Why you change your account? Don't told you. What you change your account for? They are so quick to believe that you should freeze other people's assets. Why are you freezing his assets for? These people are nothing more than the mercenaries. Western Europe is full of mercenaries masquerading as people of righteousness, of high values, of high ethics. It is not your money. It's not your money. But this is what it always was about. And I told you this. I was like, they resent the fact that they have to give this man so much money. They want his gas pipes. They want his stuff. These are a bunch of hateful ass, jealous ass, broke ass socialists, okay? They've squandered all their money. They have squandered all their money, and now they're looking for who else they can steal from. These are a bunch of pirates. They are incredibly dishonest. The great British people, to me, are incredibly intellectually dishonest. So one moment you're about democracy, self-determination, people's agency, this is his money. It's the Russian people's money. Who are you to freeze their money? They sold their natural gas to you. And instead of paying these people back, you don't want to pay them back because you are overwhelmed by these goofy ass benefits that you cannot afford. And instead of saying to Vladimir, can you put us on a payment plan? Your pride won't let you admit that you need to be put on a payment plan. They don't have the money. You see this? I told y'all this yesterday. Because one thing about these Europeans, when they stop liking you, it's usually because they owe you money. It's usually these people are some broke ass people. When Europeans start not liking someone, they start doing negative press on somebody because they owe that person money. They owe people money. Even here in America, you see it here in America also, right? When the Chinese were working for 5 cents an hour, they had no problem with these people, right? But now that America owes so much to China, they don't even know how they're going to pay the Chinese people back their money. Oh, they're the foreign enemies, they're a foreign threat, one thing, all kinds of foolishness, right? Because they don't like to pay their debt. They don't like to pay their debt. Europeans do not like to pay their debt. So they're going to start some mess so they can find a way to, in French you say esquiver. They find a way to just like get out of jail real quick because they don't want to have to pay the debt. They don't want to pay this man they don't want to pay him his money. They've used the gas. They've ordered the gas. Now it's time for them to pay up the money, pay your invoices. And you know they don't pay their invoices because they have yet to pay their NATO invoices. They're also behind on their NATO invoices. That's the problem with socialists. They don't pay their bills on time. NATO, they haven't paid. The gas from the Russia, they haven't paid. And how much you want to bet that even the cereals that they've ordered from Russia, they haven't paid this man his money. They don't want to pay. Because financially, they don't have enough money. They don't have enough money. Anytime you hear these Europeans start talking about, human rights and democracy, child, they owe money to somebody. So they have to use these virtuous talking points to try to make you believe that, I'm just doing it because I care about humanity. Europeans care about humanity. These people, transatlantic slave trade people, okay, care about humanity. Yeah, right. They owe people money. They owe this man some money. And I'm going to look it up to see how much Great Britain owes to Russia. They owe money. All of these countries, all these European countries, they owe these people money. They owe Russia money. They don't want to pay Russia. So therefore, there's issues here with Ukraine. So let's antagonize this. Let's make it seem as though we can invite Ukraine into NATO so we can have legitimate reason to say, look, Russia bad. So because you're attacking Ukraine, we're going to stop making payments until you stop attacking these people. Okay. This is what they do. These people are incredibly dishonest. They are incredibly dishonest. Anytime you see white Europeans start talking about human rights, they owe somebody money. Okay? When they were going to China and having these people work for 5 cents an hour, they didn't care about human rights, huh? Right? When they were taking all this free coffee, all these coffee beans out of the Ivory Coast, they didn't care about human rights. They didn't care about children having to work to get those coffee beans. They didn't care, right? They only start to care about human rights when there's an invoice they cannot afford to pay. I can't pay this. So let me start talking about human rights. Let me start talking about child labor. Let me start talking about this kind of violation, right? You are crazy. This is what they do. And I promise you, they owe this man money. They don't want to pay him the money. So this right here is the facade. This is the play that they're going to put on to bamboozle people to believe that this is a fight for self-determination. This is the fight for this. It is not. It's about you not want to pay your invoice. Pay this man his money. Pay him what you owe him. And all your goofy ass benefits, you have to stop. But the problem is the vast majority of these European countries do not want to stop paying these benefits because they know that people will come outside. The people are going to revolt. They might even start killing people. These are Europeans. They are quite barbarians. Okay. They know this because they've got to a point now in Europe where the vast majority of Europeans believe that these benefits are a human right. They believe that they are entitled to these benefits. So if you cut off their benefits because you have to save the British economy, how much you want to bet they're going to come outside fighting, killing, looting, shooting? They're going to go back to who they used to be. Barbarians, right? That's the problem with the vast majority of these European governments. They have so many people on public assistance. And the vast majority of these people vote. Why? Because they don't work. So they have the time to go and vote. Most people who work usually can't make it to the ballots because they have to work. So it becomes a real conundrum. It's that the people who take the most from the government, people who don't work, are the people with the most amount of free time to actually go vote. You see? And if you don't have the vote, you don't get elected. So they're being held hostage by these low performers, low producing succubus. They're being taken advantage by these people. Okay? That is crazy. And that's why most countries in the world should make the day, like the actual day of voting, it should be a national holiday. It should be a national holiday. so that people who have welfare are not the only people who are overrepresented at the ballot because they ain't got nothing else but to go and vote. They don't work. Right? Even here, November 4th should be a national holiday. Everybody should be off from work. And how much you want to bet? We're going to start having more sensible elections because now the working people, the working class, the ones who actually pay the taxes that upkeep the life of these goofy ass socialist people, how much you want to bet? We're going to stop a lot of this foolishness. There's a reason why they've never made the election day a national holiday because they know how it's going to go down. Because it's not the welfare people you have to fear. It's the working class people you have to fear. Because if they can actually take a day off from work and actually show up at the poll, well, guess what? It's going to look all kinds of different. Foolishness.
Ukraine, perhaps we should be looking at a minerals deal on the European side. Let's improve the procurement. At tomorrow's summit, what I expect the Prime Minister to do is speak to Germany about doing what we did with Storm Shadow missiles with Taurus, for example. Let's do concrete things right now that are going to help Ukraine rather than criticizing them for whether or not they said thank you or not. These are very serious questions.
Of course, and you, Kemi, right here, you're being fake as hell. Because your issue with all these illegal immigrants who are coming to the UK, and you told me, girl, that every illegal immigrant costs you 50,000 pounds, and you were triggered. You were so triggered that you changed the laws when it comes to birthright citizenship in the UK. So for you to say, oh, it doesn't, we shouldn't really harp on the fact that he didn't say thank you. No, you are upset that these illegal people are not saying thank you enough. Right? So girl, miss me with the BS. And that's why the people think that you use the Uncle Tom. Okay, they look at you like the Uncle Tom of the UK, and I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. Okay, because you have the same issue with all these illegals who are in your country that you have to pay 50,000 quids for, who are also not saying thank you. They're not being appreciative. Right? You have an issue that people are coming to the UK and they're still wrapping their heads. They're still like following their Muslim practices, right? It really does trigger you because you feel as though the fact that they're in a Western country, they should be grateful to be there, and they're not. And it triggered you. Girl, you got so triggered, you changed all the laws. Instead of waiting 5 years to apply for citizenship, you made it 15 years because you feel as though people who are coming there and applying for citizenship are not grateful. So, girl, miss me with the bull, miss me with that. Okay. So we also have the right to feel as though after 350 billion, yeah, he could be a little bit more thankful. And not just that, he could dress accordingly. He can dress like he has respect for the White House, not like you're dressed right now handling your cows, because that's exactly how he was dressed. And that to me is disrespectful. People have given you 50 billion and you can't even be bothered to wear a suit and some nice dress shoes to come into our nation's capital, to come into our White House. What the F we look like? Okay? Some freaking Hamlet. You think the White House is some kind of goofy ass Hamlet in Leicestershire or in Cambridgeshire or in Oxfordshire somewhere? Girl, this is Washington, D.C., boo-boo. We're not no Hamlet. We're not in some shire of England. Okay? This is the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. What's wrong with you goofy ass people? The man coming in here with some dirty ass shoes, dirty ass clothes, with some goofy ass logo on, wear a damn suit. Have respect for us. Have the respect for the White House. Have respect for the American people. Dress like you got some sense. Like, what is this? What do we look like? Okay? Make it make sense. Oh, yeah, she's being a hypocrite. She's so triggered by Muslims. She is excessively triggered because she really is an Islamophobe. It has to be said, right? It has to be said. She's an Islamophobe. She's excessively triggered by Muslims. It's not a joke, right? But I'm like, I showed y'all how she changed the okay, we don't care. Wear a damn suit. And you can wear a pin. There are pins that you can wear. But coming into the White House with his dirty ass shoes, his dirty ass outfit, and his dirty ass attitude, what we look like? Respect us. You see, y'all, that's what I'm saying. Europe, y'all got too comfortable. You've gotten way too comfortable. You've gotten way too comfortable. And it's about time for America to go back to a time like the Monroe Doctrine and let you people handle yourselves. It's dirty to me. And even Donald Trump didn't like it. That's why he was like, oh, he's so dressed up. Okay? Our president comes out in a suit and you're coming out and God knows, like, what is this? What is this? But when it's time to go to the Vogue cover, the Vanity Fair cover, he dresses a whole lot better. That's good for him. It's not a war time. And no war in D.C. And a war in D.C. right? And we know he's not fighting a war. We know he's not out on the trenches. We don't even believe that he lives in Ukraine. I don't believe he's in Ukraine. I think he lives somewhere else. I ain't got no, Elon's not no damn president. Elon's not no damn president. Elon is not a president. Elon is an entrepreneur. Elon runs Tesla and he runs SpaceX and then he runs Twitter. He's an entrepreneur. And also Elon not even working in the White House. And also Elon is not getting money from the White House. Like you're missing the plot here. Okay. He's not going to get criticized because he does not get money from the American people. He's not out here like having these official. No. Elon is Elon. Okay. Make it make sense. And also, Elon has done stuff for America. He bought Twitter for over $40 billion. He allowed people to talk. He allowed people to come back to social media, right? And because of Elon today, all these people are changing their behavior. Mark Zuckerberg is changing his behavior. Jeff Bezos is changing his behavior with the Washington Post, right? Because Elon has shown like, yeah, I don't care. He bought Twitter and he allowed people to have free speech with his own money. So he has done stuff for America. Okay. He has actually put money up, $40 billion. So when it comes to Zelensky, he hasn't done anything for us but to drag us into a proxy war with Russia. This shit really could have escalated. It really could have escalated. It could have been so real that we would have had to deploy troops, American people, to go fight in Ukraine. Are you actually okay right now? Right? He dragged us into a war with a superpower like Russia. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? So Elon is not in charge. And they know damn well he's not in charge. He can't even be in charge of his own sex life. How you going to be in charge of the White House? Elon don't even know how many kids he got. Okay? So how you going to be in charge of the White House when he can barely count how many kids he got? 13, 14, 20, 50 kids? We don't even know. Like, it's some bullshit. A man who can't even control his own penis, he can't even control how many kids he has, don't even know how many children he has. How you going to be in charge of the White House? And you think JD Vance going to let Elon run the White House? Have you seen JD? Oh, yeah, of course he has power. He's the world's richest man. Of course he has power. Duh. But you can have power and not run the White House. And nor is he interested in running the White House. He does not have to be elected. A lot of people are not elected. When Blinken was out here making decisions for Joe Biden, was he elected? Exactly. So when Blinken was doing it for Joe Biden, where was the outrage? Was Blinken elected? Right? When Kamala Harris's husband was writing her speeches, when Kamala's husband was writing her speeches, when Kamala's husband was even writing speeches for Joe Biden, was he elected? Right? When Jill Biden was making decisions for her husband, when Jill Biden had a say-so in American politics, was Jill Biden elected? Right? We know the man had dementia, so who was thinking for him? We know the man went to bed at 4:30 p.m., so who was thinking for him? Make it make sense. Y'all pick and choose when you want to talk about who's elected, who's not elected. Was Blinken elected? Right? When it came down to the borders and all these goofy ass decisions that Mayorkas was passing at the borders, was Mayorkas elected? Was he elected? Right? There are a bunch of people out here who are not elected, who are doing all kinds of foolishness in the White House. Right? The stuff that even Hunter Biden, the kind of deals he was making, the stuff he was selling, his father's influence that he was selling to people, pretending that he was selling art my ass, right? Was he elected? Let's talk about it. You bunch of hypocrites. We know damn well that Joe Biden had dementia and he had Alzheimer's. So then who's working? Who was making all these decisions? We know damn well Blinken was involved. Blinken was the one responsible for all this goofy shit. Right? And we know damn well that Kamala Harris, her husband, was writing her speeches. We're not stupid. And if she had really became president, he would have been president because he would have been in charge. You think we're stupid? Why did this man want with this lady, her dumb ass? Okay? Why does this Ashkenazi Jew want to be with this lady? You think it's stupid? A man who was married to a white woman and he got his nanny pregnant, paid for the nanny to have an abortion, and somehow he ends up with Kamala Harris, and then they end up in all this politics stuff. You don't think we know what this is? You don't think we remember when we could see her, she would move her lips, and he's also moving her lips because you know he wrote her speech and he helped her to memorize it, and like his lips are moving when her lips are moving, right? Like, stop with the foolishness. And that's why people do not trust the left media. People don't trust legacy media anymore because you don't practice. You're not impartial. You are not impartial. What you see in Trump, it was all over Joe Biden and his administration, but you never talk about that. We know damn well that it was Jill Biden making so many decisions for her husband. It was Jill Biden who told her husband that he could win against Trump. It was her. It was her. And he listened to her, right? Even this whole beef between him and Kamala Harris, it was Jill Biden. We have seen many instances where she could barely look at Kamala because she don't like that girl. She don't like that girl. So please. So if you're going to talk about Elon, then you also have to talk about Blinken. We have to talk about Blinken. We have to talk about Mayorkas. We got to talk about these people. They were not elected. And there are many more people who are not elected. A lot of these White House economic advisors, right, who have so much sway on the president, they're also not elected, right? All this goofy ass green, what's it called? Green New Deal, whatever it's called, Chad. Okay, it's a lot of people who are in the president's ear who are not elected. It was this way with Obama. It was this way with Joe Biden. I forgot that man's name, but I'll find him for y'all, right? He always designed the economic policy. He designed the economic policies for Obama. He did the same thing for Joe Biden. He was not elected. Most people don't even know his name. So, like, miss me with that. Miss me with that. At least Elon, we know his face. We have seen his face, and he doesn't hide about what he wants to do. And I respect that. But there are a lot of people, nobody knows their name. They don't make themselves heard. And when somebody gets elected, they're the ones making all the decisions. But we know that Joe Biden had dementia and he had Alzheimer's. And he told us he goes to bed at 4:30 p.m. So when he's asleep, who's running the country? Who's running the country? It was Blinken. It was Blinken. Right? And the thing about Elon, too, Elon, he's really focused on like trying to cut the waste in the federal government. He's not even responsible for like starting wars and talking about giving money to people. Blinken was really behind all this war foolishness because he's another Ashkenazi, huh? He was really behind this war foolishness, pushing and pushing. Don't talk to Putin. Don't try to arrive at some kind of compromise. This and that. That's crazy. Even Elon, he is nowhere stuff like that. He's not involved in like international policy stuff, war stuff, military stuff. You know, he's just out here looking for waste in the federal government. That's about it. That's it. But Blinken was pretty much running the entire country, and he was in charge of our national policy. He was agreeing to all this money, these payments, this, and that. And this man was never elected. Nobody elected this man. So why not talk about that part also? I'm like, what?
That the Prime Minister is going to need to think about, and we're prepared to support him at a cross-party level to do what is right in the national interest. We should not be doing anything that is against UK national interest. Our national interest right now is being a bridge between the US and Europe, creating a strong NATO that can help defend against Russia. Right now, that seems to be in peril. And what we need to do is look at all of the options that we have in the short term, like I've described, but also in the long term. We need to start increasing capacity. It's not just about spend. What can we do to rearm now? We should be looking at the amount that we do want to spend in the longer term. We should be talking about 3% very, very quickly. How can we get to that? Maybe by 2032, maybe even by 2030. But those are the serious questions that we need to be asking.
Okay. You see what I told you? I tell you, see, these Europeans, I've studied white people so well. I know them so well now. I understand them so well. I understand Europeans so well. It's not even a joke. I told you they owe this man money. 17 countries owe Russia 27 billion. Okay. They don't want to pay this. Let's see. Who is that? Who owes the money? Okay. Okay. So Ukraine owes Russia money. Belarus owes Russia 7.5 billion. Okay. Ukraine owes 3.7 billion. Venezuela owes 3.5 billion. Cuba owes 3.2 billion. Bangladesh 2 billion. Cyprus 1.8 billion. India 1.1 billion. Yemen 1 billion. China and Morocco and foreign state corporation may owe Russia 13 billion. Okay. Let me see. So even Ukraine you owe this man money. I have to see if they don't owe these people money. I'm like, looks like they owe them money. Because I wonder if they've paid. So all of this gas, have they paid their gas? And I'm like, hold on. As I look for this, let's play this brother's video.
These Democrats say, oh, they're so embarrassed of how we look in front of our allies and friends. They weren't embarrassed when Joe Biden was stumbling and falling all over a stage. They weren't embarrassed when he was pooping themselves while they were out at G7 summits. They weren't embarrassed when he was losing or walking around and stumbling around and having to be guided back to take pictures. They weren't embarrassed when Joe Biden literally called Zelensky Putin at a press conference. None of those things embarrassed them. They're not embarrassed we gave $350 billion, but Zelensky doesn't know where half of it is. None of that embarrassed them. But the fact that a United States president is stepping up and representing for his people, that embarrasses him.
Talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
This week, the American people finally got a chance to see what real leadership looks like. It's been 4 long years since we've seen anybody step up and represent for the United States on a public stage, because Democrats are so concerned with looking proper and looking polite and look. It's all about how you look. But the substance behind the actions mean nothing to Democrats. Joe Biden was very appeasing, and he was very soft-spoken in public and acted like an endearing old man and got steamrolled by every single adversary who was looking to take advantage of his weakness. And we saw what happened with Hamas attacking Israel. We saw what happened with Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine. Now, in this video, we're going to show clips, intense clips, where Trump stepping up for the American people with Zelensky. And I'm also going to break down a little bit more about why and what this Ukraine-Russia situation is all about for those who don't know. So stick around, because it's going to be some really entertaining and engaging information. First things first, what most people don't know is that when Vladimir Putin initially invaded Ukraine, it was under the Obama administration in 2014. Putin went in and invaded what's called Crimea. Now, Ukraine used to belong to the Soviet Union, and this broke off from the Soviet Union in 1991 and became an independent state. Now, if you remember, the Cold War was going on all throughout the 80s and whatnot, because the United States and the Soviet Union were allies in World War II. It was Russia, America, and Great Britain that all fought together to defeat Germany. And once that was over, when they split up the territories, the Soviet Union got places like Poland and a lot of these other European countries where they were able to, put their flag down. So now let's fast forward it. Then we got the missile races that's going on between the nations and whatnot. Then you got the Reagan and oh my God, I forget his name. And if you know it, put it in the comments. The prime minister, the leader of Russia during the Reagan years, Mikhail Gorbachev. So then you have Mikhail Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan, who were trying to be diplomatic, and they were able to do some things together, but then the Soviet Union disbanded. Now, when the Soviet Union disbanded, Russia had been doing everything it could to try to kind of claw some of those pieces back. And one of those pieces was Ukraine. Now, in Ukraine, in a section of Ukraine, you got people who speak Russian, who have Russian values, who still appreciate the Russian way.
You see? And that's why Don told you once again was spreading misinformation. Oh, they have nothing in common. Yes, they do. They are Ukrainian people who have families in Russia. They are Russian people who have families in Ukraine. Many of them, they know each other. They're cousins. They are seriously cousins. I'm like, they were part of the U.S. So how can they not be related? Like, 1991 was not that far ago. My first brother was born in 92. The second one was born in 93. It is not that long ago. Okay. So stop it. Liberals. There are liberals in the chat. When liberals show up, misinformation ensues.
So Vladimir Putin goes in to try to take that. Ukrainians being independent, step up. And obviously With America as an ally, we wanted to be there. But here's the kicker. The reason why World War III hasn't taken off because of NATO. Now, members of NATO have an agreement that if anybody attacks one, they all fight. Okay. And this is why nobody wanted Ukraine to be a member of NATO. Because the members of NATO, the European Union, America, everyone knows with the beef they got going on with Russia, if they become a member of NATO, then that means anything they're doing to Ukraine, everybody got to pounce. And if that happens, knowing the nuclear superpower that Russia is, as long as with ourselves, the world can be obliterated and destroyed. So in
this is why, thank you, brother. This is why Trump told that man, you are playing with the lives of millions of people. You are gambling with the lives of millions of people. You are playing with World War III. And he's like, like it's not even like he doesn't, it's like he doesn't understand the gravity of what we're saying. Okay. You heard what I'm trying to say? If you join you see, and this is why Vladimir makes a lot of sense. Because if you join NATO, not it's all of y'all against me. Oh no, that ain't fair. That's not even playing fair. Why you want to join them people? Right? So like, you know this. He knows exactly what it means for him. Zelensky understands what it means for Ukraine to join NATO. So now you can say, oh, NATO, look, I'm a member, right? And they touch me, right? Y'all got to do something to Vladimir the bad guy. Vladimir the bad guy, right? So not everybody not going to start fighting because you start some mess with this man. Because you ain't shit. Because if you were a good person, you're like, you know what? Even though I could, I ain't gonna do it. Let's find a way to compromise. Like good people try to compromise first. But like war has to be absolutely necessary. When it comes to Zelensky, he doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to do any kind of peace negotiation. He doesn't want to do any kind of ceasefire. Oh, no, well, America, give me more money. Give me more money. No, we are not. You're going to learn to deal with that man. You're going to learn to coexist with that man because you are not worth dying over. And let's be so for real. I mean, besides the rare earth, but it's like, is it even that much money though? There's nothing worth dying over when it comes to Ukraine. Okay. It's not like a China. It's like, you're not a trade partner. We don't get anything from Ukraine. They're not helping our economy. They're not buying anything from us. They're not even coming to school in America, like paying all this crazy tuition. Okay. So what is the point? Why would you fight for someone that can't even buy $2 billion worth of goods from America? You serve me no purpose. Like I gain nothing from this. Like, why am I even in this? That's how you know. This is how you know. You be quiet. This is how you know that when it comes to Joe Biden, he was a weak ass man. He was a horrible president. He was a weak president. And that's how you know that Kamala Harris, she probably is an alcoholic. This girl was not working, probably out here just getting wasted. Okay. The girl was incompetent. She wasn't even there. There was two bums who got elected because they sold racism to people, and they had a bunch of dead people voting through mail-in ballots. Bunch of grossly incompetent people, right? Because this whole time with Joe Biden, and it's funny how Europe felt as though, you know, we're just going to give emotional support. We're going to give them emotional support. We strongly hate Russia, but we're going to just give emotional support. Now Trump is coming in, and you see, within he left DC, within 24 hours, these Europeans are now planning another summit, right? And hopefully they come up with the money at the summit. So somebody should have applied pressure. Had pressure been applied from the jump, they would have had this summit 3 years ago, and they would have decided how exactly they're going to pay for this. But nobody was applying pressure because Joe Biden is a bum. So he decides to inject himself into this. The American people, he uses our money to think he's somebody he's not. This ain't your money, boo. This not your money. Like trying to fight a war with asking for no collateral. He's doing way more than even the Europeans are doing way too much. It's not our beef. It is not our problem. And honestly, Ukraine should not even be able to join NATO. What is the membership fee to join NATO? Can they even afford to pay their yearly fee? They probably don't even have the money. They can't even afford this. They don't even have the economy to afford this, right? Like you're dead weight. You're dead weight to everybody. You owe money to Russia. You haven't paid the money. You have all this money coming in and you still don't pay your bills. You got $350 billion. You can't pay this man his money. Maybe if you gave him his money, he probably feel a lot better, right? There is a fee. There is a membership fee they have to pay. and you guys don't pay it. That's the problem. There is a fee. It's not free. Every country that is part of NATO has to pay their upkeep. And that's what Trump has been saying. You all got to start spending more money. Exactly. So it is a fee. What are you talking about? It is a fee. Tomato. It is a fee. When you join NATO, you agree to make certain investments. You agree to allocate a certain amount of your national budget to your defense. Like you agree to that. So that is the fee. Exactly. So that's the fee. That's the fee. It's an agreement. It's not free to be in there. It's not, oh, I'm going to be here because I'm a European. Nah, you got to pull your weight. And even that, to me, 2% is a joke. 2% is a joke. Because I'm sure if you compare to how much America is paying, we're paying probably way more. 2%, that is a joke. They got all this money for their welfare benefits. They have all this money for universal health care. They should pay at least 5 to 10% of their national budget to defense. This is ridiculous, right? But even that too, though, because you have weak ass people who have been in charge of this country, but like to only pay 2%, while we pay how much? We have a national budget over here. We have a defense budget that is 700. We have 700 billion. The whole revenue for the government are 6 trillion. So 700 billion sounds about a trillion. So it's like about a sixth of our national revenues goes towards our defense budget. 700 billion, right? So it's like, why are y'all doing the same? And that's money that we could put towards education, right? Y'all only have to give 2% of your budget to your own defense because we covered the rest. It is enough. It's like, this is just wasteful. European people have to start taking care of themselves. And if that means that you're going to have to cut all these goofy ass benefits and you're going to have to cut off all this goofy ass healthcare you're giving to people because your broke asses can't afford it, then so be it. You're going to have to be put in charge of your own security. That is your problem. If you got your ass whooped, then so be it. Then so be it. Exactly. That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay, I'm going to go look this up because you like to spread misinformation. But nonetheless, though, we're still spending more. So it's like, that's crazy. It's not fair. It's really not fair. That's why I say, like, this relationship that America has with Europe, it's really parasitic. They take too much from us. And they always drag America into some foolishness. These people are irresponsible. Okay? France has a president that could be married to a man. These are not the kinds of people we want to be allies with. Bunch of weirdos. Yeah, exactly. Go take care of your own stuff. Like, it's enough. It truly is enough. Okay? They go around talking big game. They have all these conferences, all these summits. They waste money on foolishness. They waste money on foolishness. They waste money they don't even have on these goofy ass conferences and these goofy ass summits instead of putting that money behind their military. Put your own money up. Train your own people. Come up with your own weapons. Leave us the hell alone. You need to pay for this. Take care of yourself. Y'all grown people. What the heck? They sit there all day. They got time to smoke weed, drink beer, not work, and have all kinds. And they love having sex. Europeans, a bunch of horny people. They're a bunch of horny people. Okay? Because they're not stressed out. They're a bunch of horny people. They're so damn horny. Like, what is wrong with these people? Bunch of weirdos. Like, they need to go to work. They need to work. This is excessive. This is insane.
2014, with zero respect for Obama, he went in, okay? Did his thing. Now, during that time, Obama gave Ukraine sheets, okay? Next thing you know, you got the Trump era. Now, when Trump came in, Trump provided Ukraine with javelins to destroy tanks, okay? Now, with that type of power during Trump's era, Putin never invaded Ukraine, never went a step further, never. And Trump told him, don't. Trump leaves office, Joe Biden steps in, and Joe Biden makes the same threat. Don't. You know what he did? He pounced. He went right in 2022, and Joe Biden did a lot of grandstanding, but it meant nothing. Even our American citizens that were over there that were captive. Do you remember the trade where America gave up Dr. Death for the WNBA, for the lesbian WNBA player, Brittany Griner, who had smuggled weed vapes was trying to smuggle them into Russia, got caught. So she was literally committing a crime, and we swapped out one of the most dangerous people in the world. Dr. Death is his nickname for a lesbian WNBA player. And I'm not saying every life is important, every American citizen is important, but just look at the type of negotiations that Putin was able to bully Joe Biden with. So now here we are, present day. He went in 2014, Crimea, goes back in some more in 2022. Now, Russia and Ukraine have lost together about 1.3 million soldiers. 25% of Ukraine population has been killed.
Jesus.
Those 700,000 Russians that was lost, they have a humongous population. That's a really big country. So it's not hurting them anywhere near.
You see this? And it's funny how mainstream media even has not told you that 25% of Ukraine's population has been murdered. You see, I told you this. Don told you he is our brother. We do love him, right? Because the chat would not be the same without him. But you see, we have to pray for him because Don told you he was trained, he was groomed, he was brainwashed into a socialist society. But when you sit here and you realize that 25% of them people been killed, why do we say, oh, y'all got to keep standing until what? Until he kills like 50%? No, no. People are not lying. This is insanity. 700,000 people. Who in their right mind is going to say, keep doing this? I don't even care for Ukraine like that. I'm not European. But my God, that is a lot of people. These are marriages that will never happen. These are children that will never be born. These are houses that will never be built. Like the Ukrainian people, they're going to feel this. 700,000 men are missing in society. They're going to feel it. At some point in their history, they're going to feel this. They're going to feel it. These are young people dying behind what? Some goofy ass ideals of self-determination, whatever the fuck it is. Oh, shut up. People don't have to die for ideals. We can just be practical. We can just be practical and learn to coexist. You see, so 30% of the population moved out. So they're currently experiencing depopulation. 30% of the people are gone. Like, are you actually understanding this? These are taxpayers that are gone. These are families that are gone. Houses abandoned. You will never get these people back. They're not going to come back. And then add the people who are killed. So Don told you, I'm asking you, especially for you being a socialist, how is this okay? How is this okay? How can you say, oh, they can't stop the war. They have to keep going. How? You believe in universal health care, but you want all these people to keep dying. How does that even make sense to you? This is crazy. Like sometimes you have to learn to concede. Like, you know what? Maybe we wanted to win, but it's just not going to happen. How many people are, even you, what's the number that you'll be like, oh, wow, that's too much? Don told you, we are not talking about $700,000. We are talking about 700,000 human beings. And every human has 2 parents. So that's 1.4 million people. Bless the 700,000 people dead. So that's like that is 2.1 million people who are directly impacted. They've lost, this is insanity. This is insanity. We're not even talking about money. We are talking about people. Now, I wouldn't be happy to lose $700,000, but my point is, you make money, you make money, you lose money, you can always make more money. But these people are never coming back. These men are gone. They are gone. These are marriages that will never happen, weddings that will never happen, children that will never be born, houses that will never be built. Exactly. So they can do it again. Okay? They can do it, and then that's fine. But it could be different. But when do you say, like, for you, what is the number that you say, oh my gosh, that's just too many dead people? What's the number for you? Because the fact that you don't even shocked that 700,000 people dead is crazy. 700,000 young men gone. 30% of the population has left Ukraine. So who is left? Old people? The elderly? The disabled? What kind of nation are they going to build with these people? Like, seriously, I mean, come on. That's just crazy. That is really crazy. This has to stop.
as it is Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have the military power. Ukraine doesn't even have the military. Their able-bodied men are being killed, and they're having problems finding people willing to fight. So this is why the United States military power that we provide them with is so critical to them. It's just allowing them to have a strong defense. They're never going to beat Russia, ever. They can't. So the fact that the Democrats want this war to keep going, lets you know what it's all about, the money. And Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. So let's check out this next clip where President Trump starts letting Zelensky know who's in charge, and it's America first. Check this out.
Everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good. We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. Yeah, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful.
Look at his body language. This is a serious matter. Look at his body language. So somebody's telling you you are gambling with the lives of millions of people. He's like, you're gambling with World War III. I'm like, is he a child? Is this man actually okay? And you see how Europe is out here coddling this man. Oh, he needs words of encouragement. Oh, he needs this. No, he needs a sound reality check. And I told y'all yesterday, if it was me, Marlene, I would have this man in a room. I would have locked his ass up in a room. I would have called Vlad. Vlad, you got 24 hours to get in here. This boy right here. And when Vlad comes in, I'm going to let this man whoop your ass. I'm going to let this man whoop your ass. The problem with somebody like Zelensky, he never had nobody put hands on his ass. So he doesn't understand the cost of war. He doesn't understand it. Right? You see, JD serving the Marines. So he gets it. That's why when it comes to talking about war and this and that and that, you always need people who've been outside. Because when you've been outside and you know what it takes to win a war, when you know what it takes to kill a human being, how it affects you to kill a person, you are less likely to want to do some crazy shit because you know what it is. Right? And that's why if you ever look at big dogs are usually quiet. It's them small ass, tiny ass, chihuahua ass that do the very most. People who don't really understand what it is to be outside, to die outside, to watch people die, to watch your friends die, to even have to decide, do I kill another human being? When you've never been put in that position, you think war is a joke. You think war is a joke. You think killing people is a joke. It don't hit you like, oh, damn, like we are really talking about 700,000 people. You understand? It's a damn joke to these people. And that's exactly what Trump said about Liz Cheney. She has never been outside, will never be outside. She's a spoiled ass brat. Her daddy's rich as fuck. She grew up rich as fuck. She grew up privileged as fuck, right? So she thinks that, oh, everybody got to bow down to her because she's Dick Cheney's daughter. Girl, get the fuck out of here. People fear your daddy. Nobody fears his daughter. Your goofy ass. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit your goofy ass somewhere, right? There's something about going to war. And that's why most people who've been to war don't want to go back because it brings something evil out of you. It brings something dark out of you. It's not good for humanity. It's not good. And we're telling this man, people are dying. You're not going to win. You never were going to win. We supported you. We gave you these javelin. And now you're thinking that you're that person. You're not that person. You are not that person. And it's so funny how so many people that Donald Trump has helped. And it's funny how they all turned their backs on him. Bunch of nobodies. Mike Pence, this goofy ass man. You got your ass bombed under Obama. He didn't even help you. He gave you sheets. Donald Trump came in there. He gave you something more powerful. And then they had the audacity to say, oh, Trump is in cahoots with Russia. Trump is in cahoots with Russia. And he gave this man way more powerful weapons than Barack Obama. Make it make sense. If anything, it sounds like Obama is in cahoots with the Vladimir Putin. Make it make sense. This man helped you. And now he's saying we have to stop. But no, he made a monster out your goofy ass. That's the problem. Like that's crazy. It doesn't matter if he meets with soldiers. Here you go with that goofy shit, right? It doesn't matter if he meets. It doesn't matter if he meets with soldiers. He is not a soldier. He will never be outside. Like I said, I don't even believe that he lives in he lives in Kiev, right? So I'm like, go sit down somewhere. Go. You can meet people all you want, but obviously you ain't listening. Because if you meet with these soldiers and they keep dying like flies, when do you say, oh, shit, damn, I need to stop this mess? Goofy ass, bunch of bullshit. 700,000 people are dead. How do you even face their families? What valid excuse will give to their family? Oh, we were fighting for freedom. No, we're fighting to join NATO. NATO means that much to you? Because you want to join some goofy ass European organization, you are willing to kill all your young people for one goal just to be considered into NATO? 30% of your people are gone. They left the country. 700,000 young men are dead. And you are not going to join NATO. So just to be considered by NATO, you play with people's lives like this? This got to be a freaking joke. And then he don't want to have the election because he knows the people are not happy. They're not happy. What are you doing? This is just foolishness. Like me, I'm a mother. I have 3 sons. I couldn't imagine these moms losing their babies to utter foolishness just to join NATO. Nothing else, nothing more. Vanity metric. It's all about vanity. Oh, I understand this fully. You don't understand. That's the problem. I understand this fully. It's a bunch of BS. So you're talking all this in my chat room. Why don't you put on a uniform and go fight for them people? So you have so much conviction behind this. Exactly. Because you don't want to die.
To the country, this country, that's
with
back
all
to
respect to
you
you.
far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
If you're enjoying this video, do me a solid. Hit that like button. I'll never ask you for a cash out. I will never ask you for a super chat. But you hitting that like button, it is currency. It helps spread the video around. And on this channel, the Real Politics Podcast, that's what we do. We talk real politics. So subscribe to the channel. And once you do, hit that notification bell and select all. Not personalized, hit all. That way, you will be notified when I upload new videos. That's true. Zelensky literally went around campaigning for Kamala Harris.
Yes.
They were all so delusional that they were expecting Kamala Harris was going to just sweep in. They would have kept the piggy bank open and would have kept funding and flooding Ukraine with billions of American taxpayer dollars and with our military weaponry, while we ourselves don't have what we need. If somebody tried, if we had to go and take care of things and fight right now, we're not in the strongest position that we need to be.
Exactly.
And yet we're giving up our resources, our monies to Ukraine. And here's the real kicker. Do you know that Ukraine, President Zelensky has stated out loud, he does not feel like he should have to pay back America for the monies that is given. Now here's the real kicker about that.
I believe that. I believe that. I told you all this yesterday. I said he started all this foolishness because he didn't want to sign that minerals agreement. I told you all this. This is a stalling tactic because the man don't want to sign over the minerals. He don't want to pay that money back. I told you all this man's a con artist. I told you be very careful with these Aquariuses. I told you, I said, be careful with Oprah Winfrey. What's the lady's name from Color Purple? Alice Walker. I told you, I said, be very careful with these people, child. They are extremely manipulative. Be very careful. Be very careful. I said yesterday, I can see what this is because these Europeans, when they don't want to pay their bills, this is what they do. They start some BS. They try to trigger you, make you fight because they don't want you to pay. They don't want to pay what they owe you. Because they owe you money. And we know he owes the man, he owes Vladimir. He ain't trying to pay the money. He came over here and took money from America. He's not trying to give up no collateral, right? Because he really believes that this money should be a gift to him. You see? No, I'm being serious. It's a very, very manipulative sign, Kevin. It really is. The men, I think like one lady that made me aware is this lady that I watched, Jordana Van, and she was talking about like Black Panther, like being a spirit animal to I guess like Aquarius, whatever. But I was like extremely like manipulative, and I was like, wow, like it did something to me, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna make a promise to myself to not take advantage of my sign, like really, really. But that's why a lot of people who are Aquariuses, I'm like, I don't know if I can trust you. Another one is a rapper, right? That little female rapper, right? Okay, be very careful. It's a lot of Aquariuses out here who don't have integrity. Is that Aries? Y'all like to be stubborn, okay? But I'm like, be very careful. Air signs are something else, okay? But I'm like, be very careful. But I said yesterday, this man does not want to sign over those minerals. He doesn't want to do it. And every time they kept talking about the minerals, you should see how his body language, it just started changing. And I'm like, this man right here, he's not trying to give this money up. He don't want to pay. He doesn't want to pay. And I'm like, and I'm sure, had people asked this man to give up collateral a long time ago, the money wouldn't have gone up to this. But when you keep giving somebody money without saying, okay, you got to back this by some kind of collateral, they're not going to stop taking money. No, I can have as much money as I want with no guarantee. Oh, yeah, they're going to take it. Of course they're going to take it. And you're the idiot for not backing up this money with some kind of collateral. You got to put limits on people. Everything has to cost people something. But if he could come to America and get $350 billion for free, why would he not do it? And if Kamala was here, how much you want to bet it would have gone up to $1 trillion? It would have at least gone up to $500 billion because Kamala would have given this man the money. She would have given this man the money. In 3 years, he got 350 out of these people. If Kamala had been president, this man probably would have gotten $700 billion out of her goofy ass, drunk ass, cackling ass self. She's so damn stupid. That lady's a freaking idiot. She's an idiot. She would have given that man all kinds of money, just cackling and taking pictures. Oh, we're here for the Ukrainian people. I'm burdened by what has been. What an idiot. That dumbass. She's so damn stupid.
So Russia is more of a threat to the European Union and the European countries than America.
Exactly.
But yet America has invested in the Ukrainian war 3 times to 1 of what the entire European Union has contributed. Now, here's the real kicker. The European Union is made up of a bunch of different countries. So collectively, they haven't come close to what America has given.
Yeah.
Collectively, the type of weaponry hasn't come close. They can't give much weaponry. That's America providing the military power. But yet, Zelensky in Ukraine has a deal to repay the debt to the European Union, but doesn't feel like he has to repay it to us. Why? And what's real ironic, Ukraine is the same country that Joe Biden went in.
They're not telling you that low-key, high-key, these Europeans despise America. I'm telling you guys, if we cut through the noise, we're going to see that Russia will be a better ally to America than all these goofy-ass European people. They despise America. They really do. It is not a joke. I've told y'all this. Anytime you go to a European country, they have nothing but bad things to say about Americans. Oh, they're so obsessed with money. Oh, they work too much. Oh, they're obese. Oh, they're not intelligent. Oh, they're so aggressive. Oh, this. Anytime an American business wants to open in Europe, oh, well, we have this. They have tariffs. They have food restrictions. They're like, oh, you can't use this color dye. You can't use this kind of ingredient. Oh, you can only use like 10% sugar. They make it so tedious. When you consider the fact that America has bailed these goofy ass fuckballs from like 2 world wars, they keep getting their asses whooped. They never win. America always goes and saves these people. You would think that people like this, they will bend over backwards. They will go above and beyond to be like, you know what? Without America, we would not even have our own distinctive cultural identities because all you fuckballs will be talking. You will all be speaking German. You will all be speaking German, okay? You understand? They're so ungrateful. They are so ungrateful. They buy nothing from America. They always put the most excessive amounts of tariffs. Anything coming out of America is excessively taxed. They always talk bad about American people. They talk bad about capitalism. They talk bad about the way we live, the cars we drive, the size of our homes. How they're like, you can tell socialists despise capitalists. They hate the rich. They hate the rich. So you can see why they feel as though, well, America has it, so she can afford to lose the money. Because like he said, they have a deal to pay back the American people. No, the European people. So he's going to pay back his people. He's going to pay back his cousins because they're all goofy ass socialists. But America, they're not going. He doesn't want to pay back America. He has no deal to pay back America. And now that we're asking this man that he needs to back it up with some collateral, he comes to the White House, starts some bullshit, and drives off so he don't have to sign the paperwork and pay the money. This is who they are. You have to listen to me. They are so resentful. And that's the thing about most socialists and most commies and these Marxists. They are resentful people. You even see it here. You see how much hatred they have for rich people. You see how they chant, tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich, right? They want to just take everything from people that have. If you have something, they want to rob you blind. They want to write as much legislation as possible to just make you poor. They want you to be poor. They want you to be destitute. These people are no allies to America. They don't buy anything from America. Nothing at all. They tax America. These are the same people who came up with the Paris Climate Accord so that America would sign this goofy ass energy deal that would severely hamper America's production. Who does that to a people? Who does that? We come to your defense. We take care of you people, right? You understand? We do so much for their people, and yet they do stuff to destroy our economy. They're haters. They're a bunch of haters. They are a bunch of haters. It's all kinds of hateful people. They're jealous people. Let Vladimir have his way with these people. Okay? This is insanity. This is really insanity. This is crazy.
And withheld $1 billion from U.S. aid, literally from the USA Department that those just busted up. He withheld $1 billion until the prosecutor who was investigating the energy company Burisma that his son, Hunter Biden, was a board member of. See, Burisma was smart. They knew they were being investigated for being shady or for money laundering. They reached out to Hunter Biden, who had no experience in energy, who was not a foreign diplomat or a foreign agent, added him to the board of directors, and utilized his resources with his father, allegedly, to be able to get the investigation thrown out. And Joe Biden even says it on film what happened. Check this out.
And so I got Ukraine. And I remember going over convincing our team, our others, to convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion. I said, you're not getting $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired.
So now, ironically, coincidentally, the same country that corruptly added Hunter Biden to the board, that Joe Biden withheld $1 billion in aid, all of a sudden gets into a battle with one of our biggest adversaries. And we just start flooding them. Every time Zelensky came over in his G.I. Joe outfit, he left with like $100 billion.
Yeah.
He was the greatest but worst salesman in the world. Because all he had to do, he was great because every time he left, he was filthy rich for the country. He was terrible because all he had to do was wear a military uniform, spew propaganda, and those Democrats was willing to open up the purse. It makes you wonder how much money was funneling back here to America. Come to find out, quite a bit, allegedly.
If, in fact, you do not continue to show progress in terms of corruption, we are not going to be able to hold the rest of Europe on these sanctions. And Russia is not going to roll across the inner line here and take over the rest of the country with their tanks. What they're going to do is they're going to take your economy down. You're going to be absolutely buried, and you're going to be done. And that's when it all goes to hell.
So let's proceed as Trump continues to help President Zelensky understand what it's about.
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
allowed.
cabinet.
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
allowed.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
We gave
for
you
your
military equipment. And you men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days.
Did you notice Trump push him? Did you see that when Trump put him off? I'm going to take that back, and I usually never do this. But really watch Trump's hand. Trump literally pushes Zelensky. If you watch his body motion, Trump pushes him. Watch this. Look at that.
If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In
$350 billion.
We
gave you military equipment. And you men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
maybe
new.
less.
You see how arrogant he is? Oh, but he said, "Oh, I heard it from Putin, and he just told me 3 days." You see how he is? You see this? Man, Donald Trump, you should have taken your big ass size 13, 15 foot. You should have shoved that shit up his ass. You didn't kick this man properly. You didn't kick him out of the White House properly.
2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Say thank you.
I said a lot of
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong.
And that's all he wanted to do. The reason why Zelensky, they were just doing this for show. They were sitting down. You know, they always take pictures whenever the president is meeting a dignitary or a president or a prime minister from another country. They sit together in the Oval Office, take pictures, answer a few questions, but they get down to business behind closed doors. Zelensky started wanting to litigate it in front of the media. Why? Because he felt if he did that, the libtard left-wing lunatics would do exactly what they're doing, which is freaking out.
Yeah,
they're literally praising Zelensky over the president who is fighting for America.
Yeah,
and why people continue to vote for these Democrat treasonous libtards, I don't know.
Treasonous.
And I'm so grateful that President Trump did this publicly and left those cameras in. Because can you imagine what would have happened if he would have let the cameras leave and that liberal media wouldn't have been able to tell the tale? They would have said Trump them just beat the man down and choked him out, and you know.
Yeah, and also remember he lied because when he goes to Fox News, he said that President Trump said like, oh, that he said all kinds of stuff, and I was like, no, he gave you compliments actually. So why are you lying? The cameras were rolling, like make it make sense. But Marlene, I am so glad that this unfolded in front of the cameras because I'm like, oh, this is the side of you that Vladimir gets to deal with. That's why he had to whoop your ass. You're very smug. You're very arrogant. You're very pompous, right? Your small ass self. Okay. So I see. We finally got to see the side of you that Vladimir knows very well. And that's why he decided to apply pressure. And pressure was applied. And now you're shaking. You panhandler, you con man, you beggar of Europe. Okay. Imagine that. You have no shame. You have no shame. Like this man, he's extremely rude. I don't know how you gonna have a shouting match with the American president. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Oh, I've heard this before. Wow, well, Vladimir told me 3 days. So I'm like, what the heck? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? He is so lucky we're in 2025. I would have held this man captive. I would have called Vladimir. Your boy's out here. I locked him up in the room. Whenever you feel ready, you got 24 hours. Come whoop his ass. I would have had Vladimir whoop your ass. He would have whooped your ass. He would have whooped your ass. And you go, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to stop. Yeah, you better stop. Well, we beat your ass some more. Go sit down somewhere. He's too much. He's too much. He's extremely, no, he did this on purpose. I'm telling you, he did this on purpose Did you hear the part when little Marco, but Marco Rubio, he said they've been doing this for the past 10 days. He didn't even have to come to Washington. He doesn't want to sign that mineral deal. He doesn't want to do it. He said, no, he wants to come. He wants to come so badly. So they're saying, okay, fine, come over. He did this on purpose. Like he said, the libtards, okay? The liberals that are retarded, they call them libtards, right? So they could do all of this because the vast majority of Democrats and liberals today are anti-American. They are unpatriotic. They're communists. They're socialists. They're Marxists. They're unpatriotic. They hate America. They root for everybody that is against America. They hate this country. It is not a joke. They are so hateful. They are seriously hateful. It is so shocking. Anything that can help America, save money for America, save money for taxpayers, they are just against it because they want Trump to fail. But by the grace of Mark, he is not going to fail. He's going to succeed. You know, but the people who have a lot of sense, it's good for us to see who this man is. Look at his behavior. Not that he's not just coming to DC, because in 3 years, 350 billion. So every year he was getting about like 120 billion. It was so easy for him to come here and get all kinds of money without even trying. All he had to say was, oh, Russia bad. Russia is against us. Russia hates democracy. Russia hates this. Like all these goofy ass keywords that makes these goofy ass white liberals feel like they're gods and it's their divine mandate to save humanity from authoritarian rule. The whole time they're authoritarian. The whole time you don't have the right to call yourself a pregnant woman. The whole time you don't have the right to say that you're a woman and you have a vagina. The whole time you have to share your bathroom with a whole man, right? These people are authoritarian their damn selves. We live under authoritarian rule out here. You have to use these goofy ass pronouns that are not even part of the English language. They're not even part of the English language. Zim, zim, zer, all this foolishness. You are forced to lie to yourself and believe that a person is non-binary, right? Like we say all kinds of foolishness that a man can't be a woman. And if you say anything against that, you're a transphobe. We are currently living under authoritarian rule. It was horrible. Didn't even have the right to question a damn thingy, right? This is crazy. People's livelihoods were taken away for saying, okay, I want to know more about this thing, right? How dare you say you want to know more? How dare you want to wait? Give us your arm right now. Like, what in the world? Like, what is this? Seriously, what is this? Right? We've been suffering out here with these people. They're freaking evil.
Put a gun in his mouth if the cameras wouldn't have been in there. But luckily we saw the disrespect. We heard the ungratefulness.
Yep.
And J.D. Vance stepping up and having the president's back. Think about Mike Pence. Mike Pence would have never done that. Mike Pence would have actually went on camera and would have been putting the president down, talking about how disappointed he was in him.
Yeah, Mike Pence ain't shit.
This is what leadership looks like. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at what some of these libtards are actually saying right now. Check this out.
Congressman Don Bacon calling it, quote, a bad day for America's foreign policy. That's a Republican. Joining me now, Illinois Democratic Congressman Mike Quigley.
Right.
Congressman, do you agree with your Republican counterpart?
You know, I do. This is the Trump-Vance clown show, and it's horrifying. We are fundamentally a different country than what we were just weeks ago. To our friends and foes alike, and we are fundamentally less safe. I have to say, the thing that struck me first and foremost was saying that they were ungrateful. I met with Ukrainian military officials yesterday. I met members of the Rada and the military. I've met President Zelensky 7 times since the war started. Every meeting with them here and in Ukraine began with their extraordinary gratitude of what the United States has done to help. And they continue to do that. And when I compare the president talking about Zelensky not being legitimate, when in his first term, he refused to even question Putin versus our own intel community to ever say anything but nice things about Putin.
And you see, that's why he's lying. So Trump was so pro-Putin that he gave these powerful weapons to Zelensky that even Obama was not willing to give to Zelensky. They say all kinds of foolishness Because once again, and I think this is when it becomes really quite self-evident that a lot of people in America have a really low reading level. They have low comprehension. They really have low IQ. Because this is utterly ridiculous. We all know by now that it happened. The invasion happened with Obama. Obama was in office, right? And Obama only gave this man sheets. Trump came in and he gave this man javelins that have the ability to destroy tanks. So if Trump is such a pro-Putin guy, why would he give Zelensky weapons that have the ability to destroy Putin's tanks? That makes no sense, right? If anything, it sounds like Obama was Putin's person, because when he attacked, when what's his name? When Putin attacked Ukraine, how come Obama wasn't mad? How come Obama was not the first to start giving all kinds of money to Ukraine? How come Obama only gave sheets to Ukraine? Why he didn't give the javelins? The javelins were there. Why he didn't give them? Right? So between Obama and you compare Obama to Trump's initial reaction, it seems to me that Trump was trying to inflict some serious harm onto Russia's military so they would stop coming into Kiev. So I'm like, stop lying on this man. It's getting old. And I think, like, look at this man. I mean, not to be whatever, but it's like, you know, a loser. You know, these rhinos, Republicans only by name. And it's like, you're just big mad because, you know, Trump is taking over your party. People like him. He's a winner. He knows what he wants. And sir, who are you again? Right? Who are you again? A bum, another bum, bunch of losers. Right? So I'm like, make it make sense. This is getting old. It is getting old. Like, you keep talking about Russia's been aggressing their neighbors. What about Great Britain? Why do you never talk about Great Britain abusing Africans? Are you a racist? Done told you. Are you a racist? Because it's funny to me how you always have so much empathy for European people. But every time I tell you about what your birth country has done to African people, you never talk about that. You never say, oh, you know what? That's bad, Mar. I feel bad, right? You never say anything. Are you actually a racist? Am I the only Black person that you actually like? That is so questionable. Like, you always have all this empathy for European people that share your complexion, right? You're like, oh, Marlene, pull up the map of all the countries invaded by Great Britain. Like, only 22 countries have not been invaded by Great Britain. But why don't you feel bad for all these African people who have been bullied by your home nation? Right? Like, you only see the evil in Vladimir. Why don't you see the evil in your own people? Well, like, what kind of blindness is this? Like, that's crazy to me. Are you racist? Like, what's going on? What is this? This is crazy.
A tyrant who kills his own people, who invaded. I stood on the mass grave at Bucha for him to not question Putin, the man who came from KGB's legitimacy. He's more like Putin. Zelensky, who has gone through great risk for his life. At a time unlike the Blitz, he reminds me of Churchill. So this is embarrassing beyond comprehension. Churchill. I hope my other Republican colleagues will stand with us to do the right thing.
I'm so sick of these freaking liberals. Now, here's the kicker. These Democrats say, oh, they're so embarrassed of how we look in front of our allies and friends. They weren't embarrassed when Joe Biden was stumbling and falling all over a stage. They weren't embarrassed when he was pooping themselves while they were out at G7 summits. They weren't embarrassed when he was losing or walking around and stumbling around and having to be guided back to take pictures. They weren't embarrassed when Joe Biden literally called Zelensky Putin at a press conference. None of those things embarrassed them. They're not embarrassed we gave $350 billion, but Zelensky doesn't know where half of it is. None of that embarrassed them. But the fact that a United States president is stepping up and representing for his people, that embarrasses him. Just like, oh, trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh, God, somehow that's a constitutional crisis. When the leader of the executive branch is cleaning up the executive branch, and you got activist judges, district level activist judges, thinking that they can dictate to the executive branch, you think lifelong career bureaucrats, unelected ones, should be able to dictate and determine what the executive branch and the president does? These people are insane. And that's exactly why. And then we still, and I'm not just talking about Democrats. Please know, if you're a Republican, we have still some weak spine, Republicans in there still. They just hiding better because they know, pick your head up, you peek your head out, you will be primaried and voted out. But we're finding them because it's only like, 35, 40 days in? The grass is being cut and the snakes are being shown. And guess what? Zelensky, these people are so weak, they don't understand the art of negotiation. Zelensky's already begging to come back and sign the deal.
Yeah, he needs to sign it.
Joe Biden and Democrats had 3 years and couldn't figure it out. But now they're going to tell Trump them how they should do it. Just like they couldn't get the budget and the government under control.
Yeah.
They couldn't cut waste, fraud, and abuse.
Nope.
But now they know how it should be done. These people get on my nerves.
They really.
And they're treasonous.
Yeah.
And they're anti-American.
Yeah.
Do you know that Democrat congressional members wore Ukrainian flags and flew Ukrainian flags in Congress? If you didn't know, check this picture out. So I'm grateful to President Trump. I'm thankful to J.D. Vance. And the way J.D. Vance got down in that room, he definitely is solidifying himself as the front runner for 2028. And even Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, when he went on television and CNN tried to get him to go against President Trump, he said, no. I agree with that. We were disrespected. Zelensky had already agreed he was going to sign. This was actually the second time he was supposed to sign. He blew it off the first time
He
in
doesn't want
Munich.
to sign it. He doesn't want to sign
The
it.
first time he was supposed to sign it, he didn't. Then he said they were going to do it in Munich.
Yeah.
He didn't.
He doesn't
Then
want
he
to do it.
came to America to sign an agreed upon minerals deal. This wasn't some just random meeting. They had an agreement. They had a deal. And for our liberal media and for our politicians to be siding with a foreign president over ours is disgusting.
Yeah.
And we need to vote these people out
Yeah.
on the Democrat side and definitely on the Republican side and get the right type of people who are about America first. But I just wanted to chime in and share and show that, oh my God, it felt so good to see somebody putting us first.
They're really out here triggering people. So this is Brian's channel, you guys. That's his channel. Okay. I put his stuff in community tab, but it's Brian Maxwell. Then you can find him, right? He's been working hard too, man. So I wish him all the success. I hope he makes millions from doing this because I hope he gets really successful doing this. He used to do car stuff. Now he's gotten to like political commentary, but I just like the way he talks. It's like it's common sense. Like this country has gone so far off the rails that even just talking sensible stuff is so refreshing. It's like, oh wow, this is crazy. Okay, like this is insanity. This is crazy. Let's see this one. Hold on. People are sick and tired of this.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
I mean, all Zelensky had to do today was put on a tie, show up, smile,
and sign.
Say thank you, sign the papers, and have lunch.
Well, this is one for the history books. I'm sure you are all aware about the meeting that got very heated between Zelensky, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance. So in this video, we will go over all of the most recent meltdowns surrounding this meeting. Now, before we start this video, please
the papers and have lunch. Hope for the king to stop and for them to
economic deal signed between the United States and
Yeah,
Ukraine, and this would be one step forward towards peace between Russia and Ukraine.
We're their patron.
Yeah.
We're their best hope for the king to stop and for them to emerge from this sovereign and prosperous. And we're also their best hope as a business partner. I mean, all Zelensky had to do today was show up, smile, say thank you, sign the papers, and have lunch.
And go home.
That's it.
That's it.
And he couldn't do that. And this followed 10 days of being difficult in private, and now one day of being stupid in public.
Now, here's where things get complex because the majority of Americans actually support Ukraine in defending themselves against Russia. However, the trust in Zelensky
they are seriously unpatriotic. It is not a joke. It is really, really not a joke. And I'm like, you have the right to say, okay, I disagree. I don't like certain things. There's no perfect country. But it's like these people, they really want America to fall. Because it's like we're all paying taxes, whether you like Trump or not. What does that have to do with you looking out for the money that you pay into taxes and making sure that your money is not being wasted? Do you not work hard for your money? Right? Even if you only paid $20 in taxes, you could have spent that money somewhere else. There are some people, the kind of money they pay in taxes, they could have had a whole new kitchen upgrade. Some people, the money they pay in taxes, they could have had a luxury vacation in Bali. Okay? People have things to do with their money. But because it's part of being a citizen, people pay their taxes. But it's like we have to know what we're doing with this money. $350 billion. We're not even talking 350 million, and not even that's a lot of money too, huh? 35 million or even 350,000. We're talking 350 billion. The amount of money that America spends on education is 24 billion. We only allocate 24 billion to educate American people, to educate the American children. $24 billion. Right? So it's like we've given this man almost like 20 times our budget for actual education. That money could have gone to educate the American children. It could have gone to pay teachers more money. It could have gone into like maybe we start paying teachers like a six-figure salary so we can have more competent people become teachers. We can build more schools. We can build better schools. We can even build more high schools. This is some real money. It is not a joke. 350 billion? And in 3 years, this man has squandered the money. He has nothing to show for this. He's not going to win this. He was never going to win this. So Trump is saying to this man, listen, you are truly winning because of us. And honestly, internationally, it's not even proper for America to be in a proxy war with Russia because we're fighting this war for you. So low-key, it's America versus Russia that are fighting. Why? We're supposed to like help you a little bit and you got to take over. He has never been able to take over. And then we're paying $350 billion. And the thing about Trump and JD Vance, they understand politics because everything we do right now, this is what we're going to use to run in 2028. So they got to have things to be able to run on. Right? They have to use stuff to run on. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Because you like to interrupt people, okay? Hold on. Oh, Lord. Okay, so correction, that's not a problem. I can correct it. Okay, so in 2025, allegedly, the United States spent 878 billion. From 2020 to 2021, 727 billion, and then we spent about 857 billion on public education, public secondary school. No problem. So here are the actual numbers. It's not, or maybe it's upper. Is it like universities? Hold on. I know I saw 24 billion somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. There was this graph. And this is a good picture. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, so here are the numbers, right? Okay, cool. But nonetheless, that 350 billion, we could have used it too, though. I'm just saying, we could have used it. We don't have to give it to that man, right? And like I said, that's my point. Is that you Europeans, because you see how much money we have, you think we can afford to waste our money on your little goofy ass vanity wars, and it's like, no, you have to pay for this. You will have to pay for this. Right? Because that 350 billion, we can use our own money. We have nothing to do with this. It is not a problem. Y'all need to learn to pay for your stuff. Pay for your own stuff. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Ms. V. Exactly. That's the thing. Right? It's like if somebody's coming asking you for a loan and you say, okay, I agree to you. You say, okay, what's the loan for? They say, oh, it's for this and that. So I give you the money. But let me tell you also how to use the money so you can get my money back. Oh, no, don't tell me what to do. Just give me the money. That's not how life works. That's really not how life works. We have a girl here, Ninja. Her mom and her sister, like her aunt and her mom, went up to her and they asked her for money. And she was like, okay, I don't mind giving y'all the money, but I have to give you like some kind of like business class. I forgot what it was, right? So then the mom and the auntie got offended. And oh, that's the case, then we don't want the money. So I was like, okay, then I guess they don't want the money bad enough, right? Because she has to make sure that if she gives y'all the money, that y'all know what to do with the money, because she wants her money back. So they got offended because she said that she would have to give them some kind of like financial class, and then she would give them the money. So the mom and the auntie got upset. Oh, well, that's the case. Then we don't want the money, and you probably don't even have it. You probably don't even have money like that. One thing, one. I'm like, what the heck? Because they were in their feelings. Like, oh, you're my daughter, you're my niece, so just give me the money. Give me the money, no condition. Don't try to teach me anything. Just give me the money. And it's like, no, that's not how life works. This is not how life works. Life doesn't work like this, right? So it's like you have to care, but it's like they have so much Trump derangement syndrome that they don't even care. They are willing to shoot themselves in the foot if they believe that it can actually hurt Trump. It's like it's not going to hurt him because that's not his foot; it's your foot, right? Then like they're so obsessed. They go, oh, if we make his life so hard and he fails, even if Trump fails, he will always be a billionaire. If Trump is not successful, America is going to fail. He's not going to fail personally. Like they're so freaking remedial. And that's why the vast majority of people who identify with socialists are life losers. It's a bunch of losers. They are not competitive. They don't want much for themselves. They believe in the government. They need the government. They wait for the government. Everything is the government this, the government that. They don't believe in doing for self. Because when you work hard and you pay your taxes, like you get triggered. You really get triggered. Because this is a lot of money. People could have used their money. If you go, and the thing about not paying taxes, they hound you, they track you down. Some people even have to go to jail behind taxes, only for you to find out that they're using your tax money to just blow shit up, just to blow things up, not even to do something meaningful with your money. No, buying bombs, javelin, murder equipment, how to kill people equipment. So y'all oppressing people to pay their taxes like this. You track people down like this just so you can have the money and just go blow things up. Like, what is this? What is this? So I'm like, these people are crazy. But one thing that has been made very, very clear with this election cycle is that nowadays a lot of American people are incredibly unpatriotic and they want to see this country fail. They'd rather have America fail than to give Trump credit for doing anything right. They are sick as hell. They are sick as hell. And that's why we have to make sure that for the next 12 years, these people do not come anywhere close to the White House, nowhere near our money, nowhere near the Treasury, nowhere near the White House. They have no power in Congress. These people are crazy. We also have to make sure that they have no sway over how our children are being educated. They are truly deranged. I don't want anybody who hates America to be responsible for my children's education. You will not teach my kids to hate this country. You are weird as hell. I want my kids to know what is right and what is wrong. And if America is doing something wrong, what are you going to do to help America become a better nation? Right? I'm raising problem solvers. I'm not raising losers. I'm not raising people to hate this country. This is so creepy. It is so weird. It's deplorable behavior and it's disgusting behavior. It is so disgusting to me because I'm like, you really believe that if America falls, any of these goofy ass countries going to welcome you? And you think even if they welcome you, you think you will ever be as comfortable as you are living here? There's no place like home. Are you actually okay? This is so bizarre. So I'm like, no, go somewhere with that. You know what I'm saying? Go somewhere with that. Socialism, it's over. We are done with this. And we are done providing welfare for Europe. They are going to take care of themselves. And they will be forced to cut these goofy ass benefits and have these people work. They're going to have their young people get jobs. All these girls who get pregnant at 16, waiting for council housing, it is going to come to an end. The Europeans will have to learn to get their people to work. They're going to stop working 26 to 30 hours a week, and they're going to learn to work even 80 hours a week. They're going to learn to work. They're going to work. They will work and pay taxes. We're done with this. It's over. It's really, really over. We don't give a damn. This is America, right? You guys worry about Europe. Worry about the European model and your goofy ass welfare benefits, and see how long that lasts you. With your broken system and your out of whack budget, okay? You pay more in benefits than you actually make. Make it make sense, right? The vast majority of your young people do not want to work. They're too busy getting pregnant and living on government assistance. That is their goal. I can't wait to be 16 and get pregnant so I can get a free apartment from the government. Make it make sense. So are you people even done fixing your own mess? No, you're so far behind. The vast majority of your real estate is so dilapidated. Nobody wants to invest in real estate. Nobody wants to build houses. Your schools are falling apart. You have horrible education. You have horrible results. Okay? Exactly. And we are in debt, running wars, chasing wars behind you idiots. You're horrible friends. You're not good allies. You do nothing good for us. We finance your goofy ass wars. We have a trade deficit with you freaking assholes, right? You do nothing for us. You're always ungrateful. You tug down on people. You have your snotty ass European noses up at American people, right? Running behind you, it probably costs 20 trillion. There is no way that in the past 25 years, just messing with you people alone, we haven't wasted like almost 20 trillion. You're probably the reason why we have such a big deficit. Your goofy asses. Because you think you're too good to learn to make concessions and get along with people. Get to work. No, it's not about taxes given to the rich. What? Show it to us. Where is it? Foolishness. Like, you come from England, your entire country runs on bank fraud and money laundering, and you want to talk about the rich? Anybody goes to any, yeah. No, he lives, I told you he's British. Don't told you he's British. He's British, okay? Okay? You go to England, you guys have an entire row dedicated to Russians. Are you kidding me? I will let them know because they haven't been to London. I've lived there. There's an entire row dedicated to Russians. And the vast majority of these Russians are criminals, Don told you, right? You have another row that's dedicated to Indians. And the vast majority of those Indians are wanted back in India for stealing money. So you want to talk about the tax break for the rich? Your country gives citizenship to a bunch of people who stolen money, right? Talk about Harrods, the Dodi Fayed. What's her name? Princess Diana, her ex-boyfriend her man that she died with, huh? Dodi Fayed. His father stole billions from the Prince of Brunei. And he came to England to seek refuge. And you guys, you gave him refuge, but you refused to give him citizenship because you know he stole billions of dollars from the Prince of Brunei. And one condition was him buying Harrods. And because he bought Harrods, you let him stay, even though you know that he stole money, right? There are people from Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Afghanistan who have stolen billions of dollars from Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, and Pakistan, and you let them stay in England, right? Because you can tax their stolen money. The vast majority of banks in the UK are involved in money laundering, and especially for drug dealers. You really want to be exposed today? Right? There's a reason why when Great Britain left out of China, they kept Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is a way for England to launder money in Asia, in the Pacific, right? We're not stupid. The vast majority of transfers that go into China, they have to go through Hong Kong, right? There's a clearinghouse in Hong Kong. Talk about that. Man, if you don't stop playing, there's nobody that loves rich people more like Great Britain. That's how they pay all y'all's goofy ass benefits, okay? Abramovich, the guy who owns Chelsea, did he not steal money from Russia? Did he not steal money from Russia? And did he not come and seek refuge in England? And because he bought Chelsea and he brought all the stolen money from Russia, did you people not give him refuge? Go sit down somewhere with that. If you guys ever go to London, they have a place. I think it's like near Chelsea. This very posh ass neighborhood. It's called the Russian Row. You guys, it's a whole neighborhood full of Russian criminals. It's full of Russian criminals. They're all billionaires. They are all billionaires, and they are safe. They are protected. They can't be deported. They're out there. And there's also another row full of Indians. They stole money out of India. They stole billions of dollars out of India. They are wanted in India for all this money they stole out of India. And they go to Great Britain and they find refuge in Great Britain. So miss me with the whole Trump is out here giving tax cuts to the rich, or because we give tax cuts to the rich, that's why we have a deficit. No, we have a deficit going to goofy ass wars that yield nothing for the American people. Chasing behind Israel. How much money is that? How many wars have we gotten involved because of Israel? How many wars? Even Iraq. Israel has something to do with Iraq. Israel, even Saudi Arabia. How many wars have we gotten involved because of Saudi Arabia? Okay, how many wars have we gotten involved in because of you goofy ass Europeans talking big shit to people when you know damn well you don't know how to fight? You can't fight, won't fight, don't have the money, don't have the military. Foolishness. All you goofy ass people, you probably guys in over like $20 trillion worth of debt running behind y'all goofy asses. Foolishness. Okay, so please, it's a bunch of foolishness. Bunch of foolishness. Would UK survive if you guys did not provide tax breaks to the rich? Would y'all survive if you didn't have all these despots, all these crazy people who stole all kinds of money from all kinds of countries and came to UK and put that money into your banks? USBC, HSBC, Lloyd's Bank, all your goofy ass banks, okay? You wouldn't have made it. So like, stop acting as if y'all don't care about rich people. You love rich people. You love rich people because they come there with stolen money and they get taxed and they allow the UK to give y'all benefits so you can sit at home, eat some fish and chips and watch BBC. Go sit down somewhere. Y'all insane. Y'all really crazy. Bunch of haters. You will take care of yourselves. You will take care of yourselves. Oh my gosh. I wish I was in Trump's government. I wish I was in his government. I will handle these Europeans for him in such a way. Oh, Lord Jesus. Go home. We are done with y'all.
Dropping.
Oh my God.
Feelings towards Zelensky have changed also dramatically. Look at this. Confident Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Back in 2022, it was the clear majority, 72% through the floor. Through the floor by 2024, just 48% of Americans say that they're confident that Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs.
Now, the reason why I showed you that statistic is because we are seeing some big Zelensky supporters actually not support him in the way he conducted himself during this meeting.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I actually agree with Scott. And everything that he said was basically right. Wow. I know I'm going to get killed on social media for admitting that, but so be it. And the fact is that it doesn't matter whether Vice President Vance planned it or just took the opportunity to bait Zelensky. Zelensky took the bait, okay? Yep. And he shouldn't have. He made a mistake.
Now, as far as taking the bait, here is what that news anchor is talking about. A very heated exchange between J.D. Vance and Zelensky.
I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? Did you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
Now, to give you the full picture, a lot of people are claiming J.D. Vance had planned this in advance. He was going to go in on Zelensky in front of everybody. And this is when Zelensky started to bark back at J.D. Vance. And this is when Donald Trump said, "You need to stop. You cannot tell us how to feel. We are the ones supporting you." Again, leave your comments down below how you feel about this.
I don't think anybody had any idea that Zelensky would be so impertinent, so disrespectful, so insulting to the United States of America after years of being fleeced and abused and taken advantage of and taken for granted. Millions of American hearts swelled with overflowing pride today.
Never in the history of modern diplomacy, war, peace, whatever, have I ever...
Shut up. And think about these British people. You know how they have this funny, like this funny accent. And so, you know, when I was young, I used to be so impressed by that because I was like, oh, it gives luxury, right? I'm like, oh, no, they sound hella stupid. Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the hell up. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Anyana Anapur, she's such a fraud. She is such a fraud. When I tell you these people, I am so sick and tired of their intellectual pompousness because y'all, you don't bring results. All you bring is people wasting money. Like now, when I see people who are extremely loquacious for no reason, I get scared. Like, why do you use so many words for? Okay, get to the point. Get to the point. Okay, their fake ass British accent, this fake ass intellectual pompousness, right? Ultimately, what are the results? What does it look like on a balance sheet? And it looks nothing. It's nothing more than losses. You just lose money. You just lose money. You just lose money. Right? These are a bunch of losers. They're a bunch of losers. Like, you even go back to World War II, right? They were hiding in the metro. They were hiding in a subway while Germany was dropping bombs for their asses, crying for dear mercy, consoling each other on the radio. They talk about church on the radio, okay? Consoling these people. No ounce of bravery, hiding in these gutters like rats. It took Americans, especially Black American pilots, to save these people from the bombs of Hitler. They are not brave. You don't get to give anybody a lesson on how to win a war, how to conduct a war, and when to stop a war. You've never won a war. You always get your ass handed to you. What you have done is tracked your goofy ass near and there to Viking asses, Nordic asses, right? To Southern Hemisphere, where there were people who were not equipped, who had not traded, who didn't have gunpowder, and you had a crazy ass advantage, and you took advantage of these people because they did not have military might. They didn't have gunpowder. They couldn't defend themselves. That's all you are. You're a bunch of bullies. You are you're maritime bullies. That's why I call these people the real pirates of the Caribbean, okay? These Anglo-Saxons, they're not good people. They're not good people. Well, when you actually meet a white man just like you, when you meet a descendant of Caucasus, another Viking, a crazy-ass Nordic who can actually meet your gangster, you run into the subways, you run into the undergrounds, and you cry for dear life. You beg for mercy. You're on the radio begging for your life. And none of you fools came outside, got on a plane, and did what had to be done to save yourselves. It took Americans to come there. It took Black Americans to come there. People who were already oppressed over here, call all kinds of N-word over here. They had way more courage than all you freaking people put together. And they saved y'all from your own people. Because let's be so for real, Germans are your cousins, okay? Your own cousins were out here whooping your ass. Good morning, guten Tag, and you couldn't even defend yourself, okay? Fräulein, you were in the metro, you were underground, crying out for mercy, okay? You have what war you want? When was the last time Great Britain has won a war? I'm trying to hear something, okay? All right? You went from having so much power around the world to now you're just stuck to yourself, and you're just stuck to accepting all these despots with stolen money, all these criminals with stolen money. You've been relegated to money laundering, okay, for drug dealers to be able to make your monthly payments, okay? You have no lesson to give anybody here. We win wars. We haven't won a minute, but we won more than you, though. Okay, with bigger military, more weapons, more money, bigger economy, and more people that we can tax. You don't have that. So if we say enough is enough is fucking enough. This shit got to stop. It got to stop. And come to find out, even right now, the UK doing all this bullshit with their fancy ass English, right? And all the prime minister could commit to was $5 billion, because that's what you've been reduced to. You are a broke ass bitch, Great Britain. You are now a broke ass bitch. Once upon a time, you were the richest bitch out here. You were the richest bitch in the Western Hemisphere, in the Caribbean, in Africa, in Asia. You owned it all. Now you're broke ass. You're broke ass, okay? Because you chose to indoctrinate your people into socialism. Because you chose to put all your money into paying for welfare benefits, for free housing and healthcare. This is what you've been reduced to. Okay, all you can afford to give is $5 billion because you're broke. You are broke. You are broke. You are destitute. You are broke. You have no lessons to give anybody when it comes to a war. What it takes to win a war, what it takes to sustain a war, what it takes to even have men go into war. You know nothing about wars. When was the last time you won a war? When was the last time you won a war? Okay, so go find yourself more Indians, okay, who are running away from the law with a bunch of rupees and bunch of billions of rupees and billions of pounds and billions of dollars stolen out of India, stolen out the mouth of these poor people of India, right? To go and come and play with your goofy ass, your goofy ass luxuries in Covent Garden and wherever else is Oxford Street, Piccadilly Circus, right? Leave us the hell alone, okay? You money laundering nation people, okay? And like make it make sense. Make it make sense. You have no industry, right? Your main import and export is rain. You produce more rain than you produce anything else. Make it make sense. Always going in a summit. Fix your economy. Fix your economy. You left. You did this whole Brexit. It's complete shambles. 45% in personal income taxes. Are you actually okay? You're like a country that punishes people who actually work. You take advantage of your working class. You bully your working class. So just so you can put on a pedestal the laziest people amongst your population. Okay? You enable laziness. You reward laziness. People are so lazy. They're so lazy. Because of you, so many British girls only aspired to be pregnant at 16 for free council housing. This is what you've done to your people. This is what you've done to your people with your goofy ass ideals, with your goofy ass sense of entitlement and deceiving people that welfare benefits are human rights. They are not a human right. They are a privilege. They are a privilege. Shameful ass country with poor ass leadership. Can you imagine? Like, you can't even drive your car. You drive your car, they tax you. You're driving to the city, they tax you. The British people, they pay taxes on everything. Everything. They're always being taxed. They're a bunch of slaves. They're a bunch of slaves. What kind of life is this? Right? And you think that you can give us lessons over here? This is America. Okay? Okay, home of the brave. This is about no foolishness. Nobody wants to be like y'all. Nobody cares about your moral standing. Nobody cares about your ethos. Nobody cares about your pompousness. Nobody cares about your goofy ass biased understanding of human rights, because you only care about human rights when it involves white people. Right? But when you out here and you traumatize Black people, African people, you don't speak about human rights. You don't speak about human rights. Right? Millions of Africans in your country that you're taking advantage of because they don't have papers to babysit, to clean your hotels, to clean your stupid ass restaurants and all kinds of foolishness. You don't talk about their human rights. Okay? Bunch of racist people. They only bring these fancy ass terms of civil rights and human rights and self-determination when it comes to white people, when it comes to their fellow Europeans. What about other people that you have oppressed? What about their human rights? And when are you going to return their freaking money? Bring back the coins. Foolishness. Okay, Gary, be safe. Okay. Oh, yeah, they sure do. It's a welcoming country to criminals. They have so many criminals who live there. So many criminals. And when they wire the money, they clear the money. 200 billion, 100 billion, they have to clear the money. Money has to be cleared. When you transfer money from Afghanistan to anywhere in the world, the central bank has to clear this money. They can say, oh, hell no, where's this money coming from? No, they let the money go through. It's a third world country, and one person is wiring 20 billion, 30 billion. Why do you let this money come through? Why? When it comes to that, now at that point, they don't have no morals. They don't have no ethics. They don't say, oh, it's not right because this money belongs to the Afghani people. This money belongs to the Pakistani people. There's this one man in Afghanistan somewhere. He worked for the bank. Mark, that man, though, he stole almost 20 billion. And he wired the money to his wife. That lady was spending so much money at Harrods. She was spending so much money shopping. They never stopped it because they were also making money from that. They do all kinds of crimes, but then they come at the public square. They come on the international stage and want to lecture about human rights and decency and fairness and authoritarian regimes, and they all shut the hell up. The UK right now is a country, when you write something on TikTok, you write something on Instagram, the police will come at your door and they will snatch you up and they will lock you up. You don't have free speech in the UK. There is no free speech. If they don't like what you say, they are coming to your house. They are picking your ass up and they tossing you in jail. They're tossing you in jail. Okay? Like, imagine that. Like, this is what they want. I'm like, well, it's horrible. It is horrible. You are penalizing ambitious people. You are punishing ambitious people. Like, so your biggest crime that you can make when you live in a socialist society is to actually want to work. Because now that you have decided to work, they will find ways to just tax you out your ass. But the people who don't want to work, oh, we feel bad for you. You can't feed yourself. Oh, we feel bad for you. Get housing. So people know I shouldn't work. Because if I don't work or if I make a little bit of money, I'm going to get all these benefits. So what's the point of working? So you have people who don't work. They have these nice apartments. They have these nice housing. And then people who work, they have roommates. They sleep in the basement. Y'all saw May told y'all she pays like almost like $1,000 plus. And she has to stay in the basement. Because Canada is outlandish. It's outrageous. It is outrageous. You have lawyers in Canada who are sleeping in tents at the park. Canadian born lawyers, people who did everything right, go to school, study hard, and you'll have a good life. No, they're sleeping in parks. Meanwhile, they have all these Indian immigrants. They have all these Ukrainian immigrants. They have housing. They are prioritized. They make sure to give immigrants, illegal immigrants, housing. They're nice to them. They give them food. And the Canadian people who are lawyers are sleeping in tents at the park. Like, what is this? What is, and I told y'all this. I said socialism, it breeds unpatriotism. It teaches people to hate their country, hate the citizens, and you have to prioritize immigrants. And we're seeing this here. Like you see Chicago, they're going to raise property taxes on these Black people to pay for immigrants. What is this foolishness? Like, can you imagine? You worked so hard to get a house, and now they're going to tax your house because how dare you be ambitious? How dare you have a house? So now, well, you have a house, so you have money, so you have to be more responsible for these illegal immigrants that you never asked to come from. You never asked them people to leave America, to leave Latin America and come to America. Why am I responsible for these people? I would be so, if I lived in Chicago and my house was having an increase in property taxes to take care of illegals, when I tell you, my African ass would have been at this thing, me and what's his name, Mayor Johnson, it would have been a problem. It would have been a problem. I would have cussed this man out. You out your damn mind. You are out your mind. And any Latino that has anything to say, I will cuss their asses out too. Y'all love your people so much. Ayuda tu gente. Help your own people. Latinos want all their people to come over here. But then y'all got to pay the tax to take care of your people. Start a non-for-profit and take care of your people. Why is it that it's Black people, his historically Black neighborhood, that have to have their property taxes increased to take care of Latinos? ¿Por qué? What? ¿Por qué? I don't understand. No comprende. Explain that to me because it don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. That's why I get so triggered when I see a bunch of immigrants, illegal and legal, and even citizens. Oh, because these liberals, that's what they do. Oh, America is a country of immigrants. No, hold up. Wait a minute. What? Huh? And it's not just a country of immigrants. It was also a country with enslaved people in it. So get that straight. But ultimately, America got to a point where there is an American culture. When you say things like, oh, America is a country of immigrants, it makes it seem like, oh, it's always evolving. It's never a real thing. It doesn't really exist. Are you actually out your mind? American culture is a thing. It might not be the best culture, but there is a culture. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Always trying to erase people, erase a people, history of a people, because we have to make immigrants comfortable. No, we do not. They chose to immigrate. They need to learn to assimilate. Like, make it make sense. Man, please, go somewhere with that. Okay? This is insanity. Yeah. And guess what? And people shouldn't even do it, Elena, because people need to be very careful and make sure they read the squatter rules in Canada, because this thing could be a trap. Because if you build this whole shed and you let somebody live there, if they have squatter rules, the person could actually stay and maybe claim your property. We just never know. We got to be very, very careful. I don't know if you remember too, but when Mayor Eric Adams, when he started receiving the people from Texas, right? He was offering people money to have the illegals stay in their house. Like New York City was going to pay you money to house an immigrant. And I was like, y'all better not. And people even started making videos like, you might want to read the squatter rules. Like, you might want to read the laws on squatting, because if you let this illegal stay in here, and what if they don't want to leave? Right? You have to make sure, like, people can be so seduced by easy money that they don't actually read the law. You have to read the law, because it could be that if you let this illegal person come into your house, then you can never kick them out. Right? Because now they might be considered a tenant, even though their name is not on the lease, or you know what I'm saying, or they're not on the deed. But the mere fact that you've let these people come in here, you just never know. You go and build a shed in the back of your house. What happens if she don't want to leave, or he don't want to leave? And then what happens if tomorrow you want to sell your house? You might not be able to sell the house because they have to agree to go. Y'all, hell nah, I ain't building shit. If they want to house these people, let them build it. I'm not building no shit in my backyard. I'm not letting anybody live in my backyard, because I don't even know how these tenant laws, these squatter laws, I don't know how none of that works. No, I don't even want to know. You're not living on my property, because God forbid, right? God forbid, or God forbid, I build this in the backyard. Then you say, oh, you got hurt, and now you want to sue my homeowners. No, thank you. All money is not good money. Thank you. I don't want none of this. I don't want none of this. But I'm like, this right here, it's a trap. It's a trap for you to let that person come in, and next thing you know, they're not going to want to move, and then you're going to have to move, and then they're going to take over your property. I don't think so. Go find you another idiot. Go find you Boo-Boo the Fool somewhere else. Like I said, feed that to the birds. Feed it to the migrants. We're not falling for this. We are not falling for this. They want to practice displacement. They want to practice displacement. And they first start by teaching you to hate your country. They want you to hate your country, and then they want you to be welcome to all kinds of immigrants with whatever kind of sad story around the world. And next thing you know, that immigrant will take over your house, take over your business, take over your school, take over everything. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's not going to work on me. Go do that somewhere else. Okay? They are horrible. They are horrible. Okay? Do not do it. They will take over your house. You will not be able to evict these people. Child, please. No. I'm not doing this. They will arrest you. Like, you have to be very, very careful. You got to be very, very careful. You have to read the laws. You have to know real estate laws. You have to know tenant law. You have to know squatter laws. Don't just look at the money and be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go do it. Oh, the state's going to pay me for it. No, the state is against you. The state wants your property. The state wants your property. Do not trust these people. Don't let anybody move onto your property for what? If they feel so bad for these people, they can go ahead and build housing for these people. They can deal with these people. Nope. No, thank you. No.
Ever seen anything like it. Well, we just have to hope that for the safety of the free world, and for the American people, for the European people, for the Ukrainian people, that these two.
What free world? What free world? What free world? We don't even have the right to resist whether we want something in our bodies or not. What free world? We don't even have the right to say, I don't want to use your gender pronouns. Like, this is crazy to me, right? We don't even have the right to say that we identify as women, because that might be offensive. What free world? What free world? There's no freedom of speech in Europe. People get arrested. They get locked up. What free world, right? People are getting taxed in England. People pay 45% in income taxes. How is that freedom? So round that up to 50%. So that means that in a given year, when you're working, 6 months is going to the government, and then 6 months goes to you. Can you imagine? You have to wait 6 months until you can actually enjoy your own money. How is this not a plantation? How is this not sharecropping? How is this not slavery? That's no freedom. You work, you get a job, you go to school, you get your degree, you apply for the job, you get yourself to work, you pay your fare to get to work, you pay your lunches during work. And when it's time for payday, the government takes the money out of the account before you even see your own money. By the time you get your money, they got paid first, like they're your God. You're not my God. Why are you getting paid first? Why are they getting paid first? Why does the government get paid first out of people's income? Like there is some kind of God and you got to pay your offerings and your tithes. Like make it make sense, right? People should have their own money hit their account. If you get paid $5,000, the $5,000 should hit your account and then you go and pay your bill. Like the government should send you a bill. Like, okay, here's your bill. Why did they take the money ahead of time? It's not their money. And like, what is this? A plantation? Sharecropping? Slavery has been banned, okay? Emancipation Proclamation, right? This is ridiculous. There's no freedom in the free world. You have the right, you have freedom to be perverted. You have freedom to change your gender. You have freedom to be perverse. You have freedom to disrespect tradition. You have freedom to insult the president, okay? Go sit down somewhere. The only kind of freedom y'all tolerate is the perverted kind of freedom, right? You hate anybody that's traditional. You hate anybody that believes in family. You hate anybody that loves children. People can't even talk about their children in peace. People can't even talk about being married in peace. You hate anyone that talks about God. People don't even have the right to be Christians. You make a mockery of Jesus every chance you get. You have no respect for religion. You hate Christians. You hate Muslims. You hate everybody, okay? Bunch of pagans. Bunch of pagans. You don't respect anybody. You can only tolerate one type of people who agree with you all the time. There is no freedom. There is no freedom. Liberals cannot stand anybody that does not acquiesce to everything they desire to do, okay? You can't say no to anything. You don't have the right to say you disagree with anything. It becomes a problem. What free world? There is no free world. You're just free to pay taxes. You're free to be abused. Like you're free to be a sheep. That's about it. Make it make sense. What freedom? What freedom is this? Right? Because as soon as somebody deviates from the norm, they have all kinds of problems. They have all kinds of difficulties. They have all kinds of censorship. Like, how is this okay? And there's no freedom over here. We are not free. We live just to pay taxes. We are living just to pay taxes. Tell me one thing out here that we can actually enjoy that we have not paid taxes on. I'll wait. We pay taxes for everything. Freedom where? Stop lying to people. Stop lying to people. We are not free. We are not free. Do I have the right to say I'm not going to pay my taxes? Okay. Can people say, hey, you know what? I'm opting out of paying taxes for a year. No, you can't. So where's the freedom? Where is the freedom? Right? Can we openly disagree in public? No, we cannot. So where is the freedom? Where is the freedom? No, we need limited government. We need limited government because we should have, when we're in the first world country, we should have raised people well enough. We should have educated people well enough that they are self-sufficient and they know how to self-govern. People should know how to do the basic. It should be normal for people not to break the law. It should be normal for people not to be dirty. It should be normal for people not to leave their stuff everywhere. It should be normal for people to go into the subway and not set somebody on fire, okay? It should be normal to go into the subway and not have to worry about somebody putting poo-poo on your face. It should be normal to go into the subway and not have to worry about somebody putting their pee-pee in a bottle and smashing your face with warm urine. Like, what the freak? What the freak? It should be normal for people to go into a store and not steal. But we have done such a horrible job at maintaining values, Christian values, family values, that now we need a government to police and to legislate every single minute form of behavior. What is this? What is this? Right? Once upon a time, you didn't have to have laws about stealing. People didn't steal like that. Today is so common. You like people in the subway, they get pushed in front of the train. For what reason? We have seen people grab poop and just smear poop on people just standing there. We are seeing people go into the subway just falling asleep and they get set on fire. Because this is just how deranged things have become because we don't have good leadership. We do not have good leadership. Some people have always broken the law. Of course, there's always some kind of deviancy. But for the most part, there were way more people observing the law, and there were way more people shaming those people. That in some cases, you don't even need the police because there's so much shame in the community that people self-correct their bad behavior. But today, there's no shaming. There's no correction from the community. They're, oh yeah, steal. Oh yeah, act a fool. Oh yeah, be an idiot, right? Because we have glamorized being an idiot. We promote idiots. We celebrate idiots. We give money to idiots. We make them famous. So now we're completely lost. But I'm like, well, you should not have to legislate human decency. People should know how to be decent. Why do you put poop on somebody's face? Like, for what reason? Why do you set somebody on fire in the subway? Like, what is this? because we allow anybody to come to America. Because it's mean to say, oh, you can't come here if you don't have papers. And now they're setting people on fire. That's just insanity.
The presidents get out of prep and try to iron out their differences.
Now, to make things even more interesting, Zelensky basically got kicked out of the White House. And by the way, we will show you what Zelensky had to say about all of this, but check out this clip first.
J.D. Vance brought it up. Is World War III.
Congressman, sorry to
But
interrupt.
let's
We want to
talk
listen
about
in.
how that would happen.
President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
It was difficult to hear there. President Zelensky, as he was exiting the White House, clearly yelled at cameras, but it was hard to make out exactly what he was saying.
Now, it's being reported that Zelensky actually wanted to come back and talk to Donald Trump, but here's what Donald Trump had to say about the situation as well.
What does Zelensky need to do to restart talks with you?
He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer. His people are dying. He doesn't have the cards, just so you understand it, okay? I can tell you.
Now, sitting front row during this entire heated exchange was Marco Rubio, and this picture came out and the entire internet was reacting. People couldn't tell if he was upset, if he was uncomfortable, but he did go on CNN to give his opinion.
President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place where we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year. And at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace.
Now, you are probably noticing a very common theme, not only from Donald Trump, but his cabinet members, is that they want Zelensky to be more upfront and say he wants peace and he wants this war to end.
The screaming, I mean, you have been with Donald Trump a lot. We have seen and heard about Trump getting upset and losing his temper. I think this is probably the first time we have seen it like this on camera. We also should say, Caitlin, that let's just be clear. I'm not saying that there wasn't genuine anger here, but he understands when the television cameras are there, as does J.D. Vance, and we can't lose sight of the performance aspect of this.
Now, you can leave your opinions and—
Hey, man, shut up. You're so annoying. If you had this much energy for your marriage, you wouldn't have been divorced twice. Let's listen to this man. Let's see what he's—
Of course, I condemn Russia's invasion, and of course, I condemn the reasons for the provocation. I condemn the destabilization of the nuclear framework, which was the most important element of all in this. The United States walked out of the ABM Treaty and the Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty unilaterally and would not negotiate with the Russians over this. The United States overthrew a government in Ukraine. The United States refused to negotiate with the Russians over basic security issues. This is a tragedy. But the core of the tragedy is U.S. unipolarity assumed by the neocons as early as 1992, put in place by Clinton starting in 1994, and it's been a consistent U.S. policy up until today, basically. And Trump is actually, amazingly, it seems, trying to change it, which is unbelievable for us. Now, again, as I said earlier, I went to Ankara to discuss this in detail with the diplomats. I know the details of what happened. Ukraine left the negotiations that could have ended this in March 2022 with few deaths, and instead there have been nearly 1 million deaths since then. This has been, unfortunately, a game of the United States for 30 years that Zbigniew Brzezinski spelled out in 1997. The U.S. thought they had the upper hand at every time. It was the economic sanctions or the weapons that were going to bring Russia to its knees. It was incredibly naive. I said so for many, many years. In February 2014, the United States participated actively in a violent coup to overthrow Viktor Yanukovych, the president of Ukraine, who favored neutrality. This is very important to understand. The coup took place on February 22nd, 2014. Again, I saw some of this with my own eyes. It was ugly, the U.S. involvement in this coup. U.S. forces paid for this coup to an important extent. They stirred up this coup. This is all well understood. The American role in this has been quite sordid for a very, very long time. The goal, starting back in 1994, was to expand NATO and surround Russia in the Black Sea region. President Clinton signed off on that in 1994. Zbig Brzezinski wrote about it in the Grand Chessboard in 1997, explaining it, and explaining in a chapter that is completely wrong when you look back at it, said Russia will not be able to resist any of this. In 2002, the U.S. destabilized the relationship by unilaterally abandoning the anti-ballistic missile treaty. In 2008, the United States invited Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO, basically over strong objections by the Europeans, but the Europeans went along in the NATO Bucharest summit in 2008 over Russia's brightest red lines. This was all known, understood provocations. All of the diplomats knew it. European leaders knew it. I spoke with them at the time. Everybody understood this. Now, in 2015, the war could have ended with the Minsk II agreements, but the United States and Ukraine, despite the UN Security Council backing, said, no, you don't have to do that. That was not a territorial claim on the Donbass by Russia. It was a claim for autonomy that the UN Security Council unanimously supported, and the U.S. and the governments in Ukraine, at the U.S. behest to an important extent, completely dissed.
Is he?
Biden knew what he was.
So even the UN Security Council told these people don't do this. Even the UN, you know, I'm not a fan of UN. So even the UN said don't do this, and they went ahead and did it. Okay. Don't told you, are you still here? It doesn't matter if it's different wars. The man has, because I've seen him before. He has a lot of knowledge. It doesn't matter. So you're trying to distract people. There you go. You're such a European. He brought the facts, right? Stop being a liberal. Okay. So he brought the facts. So these people could have stopped this in 2015. So 10 years ago, this stuff could have been resolved 10 years ago. You see, and this is how you realize that these people, they take the American taxpayers as slaves. Because you guys, I'm trying to tell you something, right? If they didn't have the taxpayers to count on, would they be out here engaging in these wars? No, because they know we could just keep levying taxes. We could just keep increasing taxes. We could just keep increasing like personal income taxes. All we have to say is, oh, you know, we're going to tax the rich. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to give more welfare. We're going to go do this, right? They know how to manipulate the American electorate. They do. You see? Because I'm like, if you, no, he ain't trying to raise me up. Because the thing is, if they knew that, hey, the American people not going to go for this, we can't raise taxes. They're not going to let us raise taxes. If we raise the taxes, we're going to get fired. They wouldn't have done this. This thing could have been solved 10 years ago. 10 years ago, people didn't even have to die. This is wickedness. I'm like, even the United Nations told you don't do this. Oh, we don't care. Why? Because they have the American taxpayers to like, I don't know how to explain this. Yeah. You know how like broke people, when they have somebody else money to play with, they think they're big and bad. It's not even their money. But they know, hey, we're the government. We have powers. We can just write whatever, in the words of Kamala Harris, my pen, with the stroke of my pen, right? They know. Congress can just pass a law. The president can just sign something, executive order. And then you, the American people, you're going to be compelled to do it. That's why we have to have a smaller government. And we got to apply pressure on these people. Because the way the purse, the American purse is so big. 350 million people. How many people actually work? You have so many working people in America that because of that, it can get to your head and you feel as though I don't really have to negotiate because I have enough people in my country that I can tax, take this money and be prideful and arrogant. because they look at the working people in America like slaves. This is not okay. If you can stop a war and stop spending money, then you should say, okay, sure. No. Oh, why? Why? Because they really think it's their money and it gets to their heads. And it's not your money. Bunch of losers. Oh my gosh, this is insane.
Doing it was a terrible mistake.
Oh my Lord.
Terrible mistake of the Democrats, let me say, and of President Biden and his team. And then it's true that Biden and Putin met in 2021. In December 2021, President Putin put on the table a draft U.S.-Russia security agreement. It was a completely negotiable document. I spent quite a bit of time speaking with the White House about that document. There should have been negotiations. The U.S. rejected negotiation over the central point, which was non-NATO enlargement to Ukraine. Then in March 2022, just days after the start of Russia's invasion, but by the way, the war had been going on for years, but this escalation in starting February 22nd, 2022, just days after that, they went to the negotiating table. And they came very close to an agreement until the U.S. and Britain stopped it. Bojo, Boris Johnson, one of the most irresponsible politicians in our modern time, explained it explicitly later. He said this is a war about preserving Western hegemony.
You see this?
Yes, this was a proxy war against Russia. This was the plan all along. And the U.S. and U.K. told Zelensky, basically.
You see? So Boris Johnson, that clown, if you guys remember also during COVID, right? Boris Johnson put the entire country in lockdown. The whole time he was having parties at 31 Downing Street. They were having parties. They were drinking. Nobody was wearing any face masks. Like y'all remember this? Do you remember that scandal? I don't know, some of y'all, you don't have to keep up politics though. But like, if you remember the scandal, like it was a big scandal because he had put the entire UK in lockdown. People were dying in these apartments, going crazy, couldn't even go outside the whole time. Like he called them Bojo, because he's a freaking clown, okay? The man was having parties at 31 Downing Street. They were drinking, they were partying, they were dancing. You guys, everybody was there. He was there. This secretary was there. A lot of people from his cabinet. They were all outside, drinking, partying, no face mask. But at the same time, he telling the people not to come outside. I'm like, this man is insane. And you see, even like the whole Brexit stuff. Brexit, they're a part of Brexit. I do understand. Because when you're part of the EU, you have to be okay with everybody from Europe coming into your country. You can't really vet people because it's part of the agreement. So I can see how, England is an island. They get on my nerves, but it is an island. So I do understand the need of saying, okay, we just can't be like welcoming everybody because it's a lot of people in the EU that are broke as hell. Okay. It's a lot of countries in the European Union that ain't got no money. But now because they got a European Union passport, they can come into your country with no visa, no nothing, and just occupy some space and ask for some benefits. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. So I got that. But the way that Boris went about the Brexit, you can see how chaotic it was. Rushed. It was chaotic. It was emotional, just like his hairdo. It was a hot ass mess. And yeah, y'all hate Romanians. Okay. Y'all definitely do hate the Romanians. Okay. Right. And you see, when it got real, he ran. He's all, I want to resign as a prime minister because all he knew is how to create chaos. And then he ran. He left. And that's when the Indian man, I forgot his name, not to be offensive, I forgot his name. I can see his face. I don't know his name, right? But that's when the Indian man took over. And it was a hot mess because Boris made it a hot mess. The way he left the whole Brexit, it was poorly handled. Poorly handled. So even for America also to run behind Boris, for us to let Boris drag us into a war. Do you see how embarrassing that is? Have you seen his hair? Have you seen what this man looks like? Okay. Where's his goofy behind? Okay. You've seen this clown. Have you seen this clown? Okay. So you have America. You look at this man. Look like he gets electrocuted every morning. So then for American politicians to especially Democrats to let themselves be swayed by someone like Boris into what the appropriate measures are when it comes to Ukraine and what they're going to do. Oh, well, we're going to fight. You're going to listen. You know who he looks like? He looks like the crazy scientist in Back to the Future. Okay, right? Yeah, that's exactly what he reminds me of. There you go. This is Boris Johnson, right? Then you have these goofy Democrats who are allowing themselves to follow a man that looks like this. And then they're bringing the American purse along. Like, no, y'all do it with your own pockets. Go and cash out all your investments. Go and cash out all your, like, because these Congress people, these Democrats, they got money. They have so much money in Wall Street. Go take your own money and go do it. But Marlene, you think someone like Boris, I'm going to listen to you? Sir, when was the last time you slept? Okay? When was the last time you slept? No, I'm not listening to your ass. Have you seen yourself? Okay? Have you seen yourself? When was the last time you actually slept? I'm going to give you some sleeping pills. I'm going to give you ashwagandha. Okay? That's what you do when you're dealing like somebody with Boris. He tells you something. You say, oh, guess what? I'm going to give you some ashwagandha. You need to go to sleep. No, goofy ass Americans, goofy ass Democrats, they allow themselves to be misled by someone like Boris Johnson because he has this funny, stupid ass British accent. No. You know, and I do feel like I've come to realize this. I feel like especially with Democrats, especially liberals, right? I feel like when it comes to Europe, they have an inferiority complex. I really do. I think the vast majority of American liberals, right, they really have an inferiority complex when it comes to Europeans, especially the British and the French. Like, oh, but the British said, the French said. It's like, y'all, stop this goofy stuff. Like, stop the white supremacy. Stop being impressed by these Europeans and stop having an inferiority complex when you get around these people because they have these quote-unquote fancy accents. They're broke. Fuck the accent. They're broke. Okay? They broke, y'all. They broke as hell. Okay? I wonder, like, stop being impressed by these goofy people. So we listened to Boris, and now this thing that could have been solved in 2015, he's long gone, you see? And this is the problem, is that these politicians will stand up for stuff, and when there are real consequences, by that time, they're gone. He's not gone. Where is he? Why is he not still involved? He's gone. They take all these grand positions, these pompous ass positions, right? And they know damn well, I'm not even going to be here to see the consequences. I'm not even going to be here to be held accountable for the consequences. We have no business listening to someone that looks like this, okay? Do you see how he looks? When was the last time he actually slept? When was the last time he actually brushed his teeth? Make it make sense. Well, of course we have more debt. We're a bigger country. We're a bigger country.
Leave. There's so many interesting things to say about Chinese statecraft and about U.S.-China relations. One place to start is that President Trump said yesterday or the day before this Ukraine war, it's not about, we shouldn't be doing this. We have this big, beautiful ocean between us and the Russians. We're not in conflict with each other. Well, the Pacific Ocean is a lot bigger. China is not in a million years going to invade the United States, and the U.S. can't invade and defeat China. It's very simple. The two, if we're misguided, could provoke each other. The United States could do in East Asia what it did in Ukraine. The obvious analogy is Taiwan. If the United States continues to provoke to unilaterally arm Taiwan, this could trigger war. The war would be devastating for the world, but devastating for the United States, as every war game has shown. And it makes sense. You fight a war against China, thousands of miles away from your shores. You think that's going to work in this day and age with new technologies, with the hypersonic missile systems attacking your naval fleets, with the continual space surveillance of the oceans and so on? Come on, this is so ridiculous. Even the idea is absurd. Now, that's one point. Well, the war is, of course, a war between the U.S. and Russia being fought on Ukrainian territory.
Exactly. And this is why Trump and JD said this whole conversation is going to be between Russia and America, because it really is America fighting. You're not fighting. You don't have a military. So why do you need to be at the negotiation table when, fam, you have, like, you're not doing anything? Why do you need to be here? And all he's doing, and that's why Trump and JD and Marco Rubio were getting so triggered by this man, because when it's all said and done, this is really America's war. And I wouldn't even be surprised if we have soldiers there. And we're very lucky that this did not escalate into something else. Have you heard Norway sending their people to fight? Have you heard of England sending their people to fight? Have you heard of Germany sending soldiers? Have you heard of any of these foreign people sending men to go fight in Ukraine? No. But how much you want to bet that we have American soldiers out there on the low, right? So it truly is a war between America and Russia. So this man, he's not funding this. He doesn't have the man for it. He doesn't have the weapon. He's not doing anything. But he wants to have all these extra requirements that are making it so difficult to arrive to a peace agreement. And that's why JD got sick and tired of his ass. Like, even JD's frustration, it didn't happen right then and there. It's been boiling to a point. Because you ain't got no money. You're a con artist. You are a scammer. And not just that, you are delusional and you are irresponsible. Because any serious person would be like, you know what? Y'all paying for this war, so if y'all want to stop, we can stop. Okay? I don't even care to see it for the first time. I don't care. Because to me, it's like it shouldn't have started. It's foolishness. We can't be out here galvanizing people that we know don't even know how to fight. Because even that too is criminal. It is criminal to embolden the people to believe that they can be something they will never be. So what Biden did by emboldening these people is incredibly criminal. It is criminal. Maps can be somewhat relevant, I guess. But you, like I said, Great Britain, y'all didn't care about the map, right? Because people live in Africa and y'all did whatever y'all wanted to do, right? And you started cutting all these countries into weird ways, like cutting ethnicities into half, cutting people into half. One people lives here now, another people lives here now in a different country, right? So yeah, borders do matter. But like I told you, that's why I say, are you a racist? Because like I said, why isn't that when it comes to what Great Britain did to Africa, you don't show this level of care, concern, and empathy, right? If maps matter and borders matters and countries matter, why don't you feel exactly? And how much territory did the Yoruba people lose when Great Britain decided to cut Nigeria the way it cut Nigeria? Right? That's why I asked you if you're racist, right? Because if you don't like that Russia took over 20% of Ukraine, I'm asking you, is it okay also for Great Britain to have divided Yoruba territory the way they did it? Because the way they cut up Nigeria, the Yoruba people lost their land. And the Edo people, they lost their land because some of it became Cameroon. Right? So it's okay for y'all to cut us up any way you see fit in these goofy ass countries with these goofy ass shapes, right? Right? Have you ever seen Togo, Ghana, like Ghana, Benin, Ghana, Togo, and Benin? Have you ever seen what they look like and how they were cut up? It's so damn stupid. Even the Ivory Coast and Ghana, it makes one. Right? So I'm saying, like, when it's your people, Dumb told you, when it's your people who divide land any way they see fit and they don't respect borders, as long as it's black people, it's African people, you don't see an issue with that. But when it's done to white people, then you're like, oh my, That's why I'm asking you, are you a racist? Right? Do you see African people as less than? Like, is that how you think? Because I'm really confused. Because everything you're saying that Russia has done, your people have done that in Africa. Over 50 times. But exactly, why do you know white history and you don't know African history when the Crown of England has been made so wealthy because of what y'all stole out of Africa? Because you're a racist. That's what racism is. I'm letting you know you're a racist, right? That's racism. Because it's not that hard. The same energy, the same amount of time that you take to learn about Ukraine, you can also learn about all these countries that your country has pillaged in order to be a superpower. Well, you can learn it today, right? You come outside with us all the time. Like, why don't you learn Black history also? Like all kinds of Black history. Why don't you learn it? Like, what's the problem, right? But it's I don't know. I'm a bit confused. Like, why you have so much issue with Russia when your people have done the same thing? They have done the same thing. Right? But you only seem to have empathy when it involves like your fellow white people, right? I'm like, no, Black people are people. Don't told you I'm a person. We have feelings too. We matter. Amen. Right? But it's not that hard because Nigeria did not look like this, right? Ghana did not look like this. But this is what they've done. Like Liberia and Sierra Leone, it didn't look like this. Senegal and Gambia, it didn't look like this. And the way the British have cut up these African countries and cut up these people, it has caused a lot of damage. And to this day, Africa still suffers from all these civil wars because of how things were cut. Rwanda is suffering. Uganda is suffering. Even Congo is suffering. So my thing is, you're like you when it's Russia, you're so quick to see it. Right? When it's Russia, you're so quick to see, oh, this is so wrong. Like they're taking land. Da, da, da. But when it's Africa, it's, oh, I get to it when I get to it. Oh, I learned it eventually. Oh, da, 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 da. I'm like, are you a racist? Like, what is this? It's kind of weird. Yeah, so like, okay, then why don't you feel sorry for that? Because you see the conflict that has caused. It's causing conflict. It's horrible. It's really horrible. Right? Even Niger and Nigeria, it's one people. It's the Hausa people. But they cut, like once upon a time, all that was known as the Hausa Caliphate. They cut that stuff in half. They do all kinds of weird stuff. It's awful. Exactly. And to this day, a lot of African countries are still suffering because this had havoc way of just cutting up these countries and all these weird borders. It's so inconsiderate of like, oh, the ethnicities of people, the people themselves, like, do they even get along? But we've had to make do. So if Africans have had to make do and have multiple ethnicities, multiple countries, like multiple ethnicities in one country, and then identify as one nationality, then the Ukrainians also can learn to make do. We're not subhumans. We have feelings too, right? So if we learn to make do, then they can also make do. There you go. If it's good for Africans, it's good for Europeans. You're not above us. You're not better than us. Like, no, that's crazy.
It's not a war between Ukraine and Russia. This is the basic point. This goes back for 30 years in the Ukraine project of expanding the U.S. military reach eastward. Eastward, basically, by the way, from Brussels to Vladivostok was the ultimate aim. In other words, this is U.S. hegemony at play, and President Putin said no. And the war broke out 11 years ago at the Maidan coup, which was also a U.S. Action to a very substantial extent to overthrow a Ukrainian government that favored neutrality, and the Ukrainian public favored neutrality overwhelmingly. There was no move by the Ukrainian people to join NATO.
You see this? So even the Ukrainians didn't even want to join NATO. And this is why they're saying, have the election, Zelensky, have the election. He doesn't want to have the election because from the onset, even the Ukrainian people did not care to join NATO. They didn't even care. This is nothing more than a vanity project, right? But what do you mean? What does that have to do with you taking ownership of what your people have done? I am confused. I'm really confused, right? The Africans can be passive. That's fine. But what does that have to do with you saying, you know what I see in Vladimir, I can see that also in what my people have done. That's all I'm asking you for. I'm asking you for self-awareness. Because then you'll realize that the monster that you see in Vladimir, I see it in you British people. Right? But if you don't have self-awareness, you can just go around thinking, oh, we did nothing. Oh, we're fine. We're good people. Look at us. We're trying to help the Ukrainians. No, you're not helping them. You're making shit worse. Right? Exactly. So that's all I'm saying. It's like I need you to also have the same amount of empathy. Like the way you care about these Ukrainian people, oh, borders matter and they've taken 20% of the land. Well, done told you, England has taken a lot of people's lands. And when they left Africa, they decided to cut these countries up in any kind of way they saw fit without a care in the world about how they were dividing people up, how they were dividing ethnicities up, and how this stuff is going to lead to civil wars. You understand? Right? Like this foolishness with Nigeria and the way Great Britain cut up Nigeria, it led to even a genocide of the Igbo people. Right? There's an Igbo people called the Biafra people. These people were slaughtered. They were slaughtered into pieces. Like I'm being for real, right? Your country has done heinous things. So that's why I find it laughable when Europeans talk about Vladimir Putin. Right? Because I know what the Europeans have done and what they're capable of doing and what they've done. It's horrible. What your people even did in South Africa, even to your own fellow white people, the Boers, them Dutch people, they locked them up in concentration camps. Them people were emaciated. It is so sad. They were trying to kill these people. What they did in South Africa also to South African people. Like, I mean, it's just insane. It is just insane. And the fact that even Great Britain hasn't even apologized for that. And now they're trying to pretend to be like the world's the world's vanguards of freedom and independence and autonomy and sovereign borders. It's a freaking joke. It's a freaking joke. Okay? Like it's a freaking joke. Right? But I'm like, Vladimir, he pales in comparison to what your people have done to other people. He pales in comparison. And I think even his stuff is a bit more noble. He's not trying to plunder Ukraine and take their resources and take their money. No, he's simply saying you can't join NATO. That's all he's saying. Right? But you people, you just rob people for no reason. Even when you had enough, like, okay, we stole enough money to be okay. You still kept doing it. You still kept doing it. Even art, you stole art. Is it ever that serious? Stealing art from, like, you steal people's art. You already taken the gold. You also got to take the art. Are you actually okay? And now people are even saying, can you please bring back the art because it's part of our cultural identity. They want to bring it back. Like, what is this? Like, seriously, what is this? Right? You know what I'm saying? But even with all the evil that you have done to so many Black people, African people, you know, today they're able to overlook that and coexist with you people and live with you people. But you've caused us a lot of harm. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, to me, it's like this dismissiveness, like, oh, African people are like less than, like, they're not human beings, they don't have feelings. No, they have feelings. Everything these Ukrainians feel, we probably felt that like 100,000 times more. But you kept on doing it. Right? You study what the Belgians did in Congo, even to build their railway. They killed 80,000 Congolese to build the rail system in Congo. And it took one man to say, okay, that's enough. We've killed enough of these people. But you never talk about that. Right? But as soon as you lose 20 people, you lose 100 people. Oh my gosh, it's a threat to democracy. It's a threat to human sovereignty. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Like, when you read some of the stuff that King Leopold was doing in Congo, cutting people's limbs, he would cut off their limbs. He would cut their children's limbs off for not picking up enough cotton for him. Like, you people are insane. You are truly insane. Well, why is it not? Because it holds you accountable. So therefore, it's not a nice topic. But when it's to hold somebody else accountable, it's all fun because it allows you to feel good about yourself. No, you can't always feel good about yourself. Some days you have to feel bad. You have to feel bad because bad things were done. But horrible, horrible things were done on that continent. Some horrible things, right? And today, a lot of Africans are okay. Well, they moved on. So I'm like, the Ukrainians also can move on. Because when you read about the stuff of Leopold in Congo, it makes you want to throw up. Like, what is this? So you don't like your worker. So to punish your worker, you grab his child and you amputate the child. Are you actually okay? Like I'm like, the West is full of evil people. You're not good people. You are not good people. You manufacture fake conflicts where you can then prescribe these honorable ethos to yourself. You're not an honorable people. There's nothing honorable about the West. That's why I asked you yesterday, show me a country in Africa that was abused, that was invaded or robbed by Russia. And you can't even say anything. You can't say a single country because it was mostly England. There's not a single African nation that speaks Russian. Like, nobody speaks Russian in Africa because they didn't go invade people and kill people. There's no one. So it's like, it's very rich to sit here and make it seem like, oh, these people are so evil. That man is so evil. When Vladimir Putin deals with African leaders, he respects them. Doesn't enslave the people. He doesn't start genocide. He doesn't start like these like ethnic wars like England has done. England is responsible. I already told you this. England is responsible for what happened in Rwanda. 6 million people were killed in 6 months. I was in Burkina Faso at the time. I was in Burkina Faso, and we had this one family. They were from Rwanda, and the auntie, she was so sweet. And that day, because we all used to do like carpooling, and that one day she didn't come pick us up. So my dad came. We went to the house. We had to drop her son. The way she was in tears, I'm 40 years old. That was like almost 30 years ago. I never forgot how she cried. And I remember her screaming in French, "I'm all alone. I'm all alone. I have nobody left. I have nobody left." You start all kinds of fuckery in Africa because you don't see us as human beings. You don't see us as human beings. But God forbid somebody touch one of your goofy ass blonde hairs. God forbid somebody hurts your goofy ass blonde hair and your blue eyes feelings. The world can't go to sleep. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she was from Rwanda. The whole family was from Rwanda. But she was dark skinned. She's not light skinned. She's not like Kagame's ethnicities. She's from the ethnicity of the slaughtered. But I'm like, 6 million people died in 6 months. That's some real shit. Right? And even today, even Kagame is not being prosecuted for wars against crimes of humanity. I forgot, like, who the dark skinned one. Right? So to really sit, like, even me, I was like, hold on, why am I gonna be mad at this man? Like, for what? I don't have no reason to be mad at this man. Right? Because when I look at my life, when I look at my continent, when I look at where I'm from, the people who have oppressed Africa the most is Great Britain. So yeah, so maybe she was Hutu, yeah. It was so sad. I'm like, what is going on? And the UN did nothing to stop this. They were just slaughtering people, It's like, what is this? It's so awful. Even like you hear about the Holocaust, even the Holocaust, it took years for Hitler to kill that many people. Years. In Rwanda, it was 6 months. 6 months. 6 million people. That's like, so you kill 1 million people a month? My God. And you live in America, they would have you thinking that the worst Holocaust is the Jewish Holocaust. No, it's not. What happened in Rwanda was worse. It was 6 million people executed in 6 months. 6 months. So it's like, nah, we got to stop.
This was a top-down push and coup in February. Russia is a very sophisticated economy filled with very sophisticated people and well-trained engineers. And by the way, as the world's largest land area with vast natural resources, the population is modest by big power standards at 150 million people, but we're entering an age where the number of people is not really decisive. There are going to be humanoid robots and AI systems and many other things. This incredible land area, the vast resources, the northern route, the Arctic route, something that is obviously on President Trump's mind, means that Russia is a great power, no question, for generations to come, and one that will play in increasing significance in the world economy. And this is partly what was discussed in Riyadh. So in this sense, the war started by the United States eastward movement and every other U.S. action, especially, by the way, and it's very much underestimated in its impact, the 2002 unilateral abandonment of the anti-ballistic missile treaty by the United States was, to my view, the most profound destabilizer of all, because ultimately we're talking about survival, nation state survival, national security, missile systems. This is what has been on President Putin's mind for 20 years. Keep your missile systems away from our border.
Mm-hmm.
This has been enunciated repeatedly. As Ray McGovern, the former CIA wonderful analyst, told us a few months ago, I've always believed, I've said for years and years and years and years, and the years are now quite long, that there are no fundamental conflicts between the United States and Russia. I'll say the same, that there are no fundamental conflicts between the United States and China.
And, you know, and this is why. This is why sometimes, like, you know, me growing up in Africa, because I left Africa in 1996, right? Born in 1996. So in my brief tenure living in Africa, so you had there was the war in Rwanda. It was really a genocide. They just slaughtered these people. 6 million people dead in 6 months. There was the war in Liberia, right? People were just coming, like, it was really bad. There was also war in Sierra Leone. Then you also had there was a war also because the whole thing that happened in Rwanda, it trickled down into Congo. So you also had that conflict, right? And then you also had the apartheid in South Africa. I mean, it was a bunch of people just dying everywhere, just people just dying. And you know, when you witness that as a child, right, you understand that war is really costly. American people, they don't really see wars. If they see wars, they see it on TV, right? When was the last time a war was actually fought on this land? And that's why it really triggers me when I hear people who are from here be so unpatriotic and root for war and they cheer for war and they talk about civil war like, oh yeah, if Trump gets elected, it's going to be a civil war. We going to want a civil war. Speaking all this goofy shit over America. You don't even know what war is. That thing is incredibly debilitating. And I think something close that we've had here might be 9/11, because that also, it was a lot. It was a lot. It was like, what is going on? The phones is not working. Traffic lights not working. Nothing was working. It was so frightening. It was so, like, you guys, 9/11, child, my mom came to school with 2 different types of socks on. That lady looked hella crazy. Nothing was working. The level of fear during that is, you know, human beings, they forget stuff so easily. You know what I mean? It's like, no matter what, no matter how much you don't like Trump, you should never wish harm on America. Like, you should never wish harm on your own country. You should never wish civil war on America. When I first came to this country, 1996, I was in the 6th grade, right? We went to Gettysburg. And I was like, what, 10? I was 11, right? I was 11. But when we went to Gettysburg, and they were like, yeah, there lay the bodies of 3,000 people. Even I understood the gravity of 3,000 people dying. People died to unify this nation. It is not a joke. 3,000 dead people. When Abraham Lincoln gave his Gettysburg address, he was standing on dead bodies. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. A lot of people died. That is not a joke. And you watch the news, it's always people trying to entice foolishness. Oh, feelings of unpatriotism, wish harm on America, pray for civil wars. Like, when the whole election cycle, you should have seen how many people were just, their eyes were glistening, beaming when they would say things like, oh, civil war, it's civil war, it's civil war, it's civil war. I'm like, you're sick as hell. You are sick as hell. Like, we grew up in a place where we saw children walk thousands of miles. Like, there was one girl, my parents had adopted this one girl. Her mom died in Liberia. Bodies in the water. She would explain how they would still have to drink the water, even though there was dead people in the water because they were so thirsty. I'm like, people are just goofy as hell. People are so privileged. They are so entitled. You know what I'm saying? People keep talking about the past, the past, the past. Don't want to let that stuff go. One day, what you're looking for, you're going to find it. And I promise you, it's not pretty. It is not pretty. No matter how upset you are, you should always ask for peace, though. Okay, it's never that deep, right? When the war happened in Iraq, we were 18 years old. We were just coming out of high school. I had friends who were enlisted. Some died. Some came back without legs. I'm like, people forget so quickly. Anybody remembers Walter Reed? This big the VA hospital in DC. People went to war. They came back. They didn't even have beds. Walter Reed did not even have enough beds for the people. American soldiers were sleeping on the floor. They were sleeping on the floor. They didn't even have enough prosthetics. All these young people, 18, 19, 20. Never been to war. They snatched their asses. They put them people in, they took them to boot camp for 6 months. And next thing you know, they put their ass on their big ass planes, dumping their asses in Saudi Arabia. And then from Saudi Arabia, they took these kids to Iraq. Can you imagine? We had friends from high school die. We had friends from high school who were amputated. Like war? Seriously? When you know what war is, you do everything in your power to stop it. And you get to a point, it doesn't even matter who's right anymore. I don't even care who's right. Please stop killing people. Stop killing people. It's enough. You don't always have to be right, but you have to be sensible. Somebody has to say it's enough. It truly, truly is enough. Like me, I have seen so much war and killing in my lifetime. I don't want to see this stuff anymore. It is incredibly traumatic. Meanwhile, Dick Cheney was out here getting all kinds of money. Walter Reed didn't even have enough beds. People were sleeping on the floor. They didn't even have enough prosthetics. You would think you were living in a third world country. The way they just dropped the ball on these people. It's horrible. Like even out here, because I'm in VA, in Quantico, we have a lot of bases out here. In Quantico, the number of soldiers who were coming back and killing their wives because they were having PTSD. They were having serious PTSD. They have a hard time adjusting to civilian life. It is not a joke. 25 years just chasing behind some Muslims, killing Arabs, and trying to fight Russia. We are destroying ourselves. We are destroying the economy. We are destroying everything. For what? For what? If you have the ability to broker peace with people, my gosh, broker peace. Who cares? Like it comes to a point. Nobody cares who started. Nobody cares who's right. I don't even care. Stop this killing. Stop it. Stop the killing so people can start rebuilding and move on with their lives. It is incredibly traumatic. It is so traumatic. It's so traumatic. Because when you go to war, all of these people who are at the war killing people, when they come back, they're never the same. Because it weighs on you that you have to kill someone. It weighs on you to have to see everybody die around you. It's a lot. It really is a lot. People are not meant to kill people like this. And it lives with you for the rest of your life. You can't stop seeing these things. Like, we have to stop. At some point, we have to stop. And the fact that we're telling Zelensky it has to stop, and he keeps finding reasons to stall, to delay the process. Every day you're stalling, it's more people dying. We're trying to tell this goofy-ass, square-faced fool that you need to stop. He's not listening. For what reason? I mean, it's unbelievable to me. Well, like, we're not talking about ice cream. We are talking about people, human beings. We're talking about countries. We're talking about people. You have to stop. I mean, to me, it's so irresponsible to just walk out on a negotiation. Like, you have to at least try to negotiate. Oh, we're just not going to do it. Are you actually okay? But meanwhile, Joe Biden, he will go to the ends of the earth to protect Hunter, who's like 60. He's like 54 years old. We have seen what Joe Biden has done all of his life to protect his son. Even the man is 54, 55 years old. He was willing to put his reputation, his legacy, his last days as president on the line to protect Hunter. So you think you're the only one who loves your son? Your son is a crackhead. He's a failure. He's a shameful ass human being, but you love your son. And you think other people don't love their kids? You go above and beyond to protect your bummy ass, your failed ass drug addict son. But you don't want to try to go above and beyond to stop this war and have these kids go back to their mothers, go back to their daddy. You don't think that these people need their sons? Your son's a drug addict. He's always been a drug addict. And you have never rebuked him. You've never turned your back on him. Let people's children go home. It's ridiculous. Like, it really is ridiculous. I mean, this is so triggering for me. It's so triggering for me. Nothing good comes out of war. We've been involved in war since the Gulf War. I mean, as far as I know, it's like since like 9/11. Okay, 25 years of killing Muslims. What do we have to show for this? A quarter of a century just dedicated to murdering Muslims. What do we have to show for this? Can we really sit here and say, oh, America is any safer because we have intentionally been out here killing Muslims to make Netanyahu happy? What's his real name again? Because that's not even his real name. Let's not using his real name. It's so disgusting.
Seems that President Trump is pursuing that approach, which would mark a dramatic change of American foreign policy, a fundamental change, I would say.
No, we're not easy going. That is not true.
Break with the
How
last
do you know they're easy going?
33 years.
Their stuff.
33 years. Why? Because when the Soviet Union ended in December 1990.
Like what you just wrote down told you, these are narratives. These are things that you have to tell yourself so you can soothe yourself. Because, you know, you don't want to accept who Great Britain is because you're British. So you don't want to accept that. So now you have to make so now you have to create narratives. Oh, you know, they were easygoing. No, they were not easy. They're not all the same. That is not true. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. But it's a narrative because it makes it easier for you to deal with that. Because I think you would love to live in the world where like Great Britain is so amazing and Vladimir is so bad. But I think like when you have to realize that, like we're probably even more fucked up than Vladimir, right? It does something to you because you've never had to have this level of self-awareness. And that's the problem. And that is the problem with a lot of white liberals, right? Is that because there is a God complex, right? A know-it-all complex, a self-righteous complex, that when you now have to realize that we could actually be more evil than this man, it's a blow to your ego. So now you have to create narratives and say, oh, there's this passiveness. From who? From who? It's not the entire continent. If you look at South Africans, they fought. South Africans fought they fought the best they could. But you also have to be honest and say they had no backup. Ukraine, you can say Ukraine is not passive because they have backup. They have support, right? When it came to South Africa, those Africans did not have support from America. Didn't have support from Great Britain. Margaret Thatcher was prime minister when Nelson Mandela was convicted. I think Reagan was also president, right? It was white people helping other white people to oppress African people. So I think it's very easy for you to say there's some passiveness there. What passiveness? It's easy to resist when you have America and the American purse behind you, right? Italy tried to take over Ethiopia and they fought back, right? Ethiopians have fought back. So when you say they're passive, who's passive? Libya fought, Algeria fought, Morocco fought, Tunisia fought, right? There are people who fought. Even in the Guineans, in Guinea, they fought. In Mali, they fought. Mandinka people do not easily surrender. And that's what I'm saying. Like you can't say that you haven't studied the story and then say that, oh, it's passiveness. Which passiveness? You need to study what happened in Mali, what happened in Guinea when Charles de Gaulle came to West Africa, what happened in Mali when Charles de Gaulle went to Mali, right? The people resisted. And then what happened? So I don't think it's fair for you to say, oh, there was passiveness. No. You Europeans, you tag team, like you gang, like you go gang on people, right? It's easy to resist when you have a superpower behind you. Africans never have a superpower behind them because we happen to be black. We happen to be black. We don't have your complexion. So when it comes to our welfare, all you evil ass white people stick together and you torture us. So it's very easy. Yeah, you're deaf. You not could be. You are wrong. Right? Because if what the people called, if Ukraine did not have America behind Ukraine, if nobody had even put this thing in Ukraine's head that, oh, you can join NATO, right? That little bird, right? If no European bird had gone to Ukraine's ear and said, oh, you can join NATO, they would have learned to play it cool with that man, just like Taiwan. Because nobody has officially declared support for Taiwan. So Taiwan knows not to trigger China. Right? America does business with Taiwan, but America has not officially said, okay, if China tries it, we're going to come outside. They haven't said that. So you see, Taiwanese people, they're being very smart. They're not triggering the man. And then, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're playing a very smart game. Right? Even in Hong Kong, they thought if they kept doing these goofy ass protests that America or maybe Great Britain was going to come back. No. But you see, eventually they stopped all these goofy ass protests in Hong Kong. Okay. Right? So anybody can be strong and gangster when you have America behind you and you have the purse of the American taxpayers behind you. That's what he told Zelensky. I have enabled you to believe that you are a tough guy. You're not tough. You're not that guy. You are truly not that guy. But I would love for you to tell me which superpower ever fought for African people. Which superpower ever said, okay, you've done enough, stop, right? When France bombed the Ivory Coast in 2011 because they didn't like the turnout of the election, nobody stood up for the African people and said, oh, you know what? They had an election, they won, the Supreme Court validated, so let it be. Nobody said anything. And France knew, I'm white, I'm French. So if I want to bomb you, I can just say whatever to the American people, they have my back. Because white people are racist and white people are tribalist. They are tribalists. If a white person has to decide between, do I ride for white people or do I ride for black people? They're going to ride for the white person. And this is how, this is why Europeans know that they can get away with so much fuckery. They know this. They are very well aware. You are aware that you're racist. You are aware that you're tribalist. You are fully aware. That's why when you have all these goofy ass summits, you never invite anybody else but your own people. G6, G7, G8, Davos, you name it. It's all a bunch of whitey ass people, right? It's all a bunch of white people. Right? Because in your head, power, leadership, democracy, you name it. Only you people are gifted to understand how these things work, right? Everybody else is just too damn stupid, right? Because complexion to y'all is always based on skin color. If you're white, you're smart. If you're black, you're dumb. Like, we know how y'all think. I just choose not to let myself be upset by that kind of stuff. Because to me, like I said, white people are not centripetal to my orbit. I don't give a fuck. See, then you have some people, when they start to realize how white people feel about black people, they allow that to make themselves sad. I will never be that kind of person. Me, don't make me sad. Me, I'm the way I live my life. I accept people for who they are. I know that deep down inside, the vast majority of white people, especially Europeans, they are incredibly racist. They are racist. Right? Even this whole goofy shit with Russia, it comes down to xenophobia. It's xenophobia. There is xenophobia against Russian people because they talk a different language. Like, even like linguistically, when you compare English, French, Dutch, German, these people do share a common lineage. You find similarity. You find similarities. But when it comes to Russian people, they don't share any kind of common language with anybody. Right? So you can see that they're treated like the pariahs of Europe because there's no common culture. There's no common lineage, right? But you put French people together, you put the British together, you put the Germans together, you put the Dutch together, their languages overlap because they have common ancestry. Even Italians, put the asses in there, right? They have common ancestry. So there is this thing about Western Europeans being extremely tribal. And when people don't look like y'all, don't sound like y'all, don't pray, even their church, Russian people are Orthodox Christians. They don't even read the same Bible as the Bible from the Vatican. Right? So even that too is a problem because you can't brainwash these people because they refuse to submit to Italy. They don't read the Bible from the Vatican. But the vast majority of Western European countries, they have the Bible from the Vatican, right? Russia does not use the Bible from the Vatican. And that's why even in Russia, they believe that angels are black people, right? So, and that does not fit with the white supremacist, racist DNA of Western Europe. How dare can you say that angels are black, right? That's crazy. How can you uplift these Negroes in a position of them feeling like they're close to God, right? And I'm gonna say this for a lot of black people, a lot of African people, a lot of black people, it would behoove the people to learn more about Russia because then you start to discover that Russia is not actually mean to black people. They have churches where the angels are actually black. They are black. They see black people as angels. What kind of Western white church you're going to walk into from Notre Dame? I mean, you name it, the Anglican church, like whatever church you find in Europe, the Vatican, and you're going to find black people being angels. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, you see? And Poland, wasn't Poland like once upon a time like part of Russia? The USSR, whatever it is, right? You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing, though, right? That's the thing. So that like to me is okay. I'm confused though. I am really confused. I'm really confused. Like, why would I be expected to have hatred for Vladimir Putin? What's he done for me? Even when America was trying to stabilize Congo back in the day before it became Zaire, right? Vladimir was in Congo helping Patrice Lumumba. right? And America chose to help Mobutu, and they helped Mobutu to kill Patrice Lumumba, right? So I'm sure even if Black people, especially African people, got closer to Russia, there's so much of African history that's probably in Russia that is not corrupted by the West, that they probably know way more. Because with the Western Europeans, we got brainwashed to all kind of foolishness. But only God knows what they have in Russia about the true history of African people. So now, yeah, I want to know more. So it's like, yeah, I'm telling you, they see Black people as angels. It is a real thing. They're not regular Christians. They are Orthodox Christians. They don't have the Bible, because why would they not know? Why would they not know? So only Western Europeans know everything. Okay, I can't wait for Russians to get involved. Well, I don't know. We will find out. We will find out. But my thing is, I can't wait for Russian people to get involved with AI, because once Russians also get involved with AI and we start using Russian AI tools, only God knows what we're going to find out. And then we might really find out the exact number of Africans they really stole from Africa, these Europeans. Okay? But they know, Russia knows a lot. I'm telling y'all, Russia knows a lot. And since 2020 was Saturn in Aquarius, we have been in the age of exposure. People that used to have powers, celebrities, politicians, people who were able to bamboozle us, keep us asleep, they've been getting exposed. Since 2020, we have been the age of Saturn in Aquarius. I think now we are Pluto in Aquarius, right? But I'm saying, like, there's probably a whole lot that Russia knows. And they don't want us to know, because, you know, they will do everything in their power to keep you from having access to information that will set you free. You know how they are. When somebody has information, when somebody knows a lot and that person's knowledge can set you free, they go into smearing campaigns. They say all kinds of evil stuff about the person. They want to kill the person. They do the very most. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that in Russia, there's a lot of things about Black people, African history, that we have never been taught. That's over there somewhere. No, you see this? And that's why I tell you, you might be a racist, right? There you go. Because for you, when Europeans say that African people didn't have shoes, they were like monkeys, they live in trees, for you, those are factual stories, right? But if Russia says that Africans are Black people are angels, now it's flattery. That's why I tell you, Don told you, you need to really have a talk with yourself, because you could be racist, right? Because anything that shows Black people, African people in a positive light is flattery to you. But if they said, oh, they didn't have shoes, they had bloated bellies, they had mosquitoes flying around them, why we can't be angels? So only white people can be angels? I'm just saying. But then, you see? And every time they don't want you to get close to a person, they tell you he's racist. Have you not noticed a trend there? Right? But that's what I'm saying. You need to confront that. You need to confront that. Right? Because if for you telling Black people that they are angels, like that some angels are Black, I don't even think they're saying that all angels are Black. I am saying that they have Black angels. They believe that some angels are Black, not that all angels are Black. But the fact that, okay, so because now we can be angels, now they're not even real. You see how the goalpost, it keeps moving, right? So if Russia said that only the angels are nothing but white people, then that would be accurate for you. Like, you wouldn't have an issue with that. But if Russians are saying that it's possible, like they believe that some angels are Black, now that's flattery, right? But if they said that the Black people are criminals, they're gang people, they're terrorists, now that'll be okay. I told you, you are crazy. You have to confront that. You really, really have to confront that, right? Because if only hearing about Black people in a negative light is factual, but then hearing about Black people in a good light, especially in the light that they can be close to God, and that God also has angels that are Black, what's the problem? All of our lives, we were told that angels are white. So if today they believe that some angels are Black, what's wrong? Why can't we also have positive angelic representation? What's wrong with that? If God made all people of different complexions, why can angels have different complexions? Why does it have to be flattery? because we're not deserving of being angels. Like we have too much moral turpitude, right? If we're black, we must have black hearts. Our hearts must be as black as our complexion. We're not capable of having, white hearts and black skin. What's the problem? Right? Well, and maybe black people are unique beings. Who knows? But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Exactly. So then why can't black people be seen as a good thing? What would you call that flattery? What would you call that flattery? Or do we only belong in prison? We only... But why would you call it? I don't think it's flattery. It could be a fact. Right? So do white people get flattered when they're told that only angels, like all angels are white? That's also flattery, you think?
91, the neocons, the believers in the United States, in the unipolar world that America and its unique military.
You're so lucky I love you. You're lucky I have love for you. I have a lot of love for you. That's why I'm very patient with your ass. But I'm telling you, you got to confront that. You really do. You really have to work on that. And I really pray, I don't know, but I really, really pray that God really opens your eyes to that, because I think the day that you'll have self-awareness, like you'll be a lot better. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not, that's why I feel like sometimes it's not easy. But like when you're used to seeing the world a certain way, it's not easy. It really ain't easy. You know what I'm saying?
Military, financial, economic, technological power in their minds meant that the United States ran the world. We should always be cautious and careful when we're analyzing these events. But I have to say, I hope I'm not just getting swept up in it. It seems pretty momentous what's happening right now. It seems more than the news cycle or the spin cycle. What has happened in the last few days is President Trump has respectfully spoken with President Putin and said the United States does not aim to run the world or to damage Russia's security. The United States government has acknowledged that NATO will not expand to Ukraine and to Georgia, which was part of a 30-year game played by the United States, very dangerous and violent game. And more than that, it was not only picking up the phone or having a discussion or having a meeting in Riyadh, but actually a rather impressive, it seems, move to normal relations, a restoration of economic relations, as you said, a new chapter, we hope and pray, for a stability of the nuclear arms framework. President Trump made remarkable statements, brief statements, but remarkable statements about three-way negotiations of Russia, China, and the United States to reduce nuclear arms, to avoid an extraordinarily dangerous and costly, quote, modernization of nuclear arsenal. There was another extraordinary statement by President Putin's spokesperson, Mr. Peskov, who said, our concern is not about Ukraine joining the European Union. Our concern is about military, security, NATO. This is quite different. Extraordinary, such a statement. So clear, of course, extraordinary in the context that it's so rational. I've always believed that. I've always said that Europe's greatest mistake was to co-locate NATO and the European Union in the same city. Almost an accident, by the way, when NATO headquarters left Paris. Shouldn't have gone to Brussels, but increasingly NATO and the EU became the same thing, to Europe's devastating consequence, because Europe lost its foreign policy, lost its autonomy, lost its sense, lost its voice, doesn't understand what's going on. And when you ask me, I'm here in Brussels, I was at the European Parliament yesterday, there is so much confusion in Europe because it's been years and years and years in which Europe simply gave away its foreign policy. So they don't have diplomacy. They don't know how to have diplomacy because they're so rusty at it. I've been saying to European leaders for years, go to Moscow, talk. You're on the same continent. You're neighbors. What are you doing? But they don't. They warmonger. And then yesterday, our Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, called for deep, and according to the headline numbers, truly deep cuts in the U.S. military. This has not happened for decades. And immediately, our congressmen and senators jumped up and down because they're on the payrolls of, or they're funded in their campaigns, or their families are funded by the military-industrial complex in the United States. So these are all extraordinary statements. Now, I don't know whether the Trump administration is going to follow that particular logic. Donald Trump loves oil and gas under the ground. This is not where our future lies in the 21st century, actually, but he loves it. It's not the basis of U.S. Well-being, U.S. prosperity. Now, there is, to put it a different way, no shortcut to economic well-being in a knowledge economy except knowledge, technology, systems, thinking carefully, basing decision-making on evidence, on science, and so forth.
And all this, they're not teaching in schools. Decision-making based on science, evidence, they're not doing this. You see what he said right here, right? Knowledge economy, except in knowledge, technology. We're not even focusing on that at school. Get rid of the Department of Education.
Systems, thinking carefully.
Thinking carefully. People don't. They're extremely emotional. They have trained people now to be so emotional, so emotional. Even the students are so emotional. Like, this is so bad.
Basing decision-making on evidence, on science.
No, they don't. I read something on TikTok. I read something on Twitter. I read something on the Shade Room. People just lose their minds. It is really sad.
And so forth.
Oh,
China is extremely good at that.
Yeah.
Made in China 2025, which was an initiative launched a decade ago to come to the forefront of several technologies, succeeded because it was systematic, because it had a decade-long, if not 20 or 30-year-long forward vision.
You see, y'all, they had a vision. They had China 2025, and they did, look at this, TikTok this, Deep Seek, this, and that. And over here, we're going backwards. Oh, how many genders do we have? What pronouns should we use? Can a man be a woman? What is a woman? What is going on? What is going on? These people hate America. They hate America. They really do hate America. This is insanity. And if we don't stop this nonsense, y'all, we might even be broke for real. Like, it's real. Just utter stupidity. Wasting money on stupid stuff.
For the United States to succeed, it should do what it absolutely can do. We have wonderful universities, wonderful research centers, wonderful enterprises that are investing heavily in research and development, building the economy. It has nothing to do with war with Russia, war with China, fights over natural resources. It's knowledge, capacity, organization, science and technology. This is what we're really talking about right now.
Race, talking about slavery. It is not going to lead us anywhere. I'm like, even all these HBCUs, they need to get on board. This is real. This is so real.
I think there are also a couple of basic points that are really important.
Oh, my Lord.
For many centuries, many recent centuries, certainly the 20th century, the idea that control over natural resources was the decisive element of economic wealth, the military power, national greatness was taken for granted. And in the petroleum age, especially after Churchill put the British fleet on oil, this was the view. You have to control the Middle East. You have to control the natural resources. We're living in an age, of course, it may sound trite to say, but it's true. We're living in an age where it is technology, it is advanced technology, it is digital technologies, it is a knowledge-based economy that's the source of wealth, the source of well-being. And you don't need that physical control over natural resources in the same way at all. Incidentally, the protectionism that the Trump administration is putting in is also beside the point. It's a little sad. It's not getting to the point. If Trump will play to America's strengths, which is its deep educational excellence, its technological excellence, its human diversity, which is wonderful because I live in New York City. I hear English once in a while, and I love the fact that 200 languages are spoken. It makes it a great city that reaches the entire world and becomes a media and financial and technology diplomatic capital. This is the strengths. I think Trump gets a lot of this absolutely right. War is useless. This isn't about war. This is not about conflict and so forth. He gets that right. And if he can play to America's true strengths, this is going to be a golden age, exactly what he wants it to be. If he plays to, the short-term gimmicks, the thinking grab resources or somehow protectionism or something else, it will not quite work the same way. So one of the subtexts of the last 30 years was not only U.S. hegemony, but also make sure that there isn't a close German-Russian relationship. And that's, of course, the essence of the U.S. opposition to Nord Stream and to natural economic trade between Europe and Russia. And the United States broke it. And the Europeans basically worked for the United States during that period against the interests of Europe. Now they're recognizing, my God, what are we supposed to, I mean, they're not quite recognizing, they're shell-shocked. They're completely bewildered of what's happening. What's happening is very sensible, which is we're pulling back from the brink of World War III. This is great news. There's no question about it that it's great news. And as you say, they can't even figure out that it's good news. And Europe is one of the huge, complete puzzles in all of this. Europe is, it's 450 million people. It's got an economy in purchasing power terms of about $30 trillion. This is a
but they don't buy from us, so they don't buy. They buy from China. They buy from each other. They don't buy from us. So
big, important place without a foreign policy. It's rather amazing.
Wow.
Now, yesterday, interestingly, in the parliament, I can't speak for more than those that I met, and it was a peace group that hosted the meeting. But there were many members of many of the political groups at this talk that I gave. Something will change even in Europe. Of course, they're completely bewildered because van der Leyen and Kallas and everybody else in the European leadership staked everything on a militarist, confrontational, U.S.-led, Biden-esque, deep state U.S. approach, and it's gone suddenly. And so they're all out there without any scaffolding, without any sense, without any direction. They don't know what they're doing, but they are realizing something different needs to be done. This is the tragedy. Germany and Russia are absolutely complementary economies. Russia, with its combination of technology and incredible engineering sophistication and vast natural resources, and Germany with its industrial base, fit together.
I told you, I think they're really smart. Don't ever forget Sputnik. The Russians were the first one to throw something out there into space. These are really smart people. They are really, really smart people. These people are not idiots. They are not idiots. They are really smart. The kids there, they probably go to school. They probably do calculus with no calculator. probably do differential equations on paper with no calculator. Over here, we have children who go to school and there's tampons in the bathroom. Okay, we have teachers. We send our kids to school with teachers who want to do drag queen shows in the school. We send our kids to school to talk about gender identity, gender expression. Do you think that your gender was assigned at birth? Are you sure you were born a woman? Are you sure you were born a boy? Are you sure you want to be a boy? Do your parents actually like you? We send our kids to school so that they can train the kids to hate America. It's evil. It is really evil.
Economically, it's an incredible combination. The United States hated that idea, the deep state. Well, the war is, of course, a war between the U.S. and Russia being fought on Ukrainian territory. It's not a war between Ukraine and Russia. This is the basic point. This goes back for 30 years in the Ukraine project of expanding the U.S. military reach eastward, basically, by the way, from Brussels to Vladivostok was the ultimate aim. In other words, this is U.S. hegemony at play, and President Putin said no. The war broke out 11 years ago at the Maidan coup, which was also a U.S. Action to a very substantial extent to overthrow a Ukrainian government that favored neutrality. And the Ukrainian public favored neutrality overwhelmingly. There was no move by the Ukrainian people to join NATO. This was a top-down push and coup in February. Russia is a very sophisticated economy filled with very sophisticated people and well-trained engineers. And by the way, as the world's largest land area with vast natural resources, the population is modest by big power standards at 150 million people, but we're entering an age where the number of people is not really decisive. There are going to be humanoid robots and AI systems and many other things. This incredible land area, the vast resources, the northern route, the Arctic route, something that is obviously on President Trump's mind, means that Russia is a great power, no question, for generations to come, and one that will play in increasing significance in the world economy. And this is partly what was discussed in Riyadh. So in this sense, the war started by the United States eastward movement and every other U.S. action, especially, by the way, and it's very much underestimated in its impact. The 2002 unilateral abandonment of the anti-ballistic missile treaty by the United States was, to my view, the most profound destabilizer of all, because ultimately we're talking about survival, nation state survival, national security, missile systems. This is what has been on President Putin's mind for 20 years. Keep your missile systems away from our border. This has been enunciated repeatedly. As Ray McGovern, the former CIA wonderful analyst, told us a few months ago, I go back on this issue 35 years. At the request of President Gorbachev's economic team, I tried to bring the U.S. and the Soviet Union together in 1990, 1991. My idea was that the United States at that time would help with financial stabilization, provide some grants and loans so that the Soviet Union could carry out its political and industrial and economic reform.
Yeah, so we're going to go over here. Let's go to the UK real quick. We'll be back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, let me just say that you're very, very welcome here in Downing Street. As you heard from the cheers on the street outside, you have full backing across the United Kingdom. And we stand with you, with Ukraine, for as long as it may take. And I hope you heard some of that cheering in the street. That is the people of the United Kingdom coming out to demonstrate how much they support you, how much they support Ukraine, and our absolute determination to stand with you, unwavering determination, and to achieve what we both want to achieve, which is a lasting peace for Ukraine based on sovereignty and security for Ukraine.
No, 5.
So important for Ukraine, so important
5.
for Europe, and so important for the United Kingdom.
5 billion.
So I'm much looking forward to our discussions here this afternoon. Thank you very much for making the time to come.
With pleasure. Thank you very much, Keir. Mr.
So he means to tell me, like, he wears the same outfit everywhere he goes. This dude is such a con artist. But hey, let the British people give him money. Let him do it.
Prime Minister, happy to be here. And really, I saw a lot of people, and I want to thank you, people of the United Kingdom, such big support from the very beginning of this war. Thank you, your team. And I'm very happy that His Majesty the King accepted my meeting tomorrow. And I'm thankful that you organized such a great summit for tomorrow. And we are very happy in Ukraine that we have such strategic partners. We signed with you historic documents.
100-year agreement.
Yeah, we have only with you such documents with the United Kingdom. So we're happy, and we count on your support. And really, we're really happy that we have such.
First of all, Canada has been there for Ukraine from day one, indeed from before day one, as in 2015 we started training Ukrainian military forces on the ground in Ukraine, which was a significant part. Western training to the Ukrainian armed forces is one of the reasons why Ukraine has been able to stand up to the Russian invaders so effectively over the past years. It's not just Canada, a number of countries have been involved. But for historical reasons, Canada having the second largest diaspora of Ukrainians in the world means that we felt deeply connected to Ukraine, but we also believe deeply that it's not just about Ukraine. It's about the rules and the values and the principles of sovereignty, of independence, of territorial integrity that protects.
Honestly, white liberals, their language is so pompous, like liberty, determination, and they say that while they're on stolen land. They are stolen land. They steal from other people. They're always stealing from other people, but they're so pompous. Bunch of bullies. They're just a bunch of bullies. Let him say it again. What he say? Bunch of bullies.
Rules and the values and the
values. What are your values? What are your values? You allow your Canadian people to sleep outside while you have illegals who sleep inside the homes. What's your value system? Okay, you're unhinged.
Principles of sovereignty, of independence, of territorial integrity.
This is a French person. He's from France. Like, this is a French man. Call himself a Canadian on stolen land, talking about sovereignty of independence and territorial integrity. Give back these Native American people, give back their land. If you really believe the stuff that's coming out your mouth, give back those people their land. Get their land back.
Protects every country in the world. All of us rely on those rules to be able to build peace and security. And we know that with the world changing, we're all going to have to do more around peace and security.
I told you, that's what you understand. America is not a democracy. These people are lying to you. America is not a democracy. America is a constitutional republic. We don't have democracy here. We have the electoral college vote and we have the popular vote. But you don't win based on popular votes. You win off electoral college votes. America is not a democracy, boo-boo. America is not a democracy. It has never been democracy. It is a constitutional republic. Oh, yeah, of course. And that's why, yeah, we love that. He's about this nation. Child, then that's not a problem. Oh, no, it is going to happen. Because America's not going to pay for this. It's over. Where's he going to go with $5 billion? He's evil. Trudeau is evil. He is so evil. A French person in Canada talk about territorial integrity. like French is native to Canada. Shut up. He's so insane.
Key themes that we heard today, as we've heard from many, many partners around the world in NATO and elsewhere over the past number of years, is people are going to be doing more on defense. 9.5 years ago, when I took office in Canada, the previous government had us down below 1% of defense spending. Even though the NATO 2% pledge had been made a year or two before. In the subsequent time, we have more than tripled defense spending on the path to 2030, and we're on our way to 2%. And we know we're going to have to continue to do more and more in an uncertain world, and Canada will be there. As to how we will be there, we will work with our neighbors on it, but everything is on the table because we need to make sure that might no longer makes right in this world. That's what has led to 80 years of incredible stability and prosperity, not just in Europe, but around the world because of the institutions we built out of the ashes of World War II. And standing up for those institutions is in the best interest of every single one of us. Now, as a collection of different nations, we will have different perspectives from time to time on the best.
You see how they speak. You see, and that's the thing about these. Like, that's the thing about liberals. Like, if you ever mess around with white liberals, like they have all this pompous language. Like they have all these words, like freedom and integrity and sovereignty and this and that. But when it comes time to write the check to be about that life, they run. Like this one white lady. Y'all know her. She's on Real Housewives of New York. Like she's on there, right? And she was like, I don't know, because she wrote something crazy on Instagram, so I had to message her. And she was like, oh, but Marlene, do you know about the Central Park 5? And I'm like, okay, what about the Central Park 5? So I had to let her know. But she's like, Trump this. I'm okay, but why don't you do anything? She's like, oh, I was a child back then. I said, okay, now you're rich, right? You're big rich. So why don't you write a check? There are a bunch of lawyers out there that can use the money. There's a bunch of non-for-profits out there that can use the money. If you believe so much in like black kids having like legal representation, I'm like, you're a multimillionaire now. Sign the check. She went quiet. I'm like, there you go. Your bitch ass. Your bitch ass. And that's the vast majority of white liberals. They talk a good game, but they ain't about shit. They ain't about shit. And if you remember, I showed you the one video when it comes down to education and how they talk about, oh, everybody should have great education and great education. But every time it comes down to it and the property taxes, they gerrymander. Like they keep the money to themselves. They don't want their money to go around and help other people who are not white have good education. This is who they are. When people gonna learn about these white liberals, they have all these high high sense of self-righteousness and pompousness and this is what we ought to do, like these crazy ass ideals, bunch of ideologues. But when it comes time to write the check to make the world the way they talk about, they're not gonna do it. They're full of shit. They're full of shit. And I'm telling you, I even feel like the vast majority of white liberal politicians, I think many of them, like deep down inside, they're way more Republicans than Republicans. They're way more conservatives than actual conservatives. But this is a game they play to get the votes and to have the power. Okay? You should look at the net worth of Trudeau. When Trudeau came into power in Canada, how much was he worth? Today, he's worth like $494 million. How do you make all this money as a prime minister? You are a public servant. Right? But they're more grimy. I'm telling you, they're more grimy than Republicans. They are more grimy than conservatives. They just know, like they know the wording that people want to hear to feel, oh yeah, Trudeau's worth like 500 million. Right? When he first becomes prime minister, he doesn't have all this money. But in less than a decade, he's worth 500 million. But for somebody who cares so much about humanity and human rights and civility and sovereign autonomy and this and that, why do you have all this money? How do you make all this money? And also, why don't you give your money to the poor? Right? They have such high value system and they have these high lofty moral goals. Like, why don't you give your money away to the poor people? Yeah, they're incredibly racist. They just know how to talk. They just know how to talk. They say stuff that appeals to common people and socialists and Marxists and communists and socialist people, right? But deep down, I'm telling you, the vast majority of these people, they're worse than Republicans They love money more than Republicans. They are more conservatives. All of this right here, it is just a performance. One day when I saw this man's net worth, I'm like, how are you making this? How are you making this much money as a public servant? You are a public servant. I ain't gonna appreciate nothing. I can't stand these people. They're evil. I mean, you know me. To know me is to know. I don't like white liberals. I don't like them. Exactly. Exactly. That's how it goes. They're not protecting anything. They have destroyed Black people. They're evil. They've always been evil. And to me, the approach, because these are evil people, the approach of white liberals, because they can't stop your movement, they will become a friend of you and they will hold you down. Okay? It's white liberals who introduce Black people to welfare, and look what that has caused. As white liberals who introduce Black people to government housing, and look at what that has turned into. Gang, this, and that, right? It's a hot ass mess. They are destructive, right? We know, look at France. What happens to Black people there? They don't amount to much unless they become a soccer player. Okay, look at the UK. Black people don't amount to much. You look at most European white nations, like Black people who live there do not amount to much. They don't do much. They don't become much. So it's like, no, it's a lie. Of course I do. Good for them. Child, I will put my life in the hands of a MAGA person before I put my hands in my life in the hands of a white liberal. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because they're not performing. Okay? They're not performing. But you look at any European socialist nation and you look at the welfare of Black people there, Black people are not doing well. They don't amount to much. That's why the vast majority of criminals in England are Black people and Muslims, right? There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. So it's like, no. Okay? So no. Oh, then liberals have if MAGA has malice, then liberals have juju. They have sorcery. They have poison. What? You see? There you go. Okay. If MAGA has malice, then when it comes to white liberals, sorcery, weapons of mass destruction, weapons of mass confusion. Okay? So listen, every human is a bit deviant. But when it comes to white liberals, deviancy and being conniving, it's an actual enterprise. It is an enterprise. No.
Best way forward, and those will be worked out in forums like this or at the G7 forum or elsewhere.
You see?
But
what I tell you about these white liberals, they love themselves a forum. Europeans love themselves a forum. What is that? A forum, a convention, a conference, a summit, always talking, spending all kinds of money, and they never solve problems. They never, ever solve problems.
We're united in our values. We are united in wanting to see peace and fairness and prosperity for all our citizens, and that's what continues to drive us forward. Le Canada va toujours être là pour l'Ukraine. On est là depuis les débuts. On va continuer de l'être et on regardera comment on peut mieux aider dans les années à venir, parce que défendre l'Ukraine, c'est pas juste défendre l'Ukraine, c'est défendre les principes et les valeurs qui nous protègent tous.
The values. What values do you have? He's saying defending Ukraine is about defending the values and that bring us together. Shut up. Femla, you're an idiot. No matter that, he's so dishonest. Now look at the UK being stupid, about to get robbed. Look at him. You know he's not happy to give this man this money, but he has to, because this is what happened when you're self-righteous. They remind me of the left. These European countries, they really remind me of the left here in America, right? He does not want to give that man this money. Look at his face, y'all. Look at his face. Look, you know he's not happy. Look at that. He does not want to give that man the money. Okay, look at his face.
To thank you and your ministry for your work in getting to this point. As you say, unique among.
Look at his lips. He's biting his lips. He doesn't want to give that man the money. He doesn't want to give that man the money. But that's what happens when you're self-righteous, right? Always worrying about other people versus worrying about yourself, and you pretend to have all these high moral ethos. Yeah, you'll write that big ass check, your broke ass.
The G7 the money available from our loan agreement will enable you to use those funds in the way that you best see fit, including for military procurement, so that you can better defend your country. And of course, this is in addition to the £3 billion a year ongoing support from the United Kingdom to Ukraine. I also just wanted to say, Minister, that we had to take this legislation through Parliament. And one thing that struck me when we did that was the cross-party support for it, and indeed do whatever it takes to stand by our allies. Of course, this money is about helping to secure the territorial integrity of Ukraine and protecting your security. But if I might say, it's bigger than that. It's about the security and prosperity of all of Europe. And we're pleased to play our part alongside you in the huge efforts and undertakings that you're making. But perhaps now is the moment to sign this loan agreement, Minister.
Let's start.
And this loan agreement is backed by what? What collateral is he offering to get? You see how happy he is? So look at his face. He's smiling. Look at his face. He's like, oh shit. He don't have it to pay it back. Don't have it to pay it back. What collateral he got to pay all this money? And they're promising, UK is promising this man $3 billion every year. For what? For what? Like, what are the milestones that he has to achieve? Like, when y'all gonna stop this aid so he can keep going with this? Y'all keep giving him money? They're crazy. They are crazy.
Well, thank you very much. And that's our side of it. And in the next few days, the disbursements of money, we should be able to make those to Ukraine. I know that they are needed as quickly as possible. Thank you so much, Minister, for being able to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
We have breaking news from the UK.
Media freaking out. There were Democrat leaders running around decrying Donald Trump as a mean old bully while hailing poor Zelensky as a poor, battered, helpless leader of Ukraine who just wanted the U.S. to protect his country. And after all of that, the chief of NATO has stepped in and said to Zelensky in diplomatic speech, "What crack are you smoking? Get back to talking to Donald Trump." This is an article from the UK Daily Mail citing a BBC breaking news article. They write, NATO chief issues sharp warning to Zelensky after car crash. Trump talks. NATO chief Mark Rutte has said he told Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky that he needs to find a way to restore his relationship with President Donald Trump after Friday's White House clash.
Okay, let's see right here for ourselves. Oh, yeah. NATO chief issues sharp warning to Zelensky after car crash. Trump talks. Well, there you go. He is right. He is absolutely right. This ain't a joke. This is not a joke. You don't have the money. He is broke. You are insane. What was all this? What was all this? How do I stop all of this?
This isn't a scallop. It's Gary's first coveted star.
All that to see that man talk. This is crazy. This is insanity. Look what you think this is. Yo, this commercial needs to stop.
Nou ja, ik vond dat uiterst ongelukkig. En ik heb er ook een paar keer contact over gehad met Zelensky. En gezegd, je zal toch echt moeten kijken hoe je weer je relatie opnieuw bouwt met de Amerikanen en met de Amerikaanse president. Want we moeten wel samen verder. Hè? Oekraïne, de Verenigde Staten, Europa natuurlijk, is heel belangrijk. Wat ik tegen Zelensky zei is, kijk naar wat Trump heeft gedaan in het verleden. Die heeft bijvoorbeeld die Javelins in 2019 beschikbaar gesteld. Oekraïne had geen kans gehad tegen de Russen in februari 2022, want Europa had niks gegeven. Het kwam allemaal uit Amerika, uit de Trump-presidency. Zo geef hem het krediet ook voor het feit dat hij dat deed. Dat is belangrijk. En vindt een weg om het weer met elkaar op te lossen.
De taak is het nu om de NAVO bij elkaar te houden? Kan dat nog na wat er is gebeurd?
Absoluut. En ik heb zelf donderdag nog lang gebeld met president Trump en heel veel contact met de Amerikaanse regering. Als het om de NAVO gaat, totaal commitment. Totaal. Ook over artikel 5. Hè. Het aanval op 1 is een aanval op alle artikelen. Maar ook een verwachting. En de verwachting is wel, hé jongens in Europa, jullie lopen wel achter met de betalingen. Graag omhoog, want er dreigen grote gevaren. En we vinden het ook eerlijk als Europa meer betaalt dan nu.
You see how he's...
Welcome to the best team in the business.
Isn't it funny how, like,
Get ready to...
Isn't it funny how when the man speaks, like you can hear German, I can hear German, I can hear Dutch, I can hear English and what he said, I can hear French. You see, I told they're all cousins. They're all cousins. Absolute. Commitment, absolute. Javelins. I'm like, this is crazy. These people are really related. These people are truly, truly related. It is not a joke. Their languages sound so familiar. Wow. These Vikings.
Has met with British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer following the disastrous showdown with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. President Zelensky thanked the British public for their continued support for Ukraine, while Prime Minister Starmer committed a further $2.6 billion to Ukraine.
I hope you heard some of that cheering in the street. That is the people of the United Kingdom coming out to demonstrate how much they support you, how much they support Ukraine.
And I want to thank you, people of the United Kingdom, such big support from the very beginning of this war. Thank you, your team.
And this morning, confirmation President Zelensky will meet with King Charles tomorrow.
More now on that Oval Office outburst between President Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky. This morning, Ukraine's president meeting with the British PM in London as world leaders throw their support around Zelensky.
That's right. For more, let's bring in Nine National Affairs editor Andrew Probyn live in Canberra. Andrew, thanks for your time. The US wants an apology. Other leaders, including Anthony Albanese, have backed Zelensky. How did it all go so drastically wrong so quickly?
Incurring a lot of criticism lately on the Ukrainian war. He's trying to negotiate an end to the war. Remember, there's probably somewhere around 1.5 million dead, wounded, missing, and captured on both sides together. That is the largest casualty.
It's not 120. We gave 350. What? No, it's 350, not 120. We gave this man 350. He said he only received 179. 1 billion, that 120 billion, that was the first year. No, we are now at 350 billion. But then he's saying that he doesn't know about that because he only got 179 billion. But my point is, between what he got from America, what he got from Europe, this man is almost at $500 billion. Yes, Elena, it is 300. Why do you think everybody's so mad like this for? No, it is not 120. 120 was probably the first year. We're in 350 billion. It is 350 billion. Now they're saying Europe put up 100 billion. So that's 450 billion. And right now he has nothing to show for it. So that's what we're saying. You have to stop. All it takes is another 50. It makes it $500 billion. $500 billion. He has nothing to show for it. That's what we've been saying. 700,000 people, men are dead. 30% of the population has left Ukraine. They're just standing. They're not going to win this. He's just not going to win. So that's why everybody was getting upset with this man. Stop playing games. And he's been evading. That's what they're saying. They had a whole meeting in Riyadh. They went to Saudi Arabia. They had a meeting. The man ran off. They went somewhere else. He ran off. He just keeps running because he doesn't want to give over his minerals. We don't even know. That's why we're asking questions. Like, this is why we're all confused, Elena. This is why we're so confused. We're so upset. Where is the money? What have you done with the money? It's 350 billion. Like, America put in 350 billion. Of course they're disputing that because it's shameful. Of course they're disputing it because it's a shameful number. It's a shameful number. And they know in this economy, when everybody's suffering to eat, for people to realize that this money's been given to just blow things up and for him to buy luxury cars, of course. Oh no, it's not real. Of course. Why would we ever trust the BBC? The BBC is an extension of the British government. It's a non-for-profit news network that is funded by taxpayers. It belongs to the UK government. What the heck? We're not going to the BBC. But this is crazy. No, they have not given more. How can they give more when they're all behind on their money with NATO? But it's cool though. Marco Rubio gonna pull out the numbers. It ain't a problem. It ain't a problem. No problem. Then they can't keep doing it. Then y'all go ahead and do it. What the hell? Of course they did. There was people who were having videos out here. Lonnie, if you see the cars they drive, we don't even have these cars here in America. The kind of luxury cars they have, these people, man, it's out of pocket. Why would Putin, like, forehead, do you even know what's going on? Are you like, did you actually keep up with this? Or you're just writing stuff? Do you know what's going on with this whole thing? Or you just writing stuff like, because they told you Putin is bad, so you're just repeating it? Have you done your own research? Because you keep talking about Putin, like, for what? Have you done your own research? That's crazy to me. Don't write things if you don't really know what you're saying. Don't do that. Exactly. Another one, 1.4 billion gone in 15 weeks. These people do not respect money. They do not respect money. Liberals, a bunch of scammers. They're a bunch of scammers. Oh my gosh, there's thieves. They are thieves. They burn through money. They run through money, and nobody ever holds these people accountable. Okay? Oh, you be quiet. You're taking advantage. She doesn't know what's going on because she hasn't done her research. She goes off the media. She goes off the media. If she had done her own research, she would not be saying, oh, I wish Putin would stop. Okay? So she's just writing foolishness. She hasn't educated herself. If she educates herself, she will understand why we got here. And she would know that her own American government is responsible for the war. So if anybody needs to stop, America needs to stop gassing people up to go fight Russians and to go fight these goofy ass wars. She's not educated. She doesn't know foreign policy. She doesn't know. She goes off whatever she sees on the Shade Room, whatever she's on TikTok, on Instagram. That's how she gets her information. So don't prey on her. Do not prey on her. Okay? Don't gas her up. Oh, well. They owe money all over the place. Exactly. That's very evil. Like, send her in the right direction to get her information. She doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know. Because if she really knew, then she would know that America orchestrated coup d'etats in Ukraine until we had a puppet that we could actually mishandle and get him to be such an idiot. Zelensky's not even the will of the people. He's the will of the neocons in America. They did everything in their power until they could out every single president that was now willing to go along with their foolishness. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. So why are you misleading her? Like, what is this? Don't do that. That's not nice.
Figure total since the Battle of Stalingrad. And his art of the deal style, he said some things the last week that got people very angry. He said that Zelensky was a dictator and that he had, quote, should have stopped the war and never started it. We know that Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine on February 24th of 2022. So why did Donald Trump say that?
You see, and this is the problem. You see, just like October 7th, right? When it comes to Israel and Palestine and Hamas, they only talk about October 7th because it's convenient. It is a convenient date. Why don't you talk about 2015 or 2014? Talk about that. Talk about what happened like 10 years ago. Talk about how the UN Security Council told you, don't do this. Do not do this. And America still went ahead and staged a coup in Ukraine to oust the president, who was more about a neutral Ukraine. That even the Ukrainian people, they want a neutral Ukraine. They don't care to join NATO. America put that in their ears. This is not serious business. But this is what we do. We go start foolishness in people's countries when we don't even know how to fix the problem. Look at Afghanistan. And you see how they left Afghanistan? They left $5 billion worth of weaponry in Afghanistan. So these people are terrorists, but you're leaving all this equipment there? That makes no sense. Okay? So do not mislead her. That is not okay. Like, what in the world, white man? You better stop.
Ukrainian war. He's trying to negotiate an end to the war. Remember, there's probably somewhere around 1.5 million dead, wounded, missing, and captured on both sides together. That is the largest casualty rate figure total in Europe since the Battle of Stalingrad in 1942 and 1943. In his art of the deal style, he came in and he said some things the last week that got people very angry. I'll just give you two examples. He said that Zelensky was a dictator and that he had, quote, should have stopped the war and never started it. That got people anguished because we know that Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine on February 24th of 2022. So why did Donald Trump say that? Well, of course, he doesn't believe that Zelensky started the war because he has campaigned himself on the following narrative. Under George Bush in 2008, Russia invaded Ossetia and Georgia. In 2014, under the Obama administration, they invaded the Donbass and Crimea. On February 24th of 2022, under Joe Biden, they tried to take Kiev. However, of the last four administrations, there was one in which they did not leave their borders to invade another nation. My administration. Why? Because unlike the prior three presidents, I was able to establish deterrence. And how did I do that? I killed Soleimani, I killed Baghdadi, I destroyed ISIS, I got rid of the Wagner. I did a lot of things that put the fear of God into Vladimir Putin. So Trump knows who started this war. So why did he say it? I think, and he's retracted it now. He said, I didn't mean it that way. What he's trying to say is that this war has been going on for 3 years. And the Europeans said they were going to come in this exultation when the Russian attack on Kiev was thwarted. This guy in a t-shirt, ex-comedian, was a rock star. Everybody was going to pour weapons in and save Ukraine. We did more than either any European power or NATO in aggregate. And guess what? It didn't work. 3 years later, 1.5 million casualties later, a quarter of the Ukrainian population gone, 600,000 Russians gone, a new alliance between Russia and China. Trump wants to stop it. And he says to Zelensky, don't tell me what I can do and what I can't do. Don't say you have to be in the negotiations. You guys have had 3 years. I'm coming in. We have funded you. So here's what's going to happen. You are a dictator. Now, that is an excessive term. But on the other hand, Zelensky has canceled opposition parties, suppressed opposition press, suspended elements of habeas corpus, and suspended elections.
Oh, so he has done all of this. Let's start over what he has done again. You see, and it's funny how mainstream media over here doesn't talk about that. It's funny how our fellow European over here didn't tell us that. Okay, so what has Zelensky done again?
Have to be in the negotiations. You guys have had 3 years.
Okay.
I'm coming in. We have funded you. So here's what's going to happen. You are a dictator. Now, that is an excessive term.
It's not an excessive term. He is a dictator. Stop being a racist. Stop being tribalist. He is a dictator because everything you're about to say is what a dictator does. So stop doing that. Like these white folks, child, they do too much sometimes.
But on the other hand, Zelensky has canceled opposition parties.
Okay, so Zelensky has canceled opposition parties. He has suppressed opposition press. He has withheld the election. So why do you have white man? Why do you take an issue with Trump calling him a dictator? Isn't this what dictators do? Right? So he's suppressing freedom of press. He is suppressing freedom of press in Ukraine. He has withheld elections. They haven't had elections. He doesn't want to go to the elections because he knows the Ukrainian people do not want to go to war. They don't want to join fucking NATO. They don't care about NATO. They don't care. Because, oh, no, you don't matter. And how come nobody in Europe is saying, okay, but you still have to have the elections? That's why I'm saying when it comes to these Europeans, do not trust these people. They're a bunch of liars. They're all detestable people. It's all the people who built their wealth and fortune, torturing African people, decapitating African people, beheading African people, cutting off their limbs, engaging in slavery, all kinds of demonic activity. These are nothing more than mercenaries. They are mercenaries in suits with fancy, weird-ass accents. You can't trust these people. They're all bloody. If these people had not robbed Africa blind, Latin America blind, the Americas blind, where would they be today again? They have no lessons to give anybody. There are evil people. But for a man to do stuff like this, and not once have we heard by CNN, MSNBC, or ABC, or who else is out there, CBS, that, oh, Zelensky is refusing to hold elections in Ukraine. Zelensky is destroying the opposition, like the press that's in opposition. Zelensky is canceling all opposing parties in in Ukraine. They say nothing bad about Zelensky. Everything bad, Putin. Everything good, it is Zelensky. No, you need to expose this man, because that is what a dictator does. So I don't even know why this white man right here has an issue with Trump saying you are a dictator, because these are the acts of a dictator. Suppressing freedom of speech. Unbelievable. This is insane.
You are a dictator. Now, that is an excessive term, but on the other hand, Zelensky has canceled opposition parties, suppressed opposition press, suspended elements of habeas corpus, and suspended elections.
This is
now,
insanity.
some people on the right and left said, well, even Churchill didn't have election for 10 years. Churchill came in and...
So see, Churchill, remember Churchill? I told you about Churchill. The prime minister, the prime minister of England, who said that Hitler was so bad, he also did not have elections for 10 years. And it's funny how Dumb told you, didn't tell you about Churchill. Right? Because the vast majority of these Western Europeans, these goofy ass liberals, do not have self-awareness. When they do it, oh, it's like, well, we really had to do it. When it's Vladimir, Vladimir is an authoritarian. He's a bad person, right? So Churchill did not have elections for 10 years. Okay? He is a dictator. This is what dictators do. Exactly. So was Churchill. So was your grandfather. Your great granddad, right? So was he. He was also authoritarian. He was evil. He was responsible for building all these concentration camps in Cyprus and in the Mandate of Palestine that locked up all these Ashkenazi Jews. That is your lineage, I told you. That is your ancestry. That is your history. I'm going to tell you your history. I will tell you your history real quick, okay? Churchill was evil. He was a real evil person. If you were to compare Churchill side by side with Hitler, okay? It's because these Europeans do not consider Black people, African people, to be human beings. But if you compare the number of bodies, Hitler's bodies to Churchill's bodies, from Africa all the way to the Middle East, when I promise you, Churchill got more bodies. Churchill has more bodies. Churchill has more concentration camps. Do not trust these people. They're a bunch of liars. They are a bunch of liars. Please.
The first thing he did in 1940 was have a coalition government of enemies, rivals, and friends in the war cabinet. Zelensky hasn't done that. So in some ways, yes, he is an authoritarian.
Oh, okay.
The other thing he's been criticized is he says, we want natural resources and minerals. They said he's a colonialist. He's an imperialist. No, Donald Trump is saying that the United States is very tired of subsidizing and paying for far distant problems when we're running a $37 trillion national debt. This war was on the border of Europe. They said they were going to invest 2% of their GDP as NATO powers in defense. They didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
We have outfunded all of them.
Okay. You see? That's why I tell you, if you ever walk with liberals, like if you ever walk with white liberals, especially white European liberals, or they even worse, right? They have these high moral ideals. Like they're like, oh my gosh, like everything, they're a bunch of purists. Like, they're so pompous, they're so sanctimonious. They have these high moral grounds. Woo! These people are so self-righteous. But then you say, okay, since you believe in this kind of world, you believe in this ideal world, you believe in this world without poverty and without suffering, so start paying for it. Oh, I have a disability, so I can't really work. So even me, I receive welfare. Oh, I'm still working on something right now, but when I get a chance, I might donate some money, right? They're not about that life. They're full of shit, right? But they love coming to the common square They love getting on the international stage and lecturing everybody about the way the world ought to be and freedoms and politics and democracy and wumpty wump wump and these Western values that unite us all, that we, shut the hell up. But they're not going to even put $1 behind that. So obviously, it don't mean much to you. 2%. All we're saying is put 2% of your own money up. They ain't going to do it. They are so irresponsible. Like, no, enough is enough. We need the minerals. He keeps running, he keeps hiding. But we're going to find that little midget. We're going to grab that little midget, and we're going to make that little midget sign the agreement. You're going to give us your minerals. Okay? Like, what? Like, seriously, what in the Hobbit is going on? Okay? What in the Hobbit is going on? You have not. BBC is lying. They are lying. And how exactly can you people actually even give more than America? Make it make sense. Make it, well, what money? Where's the money at? Bunch of socialists. Y'all only work 20 hours a week. The vast majority of y'all don't even work. You sit there on welfare. You collect welfare all day. You don't work. You have free housing. You have free food. You have free healthcare. You have free education. The vast majority of y'all don't work. And the ones that do work, you only work like 25 hours a week. Exactly. So what money you got? Yeah, you ain't got no damn money. You barely work. You're not productive. You are not productive. You're a bunch of lazy people with lofty ideals that you can't even fight for, can't even finance. Y'all broke asses. All you got saving y'all is your complexion, your skin color, and these goofy ass accents that y'all got going on. Okay? And maybe a little bit of fashion and rotten food in France, but that's about it. Y'all don't offer nothing to the world. I mean, maybe Germany, but that's about it though. The rest of y'all completely useless. Always living on welfare.
And yet we are very distant with an open border ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
If we want to be there, we want some compensation. You have valuable minerals, we'll come in and have a concession with you, a business deal. But more importantly, there's a subtext to this. He's also saying, we don't want you in NATO. Europe really doesn't want you in NATO. Russia doesn't want you in NATO, and you're scared to be in NATO yourself. So this is what's going to happen. If you invite American business in to Ukraine to help rebuild it and to profit thereby with natural resources, you're going to have Americans there, and Putin will be less eager to attack you if he understands there's a thriving American concession there. Where are we then? What is the solution? Donald Trump is saying what we all know is going to happen. Number one, they're not going to be in NATO, but guess what? They're going to be better armed and better fighters than any of the 32 countries in NATO.
No, they're not.
Vladimir Putin knows that.
No, that's
Number two, nobody ever said they were going to get back the Donbass nor Crimea.
They're not getting.
That's not going to happen. No president said we're going to give you the military wherewithal to reclaim it. Number three, if we have a negotiated settlement, the critical point will be, can Donald Trump put Putin back where he was before he invaded this time? That was on, can he go back to February 23rd of 2022? And Trump will tell him, you're not going to be worried about Ukraine. It's not going to be in NATO. You can go tell all of your friends that you institutionalize the acquisition of Crimea and the Donbass. But we would like you to re-enter the family of nations. We would like you to be able to sell and buy things if we drop sanctions. But for us to do that, it would be wise for you to go back and we'll make a Korea-like DMZ. And that is the negotiation that's transpiring right now. If Donald Trump ends this bloodbath, all of this rhetoric and all of this hysteria will cease, and he will be a hero both in Europe and the United States and in Ukraine and Russia. And final note, he was criticized by, how dare you talk to a dictator? Vladimir Putin is a dictator, and he's a violent dictator, and he's a corrupt.
No, he's not. No, he's not. This guy right here, I don't know, let me see what his name is, right? This dude, I would not be surprised also if he's like a European also, because he looks like he could be Ashkenazi Jew. Look at him. Not to be offensive, but you know, what's his name? What's this man's name? Okay, because you do have some Jewish families, because the thing about being like, especially Ashkenazi Jew, like being Jewish is not a nationality, really. It's a cultural thing. It's like an ethnicity. It's like a cultural identity, right? So you do have Jewish people in Russia, right? You have Russian Jews, and many Russian Jews. Yeah, he does. Yes, a lot of Russian Jews. They also fled Russia. So some of them do not have the best feelings towards the USSR or Russia because they had to leave. You know what I mean? They had to leave. And so when you were a child and you had to leave your country, you know, your parents tell you all these evil stories, and then you become an adult and you never try to have self-awareness. You live in your own PTSD, right? So to say he's corrupt, how can you call Vladimir corrupt when Zelensky is going from country to country, taking all this money, right? If Vladimir is corrupt, then what are you going to say about Zelensky? Zelensky received almost half $1 trillion in 4 years. So I'm like, what makes Vladimir corrupt? Is Vladimir going around here taking money and lying to people and making promises he's not going to keep? Nobody has given this man money. They have levied 24,000. Yeah, sometimes, but he has moments like where his white Ashkenazi side, like it comes out of him. So you gotta listen to him within reason. Like certain things when he's not triggered, like he can actually be quite cogent. But like right now, I can tell he's triggered. And not to be offensive, but the way he looks like to me, he does look like a European Jew. He really does, not to be offensive. But the face, the ears, and things like that. So I don't know what his name is, but I wouldn't be surprised if he might even be Russian. You know, there are a lot of Russian Americans here. What's his name? I don't know what his man is. What's this man's name? Oh, Victor Davis Hansen. Yeah, he most likely is Jewish. So it's not to be offensive, right? Not saying he's not a, you know, he's a child of God. But I'm just saying, like, the way he looks, it does give off, you know? So I can see, like, if he could have feelings, because you do have a lot of American Russians who are Jewish American Russian, and their people left the USSR, or they left, like, during the war with Germany, all that kind of stuff. They just left. And to this day, they still have the PTSD. But I'm like, there's no way you can call Vladimir corrupt, and you're not calling Zelensky corrupt. Child, no, it got to make sense. The accusation got to make sense. Let's watch this one real quick.
My first day on the White House beat was Joe Biden's first day. I've seen many of these oval sprays. Some of them can be kind of boring. Yesterday, top of the list, most interesting, possibly most consequential.
Yeah.
And this president, Donald Trump, who's been asking federal workers for 5 things that they did last week, all he was asking Zelensky was to say thank you. Just say thank you. And he wouldn't do it.
Truly amazing. And it's funny in this environment. So I keep my texts at 0. That's like the one thing I always clear out are all my texts. But I was in the air. I was flying at the same time. When I landed, I opened up, you turn your phone on, and I had like 70 texts. Everybody goes, "Oh my gosh, did you see this? Oh my gosh, are you watching this?" And then at that point, I'm like, "Oh no, something bad has happened."
And you just have a lot of friends who are in the rare earth minerals business.
Right, exactly. All of my rare earth dealers are.
Well, here is that moment that the entire, listen, this is reverberating across the world and sending messages to other leaders as well. Here is this exchange that has just everyone riveted.
We signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
No, one thing about survival, if you ever study Ashkenazi Jews, one thing about survival, that many of them did change their names. So maybe that's why his name is Davis and not David. Because it could be that his real name is David is David, right? Instead of Davis. But many Ashkenazi Jews, like, because, at that time, like after the war, after the Second World War, a lot of Jewish people were not wanted. They were undesirable. I told you, America didn't want them. Great Britain, with all their ethos of whatever they talk about and human rights in this, they did not want the Jews. A lot of people did not want the Jews. So many ended up going to Latin America. Many also went to they went to what was then the Mandate of Palestine because they were not wanted. They were not wanted by those people. they were not wanted. So a lot of people changed their names. So it could be that his real name is David, but they dropped the D and put an S for Davis. You know, but Ashkenazi Jews, they don't have a problem changing their names to assimilate and to not get like, you know what I'm saying, to fit in. Because I'm sure it was quite traumatic. You know? But he looks like he could be a Russian like person.
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
Not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what,
that wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
And we don't know how Zelensky misread the situation so much, but we know what he missed, right? It's not Trump's money. It's not Biden's money. It's American taxpayer money. It's people that just elected Trump that he is still in touch with. He still feels a connection to, who are complaining that they can't afford eggs right now and that everything is so expensive. And then we're pouring $300 billion a year into Ukraine. And, Donald Trump did something that at my house we sometimes have to do with a 2-year-old. They say if your toddler is having a tantrum, sometimes the only thing that you can do is just take them to another, remove them and let them cry it out. And that's what
he's on timeout. There's no question. He's on timeout. Listen, I think that the attitude that he had coming into this is fascinating. First of all, let's just talk about that we're even seeing this, that Donald Trump has allowed the curtain to be pulled so that the world can see what an exchange like this looks like, and also see who Zelensky is, because he's been sort of propped up as this George Washington figure, and yet you see the way he acted in here. He literally believes everything the elites and the neocons told him about himself. He didn't seem to realize that USAID actually paid the celebrities who came in to see him. He's believing his own sort of Euro press. Yeah. And he comes into this meeting with that attitude. And, listen, I saw a lot of alpha male energy coming from Donald Trump, from J.D. Vance, saying, listen, I don't know what the other guy did before me, but this is a new sheriff. We're going to end this war because a lot of people have died. J.D. Vance talked about, how they're forcing conscripts up. I've read stories that they even had took men with Down syndrome and recruited them and forced them into Vance to recruit them to go into this meat grinder of a war. This has been a brutal war, and Donald Trump said to him, you are gambling with World War III, and we're not going to pay for this.
And of course, after that explosive meeting, Zelensky canceled all of his interviews with American media after that, except for our own Bret Baier. But then he went on with Bret Baier last night on Special Report and did not take the opportunity to apologize.
No, he doesn't think he needs to apologize.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Can be. Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents. It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people helped to save our people.
Based on everything that we know about what happened yesterday, Zelensky thinks he's going to get a better deal from, that he can get a better deal from Donald Trump by holding out. But based on everything that we know about Donald Trump, that's not going to happen. And these Zelensky political geniuses should have told him beforehand that it's possible J.D. Vance or somebody in the room might bring up that he did campaign alongside these Democrats in the 2024 cycle, because there's one person in the world with an encyclopedia in their mind of everybody who ever campaigned with a Democrat or another Republican, and that is Donald Trump. And we've got this video. There they are in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Zelensky went to Battleground, PA, with Josh Shapiro, the #1 Harris surrogate for a while once Biden was sidelined, and Bob Casey, who was running, is right there behind him. He lost. And they were watching these missiles that the U.S. was paying for and sending over to Ukraine. Look, he's signing them. And he was acting like he didn't know what Vance is talking about. Oh, you went and campaigned with the opposition. That's what he's talking about.
Not only did that happen, but I believe Donald Trump tried to report this as foreign interference in this election. And by the way, repulsive, signing these bombs that are going to kill.
And yes, in the same outfit that you wear to the Oval Office, by the way, at the bomb factory.
He has like one costume.
And of course, foreign interference also being the premise of the entire first sham impeachment against Donald Trump in the first place. So it's kind of worth noting that. But it also goes back to the point with Zelensky. You have no cards, bro. The only cards you have are the cards that President Trump is providing you, or the American people are providing you. That's the only reason you're here in the first place. And for him to get all cheeky and talk about, oh, no, we're not playing cards here, like refusing to accept. It's like dealing with like a drunk, insolent teenager, trying to have a logical debate with him. And he's just being like, yeah. And you can't be surprised that it ends up pissing off Donald Trump.
Yeah, and J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance.
Everybody else.
I think the role of Vance in this was so fascinating. The way he and Trump are tag teaming on this. And that they're both on the same America First page.
It's bad cop and better cop.
Yeah, it's amazing. So no surprise, Democrats took that America First exchange that you just saw
and demonized it.
And they're on the side of Zelensky.
Of course.
President Trump wants to look tough. It's important for the American people to understand, because of what happened today, we are all less safe. They're going to be happy about this. Putin and his cronies.
Think about how many times they told us we're going to be less safe. When it came to that thing, they told us if you don't take it, you're going to be less safe. When it came to Donald Trump being president, they told us, oh, if Trump becomes president, the world's going to come to an end. It's going to be World War III, right? What else they told you? They told you, oh, if Elon starts working with Doge, it's going to be the end. They're going to take your social security numbers. Like, every time they use fear to tell you something, know that you've made the right decision, okay? Because with these people, every day is doom and gloom. Doom and gloom, doom and gloom, doom and gloom. And guess what? We're always just fine. We are always just fine, okay? Of course they're not impressed because they're scared. Because, oh, wow, you mean we're not going to be able to get money the way we used to? We mean like we can't just talk about, we're fighting for democracy and be able to get all this money out of America? Of course. Of course. Yeah. When you've been scamming for so long and getting away with it, right? Yeah, of course you're not going to be happy when you realize, like, oh, damn, like, we're going to have to actually put in some work. You mean we have to actually pay for our own defense? You mean we actually have to raise more money? Okay. Please.
Probably popping champagne bottles right now.
What we just witnessed between Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and President Zelensky inside the White House was an ambush. It was a planned ambush designed to embarrass President Zelensky in order to benefit Vladimir Putin. That was an embarrassment. That was an.
You love Zelensky so much. Drop your U.S. citizenship and go become a Ukrainian. Go drop your U.S. Leave your pretty house, leave everything, and then go become a Ukrainian. Go be a Ukrainian. Like, who's stopping you? That's crazy. Look at his goofy looking ass, weird looking ass, right? Look at his little tiny ass body. Can't even lift weights, okay? Go. Leave America, go become a Ukrainian, join the army, and then go fight for Ukraine. Why are you here?
Abomination.
The president of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. It's just embarrassing.
This guy, when he said that, I was like, I wish Trump could have people pick his ass up and drop him off at the White House. Like, say it to my face. Say it to my face.
That the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian.
It's a very sad day and an embarrassment for the United States on the world stage. But let's step back and analyze what's happened here. I think there's no question that this was a setup. You heard
Susan Rice, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. You were at the you were presenting the US and the UN. You are a hot mess. You are a hot mess. Okay. This is Susan Rice, you guys. She's
Donald Trump say at the end of that clip you played, this is great television.
Oh, yeah, exactly. She's the
This was a setup.
You know what? You know what was a setup? Susan Rice. Susan Rice set up this whole war. Susan Rice encouraged Zelensky to push for entering into NATO and sort of signal we might do that.
Yeah.
And
Susan Rice, another one. She's one of these like rich ass black girl. Like her dad was a board member for the Federal Reserve of New York. I was like, what the heck? Her dad was on the board of the Federal Reserve of New York. She went to Yale. Her brother went to Yale. She went to Yale. She's one of these like bourgeois black girls, grew up extremely liberal, goes to Yale and thinks that, oh, because I went to Yale, I know it all and I can help the world. Susan Rice, she was the American ambassador to the UN when France attacked the Ivory Coast. And she was giving the arguments for why French should attack. It was okay for France to attack the Ivory Coast after we had a democratic election, right? And the current president, who's not even Ivorian, by the way, he's not even Ivorian. She was doing his dirty work. She's freaking evil. She's really, really evil. Liberals are sick as hell. It's a sick race of people. They think they know it all. Oh, I went to Yale. Oh, I had a 4.0 GPA. Oh, I had a perfect SAT score. Oh, I minored in arts and in French. So therefore, I know what everybody needs around the world. She caused so much harm. But who put her there? Obama. So are we surprised? No, we are not surprised. I was like, this lady, she's insane. No, hold on. Where is she at again? Right here? Okay.
That, of course, ended up ticking off Putin, and I think in many ways starting this invasion. And that's why Donald Trump has said, no, you're not going to be part of NATO in this deal. We're going to leave that as a neutral area. And also you're going to pay us back. The Europeans, you guys, are also sending messages similar to the Democrats saying, we stand with you, Zelensky. And I think it's interesting because what I see is that the American people are not just seeing the ingratitude and sort of entitlement of Zelensky, but that actually is emblematic of the Europeans in general.
Yeah.
They don't seem to care that we have our own problems here, that we have our own debt, that we have our own people to take care of.
We have our own border.
We have our own border that we're just now finally, thank God, because of Donald Trump securing. And for this guy to walk in here with that kind of attitude, I think is also a bad look for Europe in general, but also I think reflective of who they are.
And to all these Democratic lawmaker points that this was a big setup and it's so embarrassing. White House officials insist to us it was not a setup. And somebody went on the Daily Mail, a White House official, to say Zelensky should not have gone after JD. But the bigger point about these Democrats, they have amnesia because, yes, this extraordinary moment played out on live TV. But this extraordinary moment also happened behind closed doors 2.5 years ago. NBC News, Halloween 2022, Joe Biden had barely finished telling Zelensky he just green-lighted another $1 billion in U.S. military assistance for Ukraine when Zelensky started listing all the additional help he needed and wasn't getting. Biden lost his temper. People familiar with the call said the American people were being quite generous, and his administration and the U.S. military were working hard to help Ukraine, he said, raising his voice, and Zelensky could show a little more gratitude. If you swapped in the names Trump and Vance, that is pretty much exactly describing what we saw yesterday. They just in politics, there's this rule, never the top people. They never really say sorry for anything, but you can say thank you.
Yeah, but what's interesting is that was a private call. It's hard. We heard that readout of it, but it's a whole other thing, isn't it, Charlie? Just seeing it, seeing his face, seeing his smirk, seeing him roll his eyes, seeing him refer to JD Vance, the vice president, as JD, while JD refers to him as Mr. President, showing up in the Oval Office, wearing his military costume
and sitting there like this. Wait, you sit there like this if you're in trouble for something, or if you're really worried about
the body language was something else, and the eye rolling and the huffing. It was the body language in and of itself was pretty amazing.
Well, he
needs an apology. He needs Zelensky to recognize the position that he's in.
Which to you is what?
We're their patron.
Mm-hmm.
We're their best hope for the killing to stop and for them to emerge from this sovereign and prosperous.
Good for them.
And we're also their best hope as a business partner. I mean, all Zelensky had to do today was put on a tie, show up, smile, say thank you, sign the papers, and have lunch. That's it. And he couldn't do that. And this followed 10 days of being difficult in private, and now 1 day of being stupid in public.
But on one point,
this did not have to go down this way.
Okay.
And however you feel about why it started, why it's going on, who's right and who's wrong, we can help them in this and come out okay on the other side, and he's making it hard.
Now, first of all,
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I actually agree with Scott. And everything that he said was basically right.
Wow.
I know, I'm going to get killed on social media for admitting that, but so be it. And the fact is that it doesn't matter whether Vice President Vance planned it or just took the opportunity to bait Zelensky. Zelensky took the bait, okay? And he shouldn't have. He made a mistake.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we got to talk about some reactions to what was probably the most historic White House Oval Office meeting that we've ever seen, okay? President Trump ended up kicking out Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, due to the fact that Mr. Zelensky clearly doesn't want peace, okay? He's not.
Trump irreparably destroyed the 80-year-old post-World War II international order.
An Oval Office ambush of an American ally that will reverberate all around the world and stain America's image for years to come.
That was, to say the least, the most contentious confrontation between world leaders perhaps we have ever seen, certainly on television.
It was a truly historic moment, not in the good way. One that I fear realigned the world order, upending the only foreign policy consensus that most living Americans and Europeans have ever known.
I've never seen anything like that in my.
Must be. It's because they don't like Trump, though. They don't like Trump. They've been dealing with him. I don't know if you remember, like JD was in Europe recently, right? Since he was there, they've been talking to this man. Like, we're just seeing like this, like, I guess like it boiling to a point. They have been talking to him behind the scenes. They have been talking to him about giving this contract, like giving us the rights to his minerals. He has been evading. They went to Riyadh. Instead of coming to sign the paperwork, he disappeared. I think they went, I forgot where else they went. He's disappeared. He comes to DC. They told the man, you don't even have to come. We can do this all over the phone. Just sign the damn paperwork. You ain't got to come. He said, no, he wants to come. I said, okay. And they told him, you are coming is to sign this paperwork. The man said yes. He comes here. Don't even have to come here. And I do think the way he dressed up, they took offense to that because, like, what is this? But then you come in there, because when you watch the video, Trump did say, we're going to talk, there's food, and then we're going to sign the stuff. But the whole time when they talk about his minerals, you should see his body language. You should see his body language. And I feel like he intentionally started all this foolishness because he's not ready to give up his minerals. And it could really be that not only is he making money from the Americans, but he's also making money from those minerals. This man is a con artist. He is a scammer. Hush Puppy ain't got nothing to him, okay? Like, compared to 1,000 Nigerian scammers, child, he comes out on top. He stays shining. So it could be that his family and his friends are making a lot of money from those minerals. And that's why they don't really want to sign this. So now he has to make it seem like, oh, well, you're not letting us into negotiation. We don't have a security agreement. Like, he is stalling because there's something going on with those minerals. There's something going on. So if he signs the paperwork and America gets involved with those minerals, they're going to know that something is going on with those minerals. He is up to no good. He is enriching himself off of this conflict through America and by robbing the Ukrainian people of their own mineral. He is a con artist. He is a criminal. And I'm pretty sure maybe it was even Vladimir who told Trump, ask this man for his minerals and see what he does. Because maybe those minerals been gone. But those minerals are being exploited by somebody. Somebody's having access to those minerals. And that's why he's been stalling. This is the third attempt. He has ran with the bag. I'm telling you, I know these Europeans. I know these Europeans. When they don't want to pay their debt, this is what they do. They start drama, they start trouble, and then they run. They run because they don't want to pay you your money. But there's something going on with this. There's something going on with these minerals. And most likely his family, his friends, and all the rich people in Ukraine, it's like this is it's the little money pot. So if they have to give it to America, they can no longer take that money because they're up to no good. Yeah. So yes, he needs to hand over absolutely. And you think it's honorable? Dunn told you think it's honorable for a man to take $350 billion from the American taxpayers and to feel like we should not be asking for anything? And that's what that girl said about you Europeans. You are really entitled. Like when it comes to American people, y'all think we owe you so much. And I think maybe deep down inside with you British people, you're just mad that American people got away. Right? Because something that started off as a colony became an independent nation that broke off from England and became a superpower. So maybe that's why y'all still bitter. Because why y'all got so much hate? Like, why so much hatred? Why so much jealousy? Why so much cognitive dissonance? Why are you people so intellectually dishonest? You guys are not even giving this man $100 billion. The UK has not even given this man $100 billion, right? You don't have it. And if you had it, you would not give it to this man. But when it comes to us, we should just give everything away. You're mad because these white people from America, from England, they broke off and they built something even better and way more powerful. Go sit down somewhere. Don't be mad because you didn't have the vision. Okay? Yeah, mafia. Exactly. Give our money back. If you don't know how you can pay somebody back, then don't take the money. Do not take the money. If you're broke, don't take the money. Okay? Like they really want their slaves back. Like they're so mad. Like he's so mad. He's mad. He's mad for all his ancestors. Like, oh, look, they got away. They make more money. They're wealthier. They have a stronger economy. Yes, because over here, people believe in capitalism. Nobody is stopping you from embracing it. Okay? So it's like, that is insane. $350 billion, and you think we're supposed to treat it like it's a gift? It is not a gift. We need the money back. Okay? Of course I talk to Gary. What are you talking about? Stop being a hand. Stop changing your account because you're a big man. Stay with your account. Stop playing these games. Of course I talk to Gary. I always talk to Gary. Gary is a member. Do you not see this? Okay? You never became a member of my channel. Stay triggering me. You better go sit down somewhere.
Entire life. What I saw is a complete transformation of what the United States is in the world.
Certainly was a day of shame for the United States. That clip, the footage of the Oval Office meeting is going to be shown for years to come by politicians, government officials, historians, university professors, because it very clearly captures the moment when the Trump administration sent a signal that it was ceding America's traditional global leadership role.
Yeah,
I don't think it's hyperbole to say we as a country have never quite seen anything like this particularly appalling spectacle before.
Diplomacy is not negotiating in public in a spray. The more I see the dialogue, the more I feel like Zelensky was ambushed.
Of course. So he takes up $350 billion and he was ambushed. Give our money back. And you see all these people here, they all have contract with all these like neocons. These people have a vested interest in America continuing this war. This is why they're in their feelings. They live in multi-million-dollar homes in Washington, D.C. Their children go to expensive-ass private schools. Their wives can't stop shopping at Tyson's Corners, right? So many of these people have so much debt. They have crazy revolving credit, okay? They have wives that don't work. They can't stop shopping. They live a life of luxury. The kids go to these crazy ass private schools, right? So they need this war to keep going so their wives can keep buying Birkins at Tyson's Corner. Okay? We are not stupid. And if the war stops, a lot of people are not going to be able to afford staying in DC. Like even right now in the DC area, a lot of homes are going for sale because they are realizing that with Trump, a lot of these goofy contracts they used to get, all that free, easy money they used to get, they're not going to get that money anymore. This is what they do out here in DC. That's why there's so much money in DC. There's no real industry, but yet people have so much money, right? Because this is what they do. They sell wars. They start wars. They sell propaganda, and they make the American people feel as though we are responsible for keeping the world safe. We are responsible for this and that. No, we are not. We are responsible for ourselves. Exactly. They need to pay for this themselves. Okay? Pay for it yourself. You believe in this so much, you pay for this. That's it. I would love to see Great Britain give $100 billion. I would love to see it, but it will never happen because they don't have it.
This was an absolute disgrace.
Please. You are insane.
Yo, with this level of a meltdown, you know for certain that what President Trump and J.D. Vance did in the White House to Vladimir Zelensky was good for this country. Yeah. Okay. Anytime they're boohoo-whining and crying about this, best believe what President Trump did was a good thing, because ultimately at the end of the day, these people are refusing to acknowledge reality. And the main reason is because they're propagandists, right? They all know the reality, but they don't care because they're stuck in this post-World War II Cold War mindset where, hey, we have to oppose Russia no matter what, even if it makes absolutely zero sense. And in the case of this war, there is no outcome, okay, at least as of right now, that even comes close to what Vladimir Zelensky is asking for, okay, which is to be a part of NATO and to get all the territories back that Russia now basically occupies, like, for example, Crimea, okay? That's not happening, okay? And realistically, it's not happening. But, hey, this is what the liberal media wants people to believe, that we must continue to spend tax dollars into perpetuity to fund a war that, realistically speaking, doesn't have a good outcome for Ukraine in the long run.
Who needs to issue an apology tonight?
Absolutely. He should have done it already. He should have done it in the Oval Office. If you look at the totality of that meeting, 40 minutes of that meeting, dare I say it was a perfect meeting. And I'm being ironic in that a little bit, but it was positive, it was cordial, and it's on camera. It wasn't until Zelensky got upset with J.D. Vance when the vice president said, and he was absolutely correct, that the previous administration was more interested in vapid wordsmithing than they were in bringing an end to this conflict. They cared more about applause lines at Davos than they did in ending the war in Ukraine. And he was correct about that. Zelensky was upset, and quite frankly, he was testy throughout the entire meeting.
Zelensky was upset because he was trying to make the point, and Alexander knows a lot about this.
No, Zelensky was mad because he wanted to hear the president say that Russia is bad, Russia is bad. How do you negotiate?
It is nonsense. It's completely historical. This is the second administration of a president that oversaw 4 years of war between Russia and Ukraine, didn't do anything about it. Now he thinks he has this idea to bring peace.
And you see how they lie. You see how they lie. White liberals, they can't help themselves. These people, the truth is not in them. The devil is their father. They lie so much. How can you tell us that he said to Trump when Trump was there the first time, Trump did nothing about it? But even Zelensky recognized it, and we know, everybody knows, Obama gave the man sheets. Trump gave this man javelins so he can destroy Russia's tanks. So how can you say he did nothing about it? Bunch of lies. Bunch of lies. And even Abby, she gets on my nerves. Like, she's such an idiot. So I'm like, you're a black woman. I'm assuming she's African-American. So your job is to cry for Ukraine. Your job is to cry for Ukraine. There are so many black American children out here who don't even have a great education. They're going through the gigs. That money could have been used on these people. It could have been used to help black American children. It could have been used with HBCUs. What's your grip? Like, what's going on? What's going on? Like, every time I look at her, I'm like, this girl's so damn stupid. I roll my eyes and I turn my TV. Like, this is insanity. This is insanity. Why is she crying? Why is she crying for Ukraine? You think if you went to Ukraine with your black self, they would like your ass? Like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. When the war started in Ukraine, the way they treated black people in Ukraine, it was so disgusting. They're a bunch of racists. They are a bunch of racists. You ask anybody who's had to deal with these Ukrainian immigrants or Ukrainian refugees, how they treat people of color. They're awful. They are so awful. They have a hard time integrating. They have a hard time being nice to people. They have a hard time like not seeing color. They're a bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists. So why are you crying for these people? Do you even know any of these people? Do you even speak Ukrainian? Can you even point to Ukraine on a map? Worry about your own issues. Like, it's just so bizarre to me. I'm like, what is this? Like, what the heck? Crying about Europeans. What the freak?
What does he do? He bends the knee. He appeases. His goal is to appease Putin. When what he should be doing is figuring out the fact that you're right. The Biden administration didn't do enough. But
so 300. He's saying the Biden administration did not do enough. So $350 billion, that's not doing enough. They sure did. They were torturing people. They're freaking racist. They are freaking racist. Okay, he's like, oh, they didn't do enough. So giving this man $350 billion in 3 years, that's not doing enough. They're such idiots. They are just a bunch of idiots, and they sit there and they lie. Somebody needs to get me on TV so I can cuss their asses out.
Russia's on the ropes, and the way you get peace is you get Putin to negotiate. You get Putin.
So you get peace through a resolution at the United Nations. That means absolutely nothing. We demand that you withdraw.
6 administrations have tried to conduct.
They try with words.
Policy of appeasement.
And Russia has been at war since the Russian Federation came into existence.
Actually, it's been in war since 4 years of Trump. Also, don't forget, he didn't manage.
Since 1991, they have been almost at war the entire time. Crimea, Chechnya, go on down the list. And it's words. But my point is, America.
Why are we? Guys, hold on a second.
Russia is on the ropes. Russia is on the ropes.
They're a bunch of idiots.
This is what they're saying. This is what the propagandists are saying on national television. Really? Really? Russia is on the ropes. Again, I don't want people to...
there has to be a way that we can file a lawsuit. Like, there has to be a way that people can file a class action lawsuit against CNN for intentionally spreading misinformation and misinforming the American people. Because at this point, this becomes treason. Like, at what point do you say, okay, like, they're trying to be journalists, and at some point, okay, like, they are intentionally misleading the American people, right? To say that Russia's on the ropes, no, he's fine. His economy's doing just fine. Like, where are your receipts? You have none, okay? To say things like, oh, Trump did nothing to help Ukraine. Oh, really? Then how did they get the javelin? To say, oh, well, you know, what did he say? That, oh, Biden did not do enough. So giving one person with no backing, with no collateral, giving a person $350 billion to fight a war against his neighbor that has nothing to do with us, that's not doing enough. So what would she have done? Like, give this man $1 trillion? Would $1 trillion of taxpayers' money would have been sufficient? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm like, when do you actually like separate your Trump derangement syndrome, your hatred from America, and actually have a good common sense because you're also a taxpayer? Make it make sense. Crazy.
To get confused. In no way am I pro-Russia, right? I am just a realist, okay? In the sense that, you know, I personally think that it is not worth the United States funding this war into perpetuity with no long-term realistic plan on how you're going to achieve peace, right? None of these people are able to articulate exactly how is it that continuing to fund this war is beneficial to the United States outside of, well, Russia's military suffers some damage and Russians get killed. And, you know, outside of that, what is the benefit? Because don't get me wrong, I understand the neocon argument, okay, for this, which is that, hey, Russia is our enemy, okay? They're a threat to Europe, okay? And ultimately, having Ukraine fight this war and we fund it means that we don't have to lose soldiers, at least as of right now, we don't, okay? But who knows, maybe in the future it can happen. But as of right now, it's just the Ukrainians die, right? And they're killing the Russians for us, okay? And that's a win.
But do you understand that is ridiculous, though, Don told you? And that's why we cannot listen. We cannot listen to socialists. So your idea is burn as much money as it takes until one day he crumbles. What if he never crumbles? That's why I asked you earlier. I said, how many people need to die for you to be like, okay, enough is enough? Because 700,000 obviously doesn't have you phased. You didn't answer, right? Now you're saying the idea is to outlast Putin. It takes money. So now we're 300 and all together we are 400 and I guess 455 billion because your country just gave 5 billion, right? So right now we're in for 455 billion dollars. We are 5 billion away from for a trillion. The man is not hurting financially. So my question to you is, Don told you, how much money? If you were a president, if you were a prime minister, how much money are you willing to burn, to just burn to see and make sure that that Vladimir can fall to his knees? 2 trillion, 5 trillion, 6 trillion? So you don't think that you could use this money for something more relevant? That's nothing more than ego and pride. And that's why people like you should never lead anybody. Because for your pride and your ego, because you have this like a obstinate sense of conviction, we should burn as much money as possible. So we should forsake, and that's why when you claim to care so much about socialism, I don't really take you seriously, right? I don't really take you seriously. And once again, all this socialist talk, you say, oh, they're about to cut food stamps and they're about to cut Medicare, right? That's what you told Kevin. But if you really cared about those things, then you would be like, you know what? That money could be used to make sure we don't cut the food stamps. It could be used to make sure we don't cut the Medicare, right? But you don't really care. Because if you really had socialist values and you really care about helping the poor, you of all people will be triggered by how much money is wasted. But all your goofy ass socialist values, right? Mark saying he's leaving, right? All these goofy ass socialist values, it's to impress people. You just want to impress, oh, look, he's a good person. He cares about feeding the poor, right? Virtue signaling. But when you really care about the poor, when you really care about not cutting Medicaid, when you really care about not cutting food stamps, then you have to say to yourself, you know what? This money, it could be used wisely. And just burning money for the sake of burning money to make sure that Russia crawls and Vladimir Putin crawls, that is pure vanity. That is ego. And that is extremely dangerous. Nobody should run a country and lead a people with ego. You have to be wise. Like, you have to be wise. This is insanity. We're not about to sit here and burn an uncountable amount of money because you guys think that, oh, Vladimir deserves to crawl. Why do you want to see this man crawl anyways? Make it make sense. He's not crawling nowhere. For what independence, right? What independence? And we should pay for that? We should pay for their independence? No, you guys pay for it. Foolishness. All this goofy ass virtue signaling, like, go
for us. And, you know, my moral compass says, you know what? I don't know about that, right? I don't know if, you know, it's right to have Ukrainians sacrifice their lives for a goal that, honestly, at the end of the day, I think is unrealistic, okay? But again, if they want to do that, if they are convinced themselves that they can take back the territories that Russia took, if they can do that, great. That's awesome, right? Go do that. Except we are just not going to fund it, right? We should not have to continue to participate in it because, again, this is more of a threat to Europe than us. And because of that, Europe should primarily be footing the bill, right? If they want to continue the war, okay? And look, hey, I'm all fine and good with that, right? I'm not telling them not to do it. I'm just saying that using our tax dollars to fight the war is not something that I am particularly interested in right now. It's not in America's best interest. But hey, according to some people,
struck because it's the first time I'd ever actually seen him before. But I was actually sitting opposite someone that genuinely seemed like a really good and decent person, someone that actually cared about fighting for their own country, and someone that is the opposite of Trump and Vance. And there was even a moment I kind of smiled and he kind of smiled back.
This puny ass, stupid ass, goofy ass white boy. I'm like, a bitch like this, he needs to be snatched the fuck up. Like, say that shit to my face. You know, the problem with America is, we got to a point now where we don't touch people. And that's the problem. Because if you touch somebody, they're going to call the police and you can be charged with assault. That's really the problem. So people talk a whole lot. People say all kinds of stuff. JD, who's like, I guess he was in the reserves, right? He was ROTC reserve for undergrad, and he was also a Marine, right? So someone like JD, who was ROTC and he was a Marine, you gonna say that he doesn't care about his country with your puny ass? Your puny ass. All you do is yap on fucking TikTok. You think you love your country because you're yapping on TikTok? You love your country so much, put a uniform on, go fight somebody, go fight somewhere. Go do boot camp and see if you're gonna last. Go do some boot camp. Okay? Yeah, that's the problem. And that's why all you goofy ass white liberals, you run your mouth so much. You say things that you know you're not gonna be held responsible, right? Because when you accuse somebody who has served his nation since his college years, then he went to the Marines. It's so hard to be a Marine. He couldn't even last. Okay, yeah, it don't matter. I should be there, right? Talk a whole bunch of smack. This boy didn't even weigh 100 pounds. He's built like a damn ass mosquito with his little bitch ass looking body shape. He's a puny ass white boy. He a weak ass little fucker. You grab this little bitch and you lift him up, he gonna start crying for his life. Okay? So imagine that. Could he even stand to get pepper sprayed? Whether it's the Marines or it's the military, you get pepper sprayed. Have you ever been to boot camp? No, y'all some goofy ass, protected ass, super white people. Your skin is so damn pale. You barely go outside because you're so damn scared. Always so quick to get sick. Yes, the violence. You talk shit about people. You talk about somebody's love for their country. You better be able to say that to their face. Otherwise, we're going to snatch your ass up. Repeat that shit. Say that shit to my face. I bet you ain't going to say it. Like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, you can talk, but what you don't get to do is bring doubt onto people and whether or not they love their country just because you don't fucking agree. When you have never put on a uniform, you never went to boot camp, you never sacrificed your life to protect the country, enjoying all these freedoms, but don't know what it takes to sacrifice to protect those freedoms. Shut the hell up. That is ridiculous. He couldn't even last a day in JD's shoes. JD grew up hella poor in the freaking Ohio. His mama was on drugs, okay? This boy had to take care of himself. He didn't have no mother. He didn't have no mother love. She was a freaking crackhead, okay? He takes himself. He joined the ROTC just so he could gather freaking poverty. That's why he's so fucking brilliant, because he understood that was his way out, and he joined the military so he didn't have to take no damn goofy ass student loan. Who are you talking to? Like, who is he talking to? Snatch his ass up. A lot of people need to get snatched up. Sorry, y'all, spit. Need to get snatched up. Yeah, we're allowed to disagree, but you don't get to disrespect people. You don't get to disrespect people. When your bitch ass can't even, you can't even carry, you can't even bench press 100 pounds. Shut the fuck up. Don't nobody want to hear from your bitch ass. And that's the problem with lots of you Europeans, right? The average European man don't even weigh more than 100 pounds. You're a bunch of puny ass people. You're light as a feather, right? You're quick to get sick. Because like I said, you barely work out. You barely exercise, right? You think because you read all these goofy ass books and you go to these liberal ass colleges that you know more than everybody else, right? But come outside, be a real man. Build something with your hands. You can't even do it. If they put a gun in his hand, even you done told you, somebody put a gun into your hand and say, protect your home, you're going to start shaking and quivering. Right? Because if it's not a welfare check, what else can you hold firmly with the hands? Right? That's all y'all know how to hand firmly. Oh, I'm going to hold on to this check. I'm going to hold on to some welfare check. That's all y'all can hold on to firmly. Can you hold on to a gun firmly? Right? You ever shot somebody? You ever shot a gun? Probably can't. Probably pee your pants, right? But all this yippity, yap, because y'all not some real mans. Okay? Yeah, you've had a rifle. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. In your dreams, you did. In your dreams, you did. What about in real life? Man, be quiet. All kinds of foolishness. All kinds of foolishness. You have the right to disagree, but don't be out here smearing people's names. Say, oh, this man does not care about this country. He doesn't fight for his country. What the heck? What does he know about service? Okay? Does he even have enough money to buy pizza on a date? His broke ass. Playing on TikTok. You think that makes you a man? You think talking and running your mouth on TikTok makes you a man? Put on a uniform. Put on a uniform and go fight for your country, okay? You love America so much. You love Russia. You love Ukraine so much. You are free to go. They're looking for men to fight. Nobody's stopping you. Do a GoFundMe, right? And then find your ass in Ukraine and go fight. You probably gonna get killed on the spot. You're his dumb ass. So what is this?
And he just genuinely gave me the impression that he was a good person.
Look at that.
And when he was...
Masculinity is dead in the West. Masculinity is dead. These boys are soft. You probably drink some matcha and like what's it called with almond milk. This is ridiculous.
Declining the offer to evacuate from Kyiv during the invasion when he said, no, I need ammo instead. That proved him as a true world leader. And that is
lying. He ran and then he came back. Okay. Look how puny this boy is. I bet you he don't weigh more than 100 pounds. This is ridiculous. Even Maverick weighs more than him. Make it make sense.
It's what pisses off people like Trump and bullies like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance and Trump, by the way, who are too scared to come to Ukraine, too terrified. They admit this in a conference today.
They are scared to come to Ukraine. I understand all kinds of dumb people need to get snatched up. People need to get snatched up. Oh my Lord.
Ukraine that you say what problems we have.
They said that they didn't want to come here, and they don't want to come here because it's actually real what is happening in Ukraine.
Oh, yes.
And they're cowards.
They
And they're
are.
cowards, and that's why they're bullies, and that's why they did what they did today to Zelensky, because they're intimidated by someone who is actually got respect of people in Europe and around the world, respect that isn't bought by people and salesmen and snake oil salesmen like Donald Trump.
Yeah. So according to the influencers who are not currently on the battlefield fighting the war, you're a coward if you don't visit Ukraine, right? That's the argument that he made.
Yeah, but why he go to Ukraine? Dumbasses. They're playing on TikTok.
When it comes to President Trump and JD Vance, right? They're cowards because they haven't visited Ukraine. But yet, again, these people that continue to call other people cowards and that claim to love Ukraine so much, they're not fighting the war. Okay, if you love Ukraine and if Russia is so bad, okay, if they're so bad, then I don't know. You could just take a flight over there to Ukraine and help them out. I'm just saying, put your money where your mouth is. If that's how you feel about it, okay. If it's that big of an issue, okay. If Russia is that big of an existential threat, then all these pro-Ukrainian people in the United States of America, okay, that are so upset over the prospect of peace can go over there and, hey, they can help out Ukraine, right? I'm just saying, it's nothing stopping them. We've had people do it, and they can continue to do it if that's what they want to do, right? I'm just saying, if they feel so passionately about this, because apparently some people do, to the point where you have grown men breaking down in tears, literally.
Well, my thing about these goofy ass Europeans, they think they're gonna shame you out your spot, like, oh, you know, he's more of a man than you. Like, these things don't work. Okay, think whatever the fuck you want to think. Oh, you know, this is what democracy really looks like. Okay, sure. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck, right? No one gives a fuck. Like a nation of socialists, like a nation where half the population doesn't work. Like, imagine being pressed by that. You think whatever you say gonna entice me to do what? Crash out? When nobody's crashing out. Oh, this is what democracy looks like. Oh, Zelensky is a real leader. Oh, he looks like a real good, genuine person. You can think whatever the fuck you want to think. Oh, Trump is an oil salesman. Okay, and your mother, your father, bitch. What else, bitch? Okay? Nobody gives a fuck. We're not going anywhere. We're not doing anything we don't want to do. You can keep talking. You can do your whole virtue shaming. Don't nobody care. No one cares. There's nothing over here that is worth $500 billion, and we want our money back. We don't care about what rights. We don't give a fuck about rights. A country where people work half of the year just to pay taxes. What the fuck do y'all know about rights? Your personal income taxes are 45%. You freaking slaves. You European sharecropper. You are still living in a feudal system. Okay? Your broke asses. You bunch of peasants. Okay? You work half the year just to pay for the government. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Is you okay? Is you all right? Okay? Who you cannot teach them about rights? You what rights? What? You can't even drive your city downtown without paying taxes. You pay fees on everything. What rights do you have? Free university. How'd that turn out for y'all? Are y'all responsible for any chat GDP tool? Do you have chat AI? Do you have AI in your country? Probably not. Free university. For what? For all your people to end up on welfare? Right? Free university, free university, free university. Can y'all compete with the Chinese? No, you can't. You better run me my mineral earth. I know that's right. Don't nobody care. 45% of income taxes? What rights do you have? You are owned. You belong to the state. You're a slave. You are a slave. You have to work almost 6 months out the year just to pay taxes to finally be able to enjoy your own money. That is crazy. No, he likes to be delusional. He likes to be delusional. We do not want rights. Thank you. Because if you're going to tell me what rights look like, I might end up paying 60% in taxes. Thank you. Keep it. Okay? Welfare is a right. Free housing is a right. No, thank you. We don't want to end up like y'all. We don't want to end up like y'all. Thank you. Y'all broke ass. Can't even afford a car. Can't even afford a car. Okay? Can't even afford a nice car. Can't even buy a 4-bedroom house. Y'all can't even afford nothing. You poor people.
in tears on TikTok over Zelensky being asked in the White House why he doesn't wear a suit. Yes, this is real. A grown man, an influencer on TikTok broke down in tears over Zelensky being asked about why he doesn't wear a suit. Hilarious.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do own a suit.
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have such. I will wear a costume after this war will finish. Yes, maybe. Well, maybe something like yours. Yes, maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper. This man is fighting for his country. A sovereign nation got invaded. His people are dying. And this motherfucker talks about him wearing a suit. I hate this fucking country.
Go to Ukraine. Go to Ukraine.
I've never in my life felt like I do right now. I don't give a fuck.
You see how these people hate America? When there was this whole issue, y'all know I do support Palestine, right? But the Palestinian protesters and Palestinian people, it's not the same, right? But my thing is, like, when there was all this foolishness, like with the Palestinian protesters, and they were burning the American flag, they were stomping on the American flag, they were like tearing the American flag apart, setting it on fire, spitting on it. Was he crying like this? Was he crying like this? Right? I understand people being upset. Like, even me, it's really upsetting me what's happening in Gaza, right? But what does that have to do with you attacking the American flag? We have a foreign policy. We have a foreign policy issue. Let's sit down and talk about it. Let's talk about the actual issues. What has the flag done to you? They grab the flag. They tear up the flag. They pee on the flag. They spit on the flag. They set the flag on fire. All kinds of foolishness. Was he crying like this? I think some of these people, if they actually knew where the actual Constitution was stored, they would find their way there and set that thing on fire too. We have seen people go on TV and say that the Constitution does not matter, that we should burn the Constitution, that, we should even change the Constitution, right? There have been so many unpatriotic things done in the past 4 years alone, right? Was he crying like this? No, but you want to cry for Ukraine. You want to cry for Ukraine. We are going almost like we're spending all this money, almost like you have so many cities that are going bankrupt behind these illegal immigrants, right? Did you cry like that too? Are you crying for all these Americans whose property taxes are being increased to take care of immigrants? Are you crying when illegal immigrants are living in hotels and American people are sleeping outside in the streets? Are you crying then? Are you crying when we have more money for illegals than we have money for our VA people? Are you crying then? Foolishness. This man also needs to get snatched. He needs to get snatched. Somebody needs to restore his manhood. Like, what's this foolishness? Crying for somebody else because they love their country. Well, why don't you cry for your country? What are you doing for your country, though? Foolishness.
Fuck what he wears. This man has been respectful to every leader in the world.
Respectful.
Everybody.
Illusion.
And you clowns want to fucking do that shit to him when he comes over here. And then talk to him like shit and kick him out of the White House. You fucking disgraceful son of a bitches. Man, I just want to be next to Zelensky right now.
And do what?
Bruh.
I wish I could talk to him.
And say what? Oh, be quiet.
Forgive us. God damn, man. I can't. Sorry, y'all. I can't believe what I just witnessed in our White House.
Yes.
I just want to be clear. I'm just laughing at how over the top this man is. Okay, the war in and of itself is not funny, right? It's not something to laugh at, obviously. Okay, but if you care about Ukrainian lives so much, this is my argument. Then why is it that you don't want peace? I don't get it. These people that claim they care about the Ukrainians so much, for whatever reason, don't want them to stop dying in this war. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I really don't. I personally, I feel like I do care. I don't want the bloodshed to continue. So therefore, I am advocating for peace, right? For a ceasefire, okay? So that Ukrainians stop losing their lives for what I feel are lofty goals. But hey, if they're proud people and they want to fight it out themselves, it is what it is. I've already, hammered that home. This individual claimed that he wish he could be next to Zelensky. And it's like, well, what stopped you, brother? What stopped you from being next to Zelensky? Since you love him so much, you can take a flight over to Kyiv, right? Just like all these neocons and Democrats did, and you can be with him. You can be with him, right? In fact, I don't know why you're not already there. Why are you not already there? You need to be there. You need to be in Ukraine, okay? If this is how you feel, if you feel this passionate and you're this emotional, I don't understand. Why is it that you're not in Ukraine right now doing your part? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Since you hate America, right? You hate America. Then, again, why are you here? Why are you here? I don't understand these individuals, right? You're balling, boo-hoo, and crying on TikTok, making a fool out of yourself, looking like a soft, weak, emotional man, but yet you're not in Ukraine doing your part. Something's not adding up here. Something's not adding up. This guy sounds like the blacks, right? Who be talking about how much they hate this country, how racist it is, but yet they don't want to leave. I don't get it. They sound just like the other people as well, too, the LGBTQ. Oh, this country's so terrible. We hate it here, but yet you're not leaving. Again, that's what really bothers me about these liberals. They're all about this low-effort virtue signaling rather than actually putting some actions behind the things they claim that they believe in, the things that they claim they're so passionate about, right? But, the Democrat Party, they are filled with low testosterone men and high-calorie women. Clearly, in this situation, we're probably dealing with a man of lower testosterone levels, and that could be the reason why he's crying, right? That could be the reason why he's bawling his eyes out, but yet he's not going to fight the war, right? Actually, that's the perfect explanation for it, because that's the only logical conclusion I could come to in regards to why is that we have a grown-ass man crying on the internet over a war that he's not willing to fight.
Exactly.
Because if the man was of high testosterone levels, hey, he might be willing to go over there and fight that war. But since he's not, he's just sitting in the United States, boo-hoo, whine, and cry, talking about how much he hates his country because we want peace, because we're trying to save Ukrainian lives. It's kind of crazy to me. It really is. But hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
What you see is going to happen next with Ukraine. If America says the tap is turned off, we're not funding this, if Europe doesn't pick up the slack and support Ukraine, what is going to happen? I mean, is there anything that can happen other than a peace deal that is going to save the country?
That's so true.
Because we don't want to see more death and destruction and more people needlessly dying.
Well, regrettably, that is going to continue to happen, and most of it now is happening by the Russians. I find it quite remarkable that we can be talking about a peace deal when the Russians are still raining missiles down on Ukrainian cities. But yes, I agree. It's not sustainable short-term or long-term. I think we'll see two things happen. I think we will see Europe step up to provide more military support for Ukraine.
Okay.
And that's a good outcome, Rita. It's something that they should do. It's very directly about security on their doorstep. And they need to understand that they can no longer ride on the security coattails of the United States. But the second thing I think we'll see happen is that Zelensky will come back to the deal over rare earth resources that Donald Trump was wanting to see signed after that lunch, after the Oval Office debacle, which didn't get signed. It may not have been explained terribly well, but I think it is a good deal for Zelensky because what it does is it buys an American commercial interest and an American economic presence in Ukraine.
And I think President Trump is absolutely right to say that that's the core of a security guarantee.
Absolutely, 100%.
Zelensky may want to argue for more of it, but I think it's the best deal on the table right now. And to me, that would suggest that sooner or later, probably sooner, Zelensky will come back and we'll see an agreement signed.
Fantastic. And part 2 of the Oval Office will be great television, I'm sure. Might not be as good as part 1.
Yes.
That's right. Thanks so much, Peter. Always great to have you here on Outsiders.
Oh, he definitely would have been killed. They're not going to give no
now. And it's not going well. This is just coming across the wires. We've got a soundbite. Apparently what teed this particular exchange you're about to hear off is Zelensky was maintaining that Trump, he's sitting there with Trump and JD, that Trump cannot trust Vladimir Putin, and things went downhill from there. Watch.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you...
President. I saw the reaction to the high-level meeting in Erie. It's all emotionally charged but lacks practical sense because, to solve difficult and even acute issues, including the Ukrainian track, Russia and the US need to take the first step. That first step should be to restore trust between the two countries. This is what we have been working on in our contacts, and it will be the focus of future contacts. Without this, it is impossible to resolve any issues, including such a complex one as the Ukrainian crisis. But where do the Europeans fit into this? This is about bilateral Russian-American relations. What role do they play in this process? By the way, a few minutes ago, I read news from the US that President Trump said the US and Russia are discussing major economic projects as part of the Ukraine negotiations. Yes, some of our companies are in contact with each other, and such projects are being discussed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Vladimir, we just observed your meeting on rare earth metals. Sorry, but I think right now the entire world's journalists are interested in rare earth metals, but from a different angle. The US, let me put it this way, is strongly urging Zelensky to sign an agreement with them regarding these resources in exchange for aid to Ukraine from the previous Biden administration. How do you assess the prospects of such a deal? This does not concern us at all, and I don't want to think about it. Of course, it would be important to assess these resources, how real they are, how much of them exist, how much they cost, and so on. But, as I said, this is not our issue. What is our issue is what we discussed at the meeting today. Rare earth metals are very important components, very important resources for modern industries, and we are still doing too little in this area. We should do more, and the purpose of today's meeting was to focus administrative resources on this direction. By the way, we would be happy to offer our American partners, by administrative structures and companies, if they showed interest in joint work. We certainly have many more of these resources than Ukraine. Russia is one of the undisputed leaders in rare and rare earth metal reserves, which we have in the north, in the Caucasus, the Far East, Irkutsk.
Did I not tell you this? Did I not say this, Lonnie? I said there's something going on with these reserves. That's why he keeps doing this. Something is not adding up. There's something going on with these reserves. So either maybe him and his people took a lot of that stuff, so there's not much left. Something is going on. Because I'm like, if you watch the meeting, like later on, watch the meeting with him and Trump, right? Every time they talk about mineral earth, his body just gets all kinds of weird. I said, this man is not trying to give us those things. He ain't trying to give it up. But to know that this is the third time now that he has ran off from signing that piece of paper, I'm like, something is going on. He doesn't want to sign it over. And it could be that the stuff is gone. Like him and his rich Ukrainian people, they took all the money and ran off with the bag. Maybe there isn't much left. That's why Vlad is saying, like, I ain't worried about it. Because most likely there's nothing there. And I told you, I said, maybe it's Vladimir who told this man, who told Trump, ask this man to give you his minerals and see what he does. I told y'all this. Oh, there's something going on with the minerals. I don't think the minerals are there anymore. I don't think they're there. It might be gone. It might be gone. Or like a big chunk of it is gone. What Hunter Biden, I don't know if you remember this, Hunter Biden was on the board of the energy company of Ukraine, like their national energy company. He was a board member, even though he never been to Ukraine. Now, it does seem as though it was a kickback for his dad, because when his father was in Congress, even as a vice president, right, Hunter was selling his dad's influence. Now, because his dad couldn't get paid directly, Hunter was the one getting the money. Like even recently, like when his dad was president, recently he moved up to Malibu and he was selling art. He was an art dealer. Yeah, right. Goofy ass art for all kinds of crazy money. And the people who bought the art were people who wanted to have meetings or influence, like, you know, something from his dad. But of course, mainstream media didn't talk about that because Trump bad, Biden is an angel. Right? Because when he was, I think, like, I do believe that when he was in Congress, because he was there for 30 years, right? I do believe that when he was in Congress, he was either like in the foreign policy committee or he was in the budgetary committee. So because of that, he had certain, like, he made sure that Ukraine got some kind of money. So as a thank you, they put Hunter on the board of the National Energy Company of Ukraine, and he was collecting $50,000 a month. He never went to Ukraine. He never participated in a single board meeting. So it was kickback money for his dad. Yeah. And then, like, recently, when his dad was president recently, he was an art stealer. Like, he bought himself a house in Malibu. He claimed that he was selling art in Malibu, but allegedly it was to sell his daddy's influence. He sold the minerals, you guys. That he ran. I know he ran in Saudi Arabia. That's what they say, Riyadh. They were in Riyadh. That's the capital of Saudi Arabia. The man ran. He ran off. And he keeps saying, oh, but I need security guarantees. I need security guarantees. This is what he's using to stall. And they're telling him, you have your security guarantee because if an American company is there ain't going to be no fighting. So he understands that. He's just acting stupid. Hey, Callie. It may be all gone. That's what Libra said. I don't care. Yeah, sure, whatever. And he says, not my problem because most likely he ain't there. And then he says, we have way more reserves than Ukraine does. And I told you like 8 hours ago, the thing we have to stop doing is acting as though we know all these territories better. Vladimir is a son of Ukraine. He's a son of Russia. He knows all the land. He knows all the topography. He knows more about his country than we do. He knows more about Ukraine than we do. But for the man to say, okay, sure, that's my problem, it means there's nothing there. If there was really something worthwhile there, he would not be trying to give it up. But if he said he doesn't care, and I said most likely he told Trump, ask that man to give you his minerals and see what he does. The minerals are gone, or a big chunk of the minerals are gone because him and his friends and some of these European leaders have been extracting the minerals to make themselves rich. This is what they do. It has nothing to do with freedom, independence, sovereignty. They are taking money. They are double dipping. They're taking the minerals and selling them. And then they're coming to America crying, oh, look, save us, save us. And they're getting money here too. He's a con artist. He will be exposed. Zelensky will be exposed. And his handlers will be exposed. Larry Fink of BlackRock, he's going to be exposed also. Oh,
Of course, welcome. We have never rejected it. We were always in dialogue with them. But at some point, under the guise of inflated ideas to defeat Russia on the battlefield, they themselves refuse to engage with us.
Exactly.
If they want to return to the table, they are welcome. I saw the reaction to our phone conversation with the US president. I saw the reaction to the high-level meeting in Erie. It's all emotionally charged but lacks practical sense because, to solve difficult and even acute issues, including the Ukrainian track, Russia and the US need to take the first step. That first step should be to restore trust between the two countries. This is what we have been working on in our contacts, and it will be the focus of future contacts. Without this, it is impossible to resolve any issues, including such a complex one as the Ukrainian crisis. But where do the Europeans fit into this? This is about bilateral Russian-American relations. What role do they play in this process? By the way, a few minutes ago, I read news from the US that President Trump said the US and Russia are discussing major economic projects as part of the Ukraine negotiations. Yes, some of our companies are in contact with each other, and such projects are being discussed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Vladimir, we just observed your meeting on rare earth metals. Sorry, but I think right now the entire world's journalists are interested in rare earth metals, but from a different angle. The US, let me put it this way, is strongly urging Zelensky to sign an agreement with them regarding these resources in exchange for aid to Ukraine from the previous Biden administration. How do you assess the prospects of such a deal? This does not concern us at all, and I don't want to think about it. Of course, it would be important to assess these resources, how real they are, how much of them exist, how much they cost, and so on. But, as I said, this is not our issue. What is our issue is what we discussed at the meeting today. Rare earth metals are very important components, very important resources for modern industries, and we are still doing too little in this area. We should do more, and the purpose of today's meeting was to focus administrative resources on this direction. By the way, we would be happy to offer our American partners, by administrative structures and companies, if they showed interest in joint work. We certainly have many more of these resources than Ukraine. Russia is one of the undisputed leaders in rare and rare earth metal reserves, which we have in the north, in the Caucasus, the Far East, Irkutsk region, and Yakutia. These are significant investments in capital-intensive projects. We would gladly work with any foreign partners, including Americans. Yes, by the way, regarding the new territories, the same thing applies. We are ready to attract foreign partners, including those interested in our historical territories that return to the Russian Federation. There are reserves there too, and we're ready to work with our partners, including Americans, in these new regions. Of course, these days, we hear a lot of different statements. Everyone is talking about Trump. Why is he so harsh, saying that Zelensky must hold elections and that his rating is 4%? Europeans strongly criticize these statements from Trump. In fact, there are even opinions now that the current approach of the US president is playing into Russia's hands. What do you think about that? I believe that is absolutely not the case. I have my own point of view, and it is opposite to the one you just expressed. The thing is, the current head of the Kiev regime is becoming a toxic figure for the Ukrainian armed forces because he is giving absurd orders, dictated not by military logic but by political considerations, which are unclear. This leads to unjustifiable large losses, if not catastrophic losses, for the Ukrainian army. It becomes toxic for society as a whole, and I think this is clear from today's polling. Finally, he has cornered himself with his ban on negotiations with the Russian Federation for a peace treaty. He has stopped these negotiations. Why? Because it is too late and will likely lead to the inevitable cancellation of the state of martial law. Once that happens, there will be no reason not to hold elections. Today, elections in Ukraine are not being held under the pretext of martial law. If negotiations are reopened, it may quickly lead to the need to cancel martial law, and then elections must follow immediately. And here is where the current head of the regime faces problems because, no matter how many percent he actually has 4% or whatever, what matters is that his rating, according to our data, which is objective, is exactly half of that of his nearest political rival, General Zaluzhny, the former head of the Ukrainian armed forces, who was sent to London. Zaluzhny's rating is twice as high. If you add to this the possible support of this potential candidate from other political figures, including former prime ministers or former presidents, the chances of the current regime winning the election are absolutely zero, unless, of course, something is rigged, and that would be really bad for him. So, he is a factor of disintegration in the army, society, and the state. The current president, Trump, probably understands this and is pushing him toward elections. What does he want to do? As I see it, he wants to heal the political situation in Ukraine, consolidate society, and create conditions for the survival of the Ukrainian state. This is not so much in Russia's interests as it is in Ukraine's interests for the sake of preserving the Ukrainian state. Although, of course, we would like to ensure that this territory is not used as a launching pad for attacks on the Russian Federation, and that in the end, it turns into a friendly neighboring state. Every day, we hear a wide range of statements from Trump. What do you think of them? Of course, there's no question about it. The current head of the regime in Kiev is giving grounds to show these emotions. But from what I've said, a completely different picture emerges. These actions are based not on emotions but on cold calculation, on a rational approach to the situation. In this situation, we are continuing to break down the regime with which we are in armed conflict. As for strengthening the Ukrainian state, here, of course, one must act energetically in the opposite direction, bringing to power people who will enjoy the trust of the Ukrainian people. Do the Europeans understand the essence of the current situation regarding Ukraine? You should ask them. Judging by how they act, it seems they don't understand very well. But the problem is not even that. The issue is that, unlike the new president of the United States, European political leaders are tied to the current regime and are too committed. They have made many promises and said a lot. Now, it's very hard or practically impossible for them to backtrack without losing face, especially considering that they are in a politically complex and sensitive period of elections and re-elections, parliamentary difficulties, and so on. So, changing their position is practically impossible for them, unlike the new president of the United States. He has free hands. He is free from the shackles that prevent them from moving forward and working toward resolving the conflict. He is, of course, direct and unreserved in his approach. Well, he is in a unique position. Not only does he say what he thinks, but he also says what he wants. This is the privilege of the leader of one of the major world powers. A few days ago in St. Petersburg, I asked you about how everyone now wants a say in Russian-American negotiations. But the Europeans continue to demand a voice in the negotiations around Ukraine. I don't see anything wrong with them demanding this. They've been demanding something from others for centuries. Now, they are being demanded something in return. Let them sit at home and think about how they ended up in such a situation. But their participation in the peace process is, of course, welcome. We have never rejected it. We were always in dialogue with them. But at some point, under the guise of inflated ideas to defeat Russia on the battlefield, they themselves refuse to engage with us. If they want to return to the table, they are welcome. I saw the reaction to our phone conversation with the US president. I saw the reaction to the high-level meeting in Erie. It's all emotionally charged but lacks practical sense because, to solve difficult and even acute issues, including the Ukrainian track, Russia and the US need to take the first step. That first step should be to
I feel like it's repeating itself, right? So you see, he's saying they're too emotional. So now he's in Spain. Asking for money. This man has no shame. Now y'all, you see that? Now he's in Spain asking for money. This is ridiculous.
It is Saturday, March 1st, 2025, and NATO just stepped in following Zelensky's epic screw-up in the Oval Office yesterday and the blow-up of that minerals deal. NATO stepping in to educate Volodymyr Zelensky, telling him, you have to fix this now, fix it ASAP. Also, what we're hearing is next for Zelensky, that his time is just about up. Like soon. Also, Tucker Carlson's thoughts on what happened yesterday. We'll show you. Also, the hilarious moment AOC was called out by NPR. If you haven't seen this, you're going to want to. And more stories as well from around the country, including which disgraced Democrat governor is now making a comeback in New York. We'll show you. But before we get started, thank you for liking and sharing the...
Like he's not asking for money.
Thank you so much. Well, we're thankful to you, Pedro, your country, your team, and your people.
You see how now when he starts saying thank you. Y'all notice this? Not he goes to England. Oh, thank you very much. Spain, thank you. You see how he makes sure to say thank you now? Fool, idiot.
We had,
maybe because he's a January Aquarius, but this is very shameful behavior from Aquarius. I am really ashamed. Like I take this L. Like this is some embarrassing ass Aquarius behavior. Like what is this?
I think the most difficult moments, 3 winters, blackouts, and etc. Now we're sitting in the middle of the winter. We have light, we had connection, we have internet, we have possibility to speak, and our people have electricity, and we see each other. That's good, very good. But this is the big work of a lot of partners. For example, I don't know if I can share when I came to Spain in a very difficult moment again in winter, and Pedro made a decision with I don't know if I can say number of hawks. I don't know. 6.
He's saying all kinds of fun. Let's come over here, you guys. Let's come over here quickly. So for the past 3 years, Ukraine has been under martial law, and we don't know this. This is crazy.
We're going to check in first with Trey Yanks, who is there on the ground. Trey, give us an update there as dawn is now upon you.
Guys, we just heard air raid sirens going off. You can hear them right now. Air raid sirens are going off in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev, indicating there are likely some incoming Russian strikes set to take place. This is the first time we have heard these sirens since war erupted between Ukraine and Russia. Earlier in the night, there were at least 36 strikes taking place in different locations around Kiev. According to officials that we've talked to, these strikes were targeting military barracks outside of the city and also other key infrastructure around the Ukrainian capital. It is not just Kiev that is under attack. The second largest city in Ukraine, Kharkiv, cities like Odessa and Mariupol in the south, taking fire from Russian forces. And we also understand that that amphibious assault that my colleague Lucas Tomlinson talked about is underway at this hour. Make no mistake, this is a full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine happening right now.
Talk about the martial law, fam. Talk about the martial law.
Russia has declared war on Ukraine. After this, Ukraine has imposed martial law. But what happens to a country under martial law? And what does it mean for the people of Ukraine? Martial law means a temporary imposition of military control over the country. This suspends all civil functions and laws.
What? All civil functions and laws? What in the world? What is this? So that's what, so this is why Trump called this man a dictator. So he suspended all civil function and laws? This is something else.
And laws. A government generally imposes martial law when they're under attack, like in the case of Ukraine. Martial law has been imposed during conflicts, protests, and when there's an unstable population. Ukraine will now have stricter restrictions. With martial law, restrictions will be imposed on meetings, on movements, and political parties. People in Ukraine are under curfew. Their basic fundamental rights have been suspended. This also means if civilians defy martial law, they will face stricter action from the government. This isn't the first time Ukraine has imposed martial law. Back in 2018, when tensions escalated between Russia and Ukraine, martial law was imposed. Martial law was imposed for 30 days along the regions of the Ukraine and Russia border and at the coasts of the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. For how many days will martial law be?
I hate that music.
I want to go to southeastern Ukraine to NBC chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, President Zelensky and President Biden have spoken already, and President Zelensky has made some decisions tonight.
So President Zelensky, as Aaron was just talking about, issued a video statement. It almost looked like a selfie that he took at his desk, in which he said that martial law is being imposed all across Ukraine. He didn't describe exactly what that martial law would entail, but he told people to stay calm, to stay in their homes. And he said that military installations and border posts had been attacked after Vladimir Putin announced the start of special military operations. But then he went on to assure the people that the government is still with them, that the government will stay in contact, and that the security services are on top of the situation. There does seem to be, as I was saying earlier, a psychological component of all of this. And some of these very early phases may be designed to get people to leave the cities, to create that panic, to create those long lines of traffic that you're seeing out of Kiev, because there were reports of beach landings here in Mariupol. We're not seeing them. There were reports of beach landings in Odessa, also not being reported by witnesses, not along the scale of anything like the Russian state news agencies are describing. The Russians also just put out a short time ago a report that the military infrastructure of Ukraine is being destroyed, but that civilians would not be harmed. So it seems that the Russian narrative is trying to soften the population, to appeal to the people to surrender without a fight, to appeal to the military to surrender without a fight, because the what is being described by the Russians and what we're seeing at this moment don't correspond.
Richard, talk to me about Mariupol, because it's going to become important. We've heard Matt Bradley.
What talking about the martial? I'm talking about the martial law stuff. Like, what is this?
Шановні громадяни України, сьогодні вранці президент Путін оголосив проведення спеціальної військової операції на Донбасі. Росія здійснила удари по нашій військовій інфраструктурі та по нашим прикордонникам, прикордонним загонам. В багатьох містах України було чутно вибухи. Ми вводимо воєнний стан на всій території нашої держави. Хвилину тому я провів розмову з президентом Байденом. Сполучені Штати Америки вже почали гуртувати міжнародну підтримку. Сьогодні від вас, від кожного з вас потрібно спокій. По можливості залишайтесь, будь ласка, вдома. Ми працюємо. Армія працює. Працює весь сектор безпеки і оборони України. На зв'язку з вами буду постійно я, РНБО, Кабінет міністрів України. Незабаром я знов вийду на зв'язок. Без паніки, ми сильні, ми готові до всього, ми всіх переможемо, бо ми – це Україна. Слава Україні!
I didn't know he had placed these people and he extended more.
Firefighters clear rubble from the Dahashi Palace of Culture, located 10 kilometers north of Kharkiv, after it was hit by a missile. The building was used as a distribution base for humanitarian aid, despite the recapture of many villages around Kharkiv after the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Russian shelling still continues. More Ukrainian soldiers were evacuated from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol on Wednesday. Several buses accompanied by Russian military vehicles were seen pulling away from the plant. Russia says a further 694 Ukrainian troops have surrendered. Their fate still unclear. Speaking in his nightly address, President Volodymyr Zelensky said he was extending martial law for another 90 days. Our army and all those who defend the state must have all the legal tools to act calmly, he said, adding all our cities that are under temporary occupation must know that Ukraine will return. In a sign of normalcy, returning to Kyiv, the US embassy reopened 1 month after Russian forces abandoned their bid to seize the capital. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that due to the Ukrainian people defending their homeland against Russia's unconscionable invasion, the Stars and Stripes are flying over the embassy once again.
This is crazy. Look, what stuff they hide from people. All right, people, I'm gonna leave now. I hope you have enjoyed today's live. Okay. We'll be back. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow. But I hope you've enjoyed today's live. I hope you've learned something. Sure. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. All right. Love y'all much. Thank you for spending your Saturdays with me. One Saturday we're gonna have to do President Pink. He's really, really impressive. Okay. Love y'all. Oh, you enjoyed it. That's good. That's good. Okay. Dom told you, you know I'm accustomed to you by now. You're something else. You're crazy. I've just accepted you as like my family, I guess. I just put up with your foolishness. Yeah. I think you're being rude. I think you're just like, I just feel like, I think like being white, being European, like living in the West, being somewhere like, I do believe that you are brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that. Yeah, exactly. He's just a mess. You see, we just accepted you. Like, you're like, you know what? This is what it is. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you're a little bit of, you got some shit going on for yourself. You do. But I just feel like, I try to have empathy for you. If that makes any sense. Because you started off trolling me. You used to get on my nerves. Like, you really did used to get, I remember years ago, I thought about blocking your ass. But I was like, Marlene, it's always good to have somebody mess with you because it keeps you humble. You know what I mean? That's all. Like, he helps. Like, he just keeps me humble. Because that's a pain in my ass. Right? It really is. But the thing with you is like, I've learned patience, like dealing with your ass. I've learned to be very patient. And I've also learned that, you are white. You are from Europe. You're British. And not just that, it's like, I think like growing up in the West, the way you have, you are brainwashed. And I don't blame you. It's like, that's all they tell you, like, oh, Russia bad. This is bad. These bitches bad. Blah, 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 blah. You've heard that all of your life. So it's really hard. And I see that because it's like when it's Russia doing stuff to Ukraine, like you get it. Like, oh, this is wrong. They're taking 20% of their land, right? But when it comes to Africa, you don't get it because you don't come from a place that teaches you to have self-awareness. Like, you know what? We did some fucked up shit. We're rich now, but we really hurt people. And this is how we hurt people. A lot of Westerners they're not groomed to have empathy for people that they've oppressed. But when somebody has your complexion, you understand their oppression. That's why I said to you, you got to work on that, because otherwise people might think that you're a racist. If it disappears, I'll put it right back up. So I think my videos do better. Like if I take them down and I re-upload them, because I did that one time with Michelle Obama, like I got so many views, right? So that's what I would love. I want you to work on that. If you see it in Russia, you also have to see it in the Crown of England, because they've done some real evil things. They've done some real evil things. So that's it. But I have faith in you. I think that one day, you won't be as you'll still be crazy because you are British. You can't help yourself. But I just believe that you won't be as crazy, you know. But it is what it is, child. God sent you here for a reason, child. And we don't have a choice but to love you. We check your asses though, but we do check your ass. But we do love you though. You're crazy. You are really. Don't told you the day I see you in person, I'm gonna snatch you up. I will snatch your white ass up. Oh, my cleaning one worked. I got to re-upload. It's so long. I got to re-upload it. Yes, I will. That was like 10 hours long. We were doing too much. It was crazy. It was fun though. No, he sent you down. Oh, really? He said he sent me down. So what you trying to say? Like you're an angel? Because you're white, you were sent down to save a black person. You see, I keep telling you you're racist. I keep telling you you're racist. What's that supposed to mean? Huh? Maybe you are the devil. Maybe you come from the devil. Maybe you were sent. You were sent from down below. So hold on. You were sent down. You were brought up. White man. He said, I was sent down. You can't help yourself. Like you really cannot help yourself. You're such a racist. You idiot. Okay. You white man. You were sent up by the devil to confuse me. And I rebuked you. I was sent down by God. Okay, I was sent down by God. God sent me down. The angels are black. Okay, the ones that work with Lucifer, they might be white. I don't know. Look at Gary's laughing. He can't even help himself. So I told you, you are sick as hell. I need to pray for your ass. Like he's so annoying. This white boy drives me crazy. Exactly, but it started down below. In the hell, in Hades, in Dante's Inferno, white man. Don't you ever forget. Okay? Dante's Inferno. He's the way he said, oh, I was sent down. Like, what the heck? Because you're white, you have to be sent down. You are crazy. You're not my savior, white man. Leave me alone. You are crazy. You are so crazy. I'm like, this man triggers me. Don't tell you used to trigger me so much, yo. What is wrong with this man? You don't have no divine mandate, white man. You better leave me alone. You are insane. I'm going to send JD after you. That's what you need. I'm going to send JD after you. And President Trump, they're going to find you. I'm going to send Cash Patel. He's going to find your IP address. Okay? Because we need to lay hands on you real quick. You need to be saved. Like this Crown of England messed you up. It messed you up, you colonizer. Okay? You are just crazy. You are crazy. White man, stop being biased. Okay? Stop being a xenophobe. Russia did nothing to you. Okay? This goofy ass war in Ukraine, it has to stop. The money has to stop. And I even feel as though, even you as a British citizen, like you should be really upset that your country just gave up $5 billion. And we don't even know how this man gonna pay it back. We don't even know if he has the money to pay it back. Right? Because what happens if you have a new president? Then what happens? Like, because then he took the money and he just ran. That man is a con artist. For real, for real. He is a con man. He is a con man. How can one person receive $500 billion in 3 years? $500 billion? And like, do you know you could take the entire continent of Africa out of poverty with that kind of money? This is insanity. It's insanity. So no. Okay. But I love y'all. I'll see y'all later. I need some food. It's 10 o'clock. I love y'all. I miss y'all. But I'm going to miss y'all. But I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Okay. We'll be outside tomorrow. Let's be messy tomorrow. Be zoo, people. Love you. Love you. Oh, Miss V gave me some money. Oh, Miss V, thank you so much. Oh, yes. Money. Okay. Money. Unlike Zelensky, I actually earn my coins. Okay. I actually work Zelensky. You're foolish ass. Okay. He said, bye, Kev. Bye, Lonnie. Dumb told you. Like, are we the only black friends you have in real life? No, he's white, Gary. He messes with you. He's white. He is super white. He messes with you. He's British. He messes with you. He's a white man. He's white. Don't told you is white. Don't let him get to you. Do not let him get to you. He's white. He's British. Look at him. Look at him lying. Look at him lying. Look at him lying. Okay. Oh, really? No, he didn't block you. He's right there. No, he didn't block you. He's not that sensitive. He's not that sensitive. He's a troll. He's not that sensitive. He got tough skin. He's not that sensitive. He hasn't blocked you. Do you see him? Do you see him right here? He hasn't blocked you. He's not that sensitive. Like, that's the thing I like about Don't Told You, though. Like, he don't take nothing seriously. He has tough skin. He really does. He doesn't go get offended quickly. He be like, sometimes like, oh, Don't Told You, leave my channel. He's like, he'll come right back. Yo, your man account cannot see him. Oh, okay. Why? Why'd you block him for? Unblock Gary. Unblock him. Like, what's the problem? Why'd you block Gary for? Okay. Unblock Gary so he can see your messages. Why are you like this? You are just, oh my gosh. You're just, oh Lord Jesus. He was not being annoying. You just want to be the only white man in the chat box. Why are you like this? Like, seriously, why are you like this? Did you unblock him? Unblock Gary. You do too much. What is this? What would you block Gary for? Do you even see Gary? Do you know how to unblock him? Why would you block him? You're not being a good host. You're not being friendly. That ain't right. That's white on white crime. That ain't right. He said you blocked him. Yeah, why would you block him? He said, Gary, I see you, Daddy. Don't tell you are a mess. You are a mess. Why are you like this? It's like this voice. Why did you block him for? So you see all the stuff that you've done to me, all the trolling that you've done to me. I never blocked you. Why do you block Gary? Do you see that colonizer? You are such a colonizer. You are so hypocritical. All the trolling that you have done to me. That you even said that James was a rapper. Like the stuff you said about James. I've never blocked you. Are you kidding me? You see this white man? You see this white liberal? So you can ditch it, but you can't take it. You see this? You are such a hypocrite. We are no longer taking you seriously. You need to go somewhere. You need to go somewhere, white man. You Anglo-Saxon, you need to go somewhere. All the things you've done to me, all the things you have said to me. You said that James was a rapper. You said that James was a YN. But you said all kinds of stuff. You're so damn stupid, okay? I have never blocked your dumbass. So why do you block? Why'd you block Gary? I never called you no damn YN. You're a white man. How can I call you a YN? Are you actually okay? I'll call you Anglo-Saxon. I'll call you all kinds of colonizer, okay? You are insane. You are really, really insane. Why are you like this? So it's okay for you to troll me. I don't block you, but you block other people. Collins, you have the audacity to call somebody annoying. You done told you of all people, you don't call somebody annoying. I never called you. You see, white man, you stay lying, you white liberal. You are crazy. Let me leave. Don't defame my name before I sue you. You are insane. You are so unhinged. You are really, really crazy. You say you be calling me a ninja. You are just so dumb. You're so damn stupid. You need to unblock Gary, okay? No, he's a man. He's a white man. He's a white man from London town. He's British. So he was so accustomed to being the only white person. So when you came through, that I guess he felt like he felt some kind of way. I'm sure I ain't gonna sue for defamation. All the things you said to me, I have never blocked you. But here you go and you block Gary. Why do you block Gary for? Make it make sense, because he does not support Zelensky. You are fake. You are a hypocrite. We are no longer listening to you. Don told you your reputation is done. It is done. It's over. You have no more credibility. Okay? No more. No mess. What you mean I'm the same group as you? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? I'm officer class. Chad, Don told you, let me go. You're a hot mess. You guys, I love y'all. We'll be back tomorrow by God's grace. Don told you we're gonna pray for you. You know what? You are silly. You are really silly. You Anglo-Saxon you. You Anglo-Saxon you. You people will never change. You will never change. You colonizers. Okay? You are a bunch of colonizers. Love you. Don't told you change your ways. Change your ways. Find God. Stop being a hypocrite. Learn to love other white people. You cannot be the only white person on this chat. Okay? Okay? You liberal. You can't be the only white man on this in this chat. Okay? No, 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 no. Grow up. Be nice to Gary. I'm Black Gary. Okay? And I'll see y'all later, you guys. I'll see y'all later. I'm telling you, you're crazy as hell. Ah! Oh God. Good night, Layla. Oh, don't you are crazy. Okay, grow up. Okay, be mature, Anglo-Saxon. Stop being a colonizer. Okay, and don't be mad because most likely Gary might be Irish and they got away from y'all. So you in your feelings, okay? Or he's Scottish. Stop being in your feelings. You're bullies. You British people are a bunch of bullies. Stop bullying people. Okay. Love you guys, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Bisous. Kevin is just laughing.